From the Israel Sports Radio Studios in Jerusalem, Israel, our nation's capital, it's Louis Live. That's just me and special guest host, Joe Boss.
What's happening, everyone? Another great week of sports.
Indeed, and a lot of Christmas games that you watched. And the Celtics, how did they do?
Oh, they got up. It was beautiful to actually see them have a complete team game today.
Yeah, that's not bad. And like I mentioned before, I think with last week with you, that I believe Rajon Rondo is the best point guard in the game, but can't do it all by himself. He's going to need KG and Paul Pierce to still show part of their game. KG has a little bit left in the tank, I feel. He's so emotional, and Paul Pierce has been their captain for such a long time. But
KG's holding it down in the paint. Don't worry. Defensively, he's just a god right now.
He's incredible. I believe where does he rank in rebounds? I think he's in the top 10 already, which is incredible because Kevin Garnett was drafted in 1995, fifth pick overall, so he's been in the league 17 years. He was 19 when he was drafted as 36. And we're going to double-check real quick before we call our first guest where he ranks in rebounding. If you had to take a guess, where would you say?
He's definitely top 10, I know that. But as far as I know, like statistically, with the Celtics, when he's on the court, the Celtics are plus 7.6 points. When he's off the court, they're minus 15.4. So there's a pretty big discrepancy there. Okay,
so I'm having a little bit of difficulty finding Kevin Garnett. I'm going to try to find him here. Let me see here. I believe I'm on the right place. I apologize for this delay. But it's actually Tim Duncan, who's an all-player, is doing well with rebounds.
Oh, it's amazing. You look at some of the best point scorers. They're all the guys. Like Kobe Bryant's playing amazingly. He's the top point scorer. He's one of the oldest guys in the league.
Right. He's drafted in 1996. Kevin Garnett at just over 7 rebounds a game. Not bad for a 36-year-old. But KG is more than stats. There's intangibles. It's like I mentioned, the emotion he brings to the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like having like another coach on the team.
Yeah. You feel like there's certain players in any type of sport that you don't want to let down if you're their teammate. Michael Jordan had that to the T. I believe Magic did. I think Steve Nash has it. I don't know if Kobe Bryant has it as much as the other guys, but Kevin Garnett, without question, has it. And we're very excited to bring up our first guest. He's actually a political man by trade, but he'll claim he's the number one Seahawks fan in Israel. But in any case, it's very much our pleasure to bring on now not only the number one Seahawk fan in Israel, but just a tad bit, pretty impressive resume if you take a look. Council Republicans abroad of Israel, political analyst and columnist with work in the Jerusalem Post, Haaretz, and Times of Israel, and much, much more. That, of course, is Abe Katzman. Abe, welcome to Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio.
Well, hello. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, and I'm joined in studio by special guest co-host Joel Moss. Joel, please say hi.
Hey, Abe, you must be loving your Seahawks right about now. Big expectations happening.
I think everybody's loving my Seahawks now.
Well, not if you're one of the teams that have to play them in the playoffs. Abe, before we get into the actual team of the Seahawks, I want you to give your case for Russell Wilson being the Rookie of the Year this season.
Well, I think the numbers are there for one thing, but even more than that, anybody who's seen him play, I think what he's done is really made the team that much better. You just take a look at the personnel. Most of the people were there last year, but his presence has made a huge difference. Look at Marshawn Lynch's numbers.
Great point.
Now Lynch is great, but just the threat of Wilson being able to take off on all those read option plays probably means one less guy hitting Marshawn Lynch at the line of scrimmage, and his numbers are going through the roof also. So. I don't know, Rookie of the Year, fine. You want to make somebody else Rookie of the Year. The numbers speak for themselves, and he has got this team firing on all cylinders right now.
Russell right now is 7th in the NFL in quarterback rating, not just, of course, among rookies, period. He had that slow start, and since his slow start, I believe he has the number one QB rating, but if you go for the whole season, 98. Do you think that slow start might cost him with some voters for the Rookie of the Year award?
It might. I guess it depends. When do they actually do the voting? Is it before the playoffs, or do they do it after?
They're supposed to do it before the playoffs. You never know if they sneak it in there. They're not supposed to factor in postseason games, and we tend to find it out during the postseason. So if they're supposed to factor just the regular season.
Okay. Well, at any rate, I think if he, there are other things. He's thrown very few interceptions, and he's going to if he throws 2 touchdown passes, I think this week he breaks the rookie record set by Peyton Manning, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right, and you're right. Russell Wilson is at 25 touchdowns this season. Just some perspective. Robert Griffin, who many people think is the rookie of the year, quote unquote, only has 20. So that gives you an idea where Russell Wilson is at. It'll be hard not to give him the award if he breaks a record of Peyton Manning's, obviously. Let's go a little political with you, but stay in sports.
I would just add,
yes,
losing rookie of the year to RG3 or to Luck is no great shame.
Yeah, that's for sure. I heard not Stephen A. Smith, but it was on ESPN. It was talked a lot that this may be the greatest quarterback class we've ever seen. If you go to 83, there was a Dan Marino, Jim Kelly, John Elway year. This could be better when everything's said and done. Time will tell, obviously, on Super Bowl championships and MVPs. Now, earlier in the season, not too long ago, a couple of your boys were suspended for some type of use, Adderall, I believe, something to that effect.
Right.
I mean, I had a friend that's a Seattle, big Seahawks fan that said, I took that in high school. That is not a drug. It doesn't make you play better. Maybe it gives you a little more caffeine. What are your thoughts on those suspensions?
Well, one of them is still in the appeal process. I didn't hear. I think they're going to have a decision this week on for Sherman. And for Browner, he's been out. It's very strange. The big problem with the suspension policy, as far as I understand it, is that it is not transparent. Nobody knows exactly. It's come out now that this is what the drug was that they tested positive for, but it's kind of you're right. I mean, it's a very strange thing to have on the banned substances list. It's not like taking human growth hormone or steroids or anything. Doesn't make you any more muscular. Maybe paying closer attention to the game helps. Heightened concentration. I don't know. I don't know if that's like you said. Caffeine will do it too.
Yeah, if you go back in the day, I think they said certain things that Mickey Mantle maybe drank a lot of Coca-Cola to pump him up. I mean, you can get a certain benefit, buzz, a high off of anything. I don't think this is fair. I kind of would equate or say equalize this to opium, where people would, if they ate a certain poppy seed bagel, they test positive for opium. They don't understand really what's going on. They're just eating a bagel. Do you think there's a chance they will change this rule after this suspension? Because this really could have damaged the Seahawks season.
Well, the Seahawks have already made one major change in the NFL this year, and that was thanks to a ridiculous call
right.
getting the regular refs back.
Yep.
So maybe they'll get another one. Maybe they'll catch a break and they'll get this revised. I mean, I could understand the kind of frowning on it, but as a banned substance, a substance that'll get you suspended for 4 games.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope you're. I mean, I understand it's strong. It's real medicine. Your friend wasn't just drinking coffee in high school to get through whatever he needed this thing for.
Right.
But it's not necessarily. I don't know if you put it into the category of. Maybe it is a performance-enhancing drug, but it's not cheating in the same way that steroids is cheating.
Yeah, and also, again, 4-game suspension. The NFL 16 games is 25% of the season, so I don't think the punishment really is equivalent to the crime. And hopefully things will change. As you mentioned, the referee changed. That game, what did you think? I mean, did you agree that was the correct call? Were you shocked, as I was, that you had 2 referees signaling 2 different things at the same time?
Well, it was entertaining. I was watching it at whatever 4:00 in the morning or whatever time it was here, and couldn't believe what I saw. I thought they had had pretty much written them off, and thought, okay, we've got a Hail Mary coming, and let's just say that Seattle fans are used to these types of things happening to them,
right, against them,
for them.
Right.
So it's kind of nice, and in fact, even I think Seattle fans are a little just don't know quite what to do with themselves with all the good things that are going on with that team. It's been a pretty mixed record all through the years. Had some good seasons, but This time they just look fantastic.
They look great. And by the way, if anyone is really upset at that Seahawks call, I would just say, well, the Seahawks had a Super Bowl taken away from them, Super Bowl 40, I'm sure.
That's good. That's a great point. And I believe one of the refs from that game actually apologized.
Yes, he did. He did about 5 years afterwards, and I would still contend that is the worst referee Super Bowl of all time. If you look at the bad calls, it totals somewhere between 10 to 14 points, and the Seahawks lost that game by 11 points. So that was the worst thing. I just couldn't believe it. It was just terrible to watch. Now, going to your team, talk about the excitement. Right now, the same amount of wins as the 49ers. They will have a chance to win the division, although not likely because the Niners are playing my Cardinals. So I don't think we can help you there. They'll probably get to 11 wins.
Home. Right.
At home. So this whole half game thing, this tie, will save San Francisco, and they could potentially get they'll have the division, and they could potentially get the 2 seed if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm sorry. They will not get the 2 seed. They will probably get the 3, whoever wins the division, and the loser will get the...
Seattle can get the 2.
Right.
If
because they have a conference record.
They could get the 2, right? They not only have to win the division, but then
Green Bay has to lose because Seattle has a tiebreaker, obviously, with that call.
Right.
So that call, not only that call will determine maybe a 2 seed and a 6 seed, but I was also told, of course, it was Monday night national television game, that the gambling on that was $1 billion and $250 million. I apologize, not $1 billion, only $250 million went the other way. So that game. That game will be talked about 4 years. Now, Joel has some questions he wants to fire at you, so take away, Joel.
Well, it seems that Seattle seemed to be amidst some controversial headlines. I mean, you mentioned the suspensions before. Was there any word that on any of the Seattle Seahawks players involved in the bar shooting?
In the bar shooting?
There was a bar shooting this weekend, apparently, the police was speaking about, and they mentioned that some of the Seattle Seahawks players may have been involved.
Must have missed it. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and read the sports section again.
You know, it is interesting that Joel brings it up because basically a man was killed in a shooting at a bar where the Seahawks happened to be celebrating that big win over the 49ers, of course, that great win that puts them a chance to get a 2 seed. It looks like, though, Pete Carroll said, quote, "From what we know, our guys were in a separate area and nobody was involved at all." Hopefully Pete's telling the truth. He also added it was an awful thing that happened. So that's good to know Coach Carroll has his priorities straight. Hopefully nothing happens, but the last time something like this did happen was Ray Lewis. And that, they won the Super Bowl next year. I don't know. I don't know. I appreciate Joel bringing that up.
Right.
I'm not... Yes, not that obviously want to make light of a murder, but it sounds like they weren't really. There's no suspects this time. There was apparently a 19-year-old suspect. Arrest warrant has been out for him, but he's not a Seahawks player, so all that looks pretty good. Go ahead, Joel. Keep going.
I mean, the other thing that's
guys in the past that have been involved in these types of things. My memory's a bit cloudy on this, but somehow I think maybe Ken Hamlin a few years ago, if that name rings a bell, used to call him the Hammer.
For the Seahawks.
Anyway, he got they cut him loose after he was, in a little too many wrong places, and I think in one of them there was a shooting.
Yeah, actually, we have that up right now. Ken Hamlin kind of bounced around his career. He after the Seahawks went to the Cowboys, Ravens. He's actually right now with the Colts. And you're right. 2005 had an altercation that apparently was between in a nightclub. There was a great coach that I believe is Jimmy Johnson. And Michael Irvin quoted this all the time. Jimmy Johnson would have team meetings and say, "Do not go to the following. Do not go nightclubs. Do not go to nightclubs. Bad things happen in nightclubs." So this was a bad situation with Hamlin. Left at 2 a.m. and next thing you know, there's a little bit of a fight. Happened, and then there's a bit of a brawl. Hamlin punched the man in the face, and that was about that. So, great point for bringing that up. And I guess you got to tell these guys that are making millions of dollars. If you go to a nightclub, not only could this happen, but you could have anything happen. It's a guy worth millions of dollars. People are going to try to take advantage of him.
Yep, absolutely. A problem that, unfortunately, we don't have. Well, maybe you do. I don't.
Yeah, I wish I had that problem. No, I'm kidding, of course. Go ahead, Joe. Keep firing away.
I was going to ask you about the other thing that's going on, Honkgate. What's going on with that?
I'm sorry, with?
Honkgate. Apparently, the Seattle Seahawks honked at the San Francisco after one of their earlier wins this year.
Is that the secret to your guys' success, Abe? Haunting?
Not haunting, honking the team bus.
Oh, honking the team bus.
They're calling it Honkgate over in Seattle at the moment.
Well, that would be immature. What do you think about that? Jim Harbaugh denies, by the way. This allegation is Jim Harbaugh did it, and that he honked to the Seahawks bus. I actually believe that Jim would do that. He didn't shake someone's hand, right?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a temper, I guess. I don't know. Let him settle things on the field. That was one of the things I noticed. There was a lot of, what they always call extracurricular activity on the field in the game Sunday night, and you really kind of wonder, like, what kind of trash talking are you doing when your team is down by 40 points?
Yeah, that's true. I would admit there's not a lot to say at that point. Very interesting. Okay. This honking, wow! Joel's digging up some good stuff here. Well,
Yeah,
Joel, you got
I'll
other
tell
stuff?
you, I'm gonna have to call you for the pregame this week.
Good stuff.
I mean, that's all they're talking about in Seattle. I mean, it's the only sport that's really going on. They haven't got a basketball team, so at the moment, the expectations are running pretty high, and that's what the sports writers are on the beat about.
Oh, not true. The Mariners just signed the key to the missing piece to the puzzle.
Who's that?
They signed Raul Ibanez for his third go-round with Seattle.
Uh-oh. Raul Ibanez. All right. Very, very
Look
nice.
out.
Well,
That's front page.
We had on Dave Keene, the play-by-play man earlier, who actually has one of the rare distinctions in baseball of broadcasting, I think, 3 no-hitters or something in one season or something to that effect. So, because a couple were against Seattle and a couple against them. But Joel brought up no basketball. I'm sure you have a thought or two about that, Abe. What are your thoughts about the stolen Sonics, as my good friend Ben Block likes to say?
It hurts. It hurts so much that I found myself last year cheering for Miami.
Ooh.
That's how much it hurt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cheering for the villain.
That's right.
Well,
and of course, there was just so much that wasn't handled right, and that where the Seattle fans really thought they got ripped off. First of all, they had to suffer through some terrible seasons while management was dealing away all their good players in order to build up draft picks, and that's fine as a legitimate way to build a team, but if you're not there when they're building it back up,
right?
When they're drafting
Kevin Durant
and Green and Westbrook, and then you don't, just as they're getting good, we got to see Durant during a year when he was shooting like 40%, and he wasn't like he is now. Talented, no question, but still pretty green.
Well, I think the secret to Kevin Durant's success is all that flag football in the offseason.
That may be.
By the way, I have Raul Ibanez's stats. I didn't realize this. He's been in the league a long, long time, since 1996 with your Mariners.
With the Mariners. He came up with the Mariners. They let him go after a pretty good season, from what I remember. Played a few years in Kansas City. They traded to get him back, and then as they thought they were going to be going with some youth, I think they sent him to Philadelphia.
Yes, that's right, 2009. So he was on that World Series team,
Yeah.
not the one that won, the one that played the Yankees. So, and then he went to the Yankees in 2012, because that's what the Yankees like to do, is just pick up players from other teams that play against them and take them. So, then he just was with the Yankees just now, playing the ALCS, and he had some clutch hits, obviously, a couple home runs that were big.
Everybody likes him. He was a very popular guy in Seattle, and but he is. What do you have? What is he, 40?
Yeah, 40 years old. 40 years old. So we'll see what he has left in the tank.
We'll see what he's got. Yep.
But that is the era, whether it's natural or not. You're seeing more players play in their late 30s, early 40s. So we'll see if Raul could do it or not. I want to go back to the
maybe taking Adderall. Who knows?
Very nice. We're speaking with Abe Katzman, Seattle Seahawks, #1 fan in Israel. I'm pretty safe to say that we can say that. I want to go back to the basketball real quick. Has there been any news about a team moving there? Because we always hear the latest rumors, or the major rumors, are the Sacramento Kings always look to leave because it's the small part of California's population-wise. Those two owners, the Maloof brothers, are rich men, and they would love, I think, a thriving town. They talk Vegas. I heard Seattle. Have you heard anything about a team moving to Seattle at all?
I've heard the same things you have. These rumors come up every so often. Maybe there's something to them, but there doesn't seem to be any immediate movement. They are talking about building an arena, and if they build the arena, they'll get a team.
Okay. And one of the things my good friend Ben always mentions, he says that if they get a new team back, they're allowed to call them the Sonics. They're allowed to put up all the jerseys from the Seattle days and just try to pretend it never happened type of thing.
Yeah, it might be a little strange. I mean, Seattle has actually never had a team move into town. In every sport, they had expansion teams. In baseball, they actually had two. They had the Seattle Pilots first. Ended up going to Milwaukee after one season. But it's I don't know, the kind of getting a team moving into town. It's kind of like buying a used car instead of a new one.
Well said. Well, I know that again as a Cardinals fan. That was a very, very used car.
Right.
We got into town in '88, and tying it back to Arizona, I used to love back in the '90s. Suns Sonics rivalry was awesome. You had really good teams.
They
Suns
were the best. Those were the best games. I loved them.
Suns, of course, made the finals in '93. Your Sonics in '96, both losing to some guy named MJ. But I always said Seattle, for whatever reason, had the Houston Rockets number. They beat them in '93, and then the Rockets won 2 titles because they did not have to play Seattle. In '96, I believe Seattle knocked the Rockets off for '97. So for whatever reason, you guys were able to shut down Hakeem. I don't know how, fast-paced play, whatever, but Sean Kemp, Gary Payton, you couldn't beat that combination.
No, you could. Well,
so Michael Jordan.
On the other hand, the year was it 1994 when they were the number 1 seed in the West and then got knocked off by Denver, who was number 8.
Yep, to Kevin Mutombo, I still remember him on the floor holding that ball, crying.
The ball, yeah.
But that was very fluky. I mean, yes, they beat him 3 times. Nuggets did, but Game 5 went into overtime, and those 5-game series in any sport are dangerous because you don't always have the best team winning. But yeah, that was the team that a lot of people thought could win the title. Had they, again, I still think they would have beat the Rockets had they played them, and they would have played the Knicks. Who knows? Very interesting stuff. All right, we have a few minutes with you. We got to talk just a little politics, not too much. We won't talk about the American election because we're still kind of trying to. I don't know about Joel, but me and you, of course, are trying to deal with it. But Bibi has a big election coming up in January. I'm not too familiar with his regular elections, but it looks like at this point he's gonna win and still be prime minister.
Yep. I don't think that takes. You don't need any political experts to make that prediction.
Okay, so is it going to be perhaps the biggest landslide in Israeli election history regarding prime ministers?
I don't know that it's going to be a landslide. I mean, he seems to have a lock on it, but a lot depends on what kind of coalition he builds, and a lot of that, who knows? I mean, Bayit HaYehudi looks like they're going to pick up somewhere in the area of 13 to 15 seats, and they've kind of there's this spat between them, and I don't know if they would seem to be kind of natural coalition partners, but I don't know what's going to happen. Things move here, things shift. Remember, it was just a few months ago that everybody talked about how when they brought Kadima into the coalition, and everybody said that's it. They've locked this up. They've got like 90 seats now, and they're carrying this through. A few months later, how long did it last?
Right.
I don't even remember. 2 months. Things move here, things shift here, and since there are so many different possible combinations in terms of coalitions, you don't really know what's going to happen. Everybody thought it was a brilliant move to merge with for Likud to merge with Yisrael Beitenu. I don't know. And you look at the combination; they seem to be looks like they're going to get fewer seats than the two of them hold separately. I mean, combined, but as separate entities right now.
It's interesting also regarding Bibi that a friend of mine said, I was talking about, because, talk about Anglos, Likud Anglos, and so on, and asking how many Anglos were in the Knesset, and a friend of mine said, well, what do you consider an American? I mean, do you consider Bibi American? He's been in the United States for 20 years. So there seems to be an appeal to some degree. I don't know if everyone gets along with it personally, but I think the American English just seems to go such a long way with other countries.
It does. It doesn't mean that you necessarily need it in too many different government positions. We've got an ambassador who speaks English like an American. We've got a prime minister who speaks English like an American. That's pretty good. I mean, you could always have, I suppose, foreign minister would seem to be a logical thing, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with having, this is a country of diverse ethnicities, and as long as you've got some people who can go out there and speak, and it's not unimportant to have somebody who can speak fluent Russian also.
Yes, no doubt about that, because such a big Russian population in Israel as it is, so proper representation, I think, is definitely a key. Last question before we let you go. I fibbed a little bit. I'm not going to ask you about the presidential election, but I will ask about the fiscal cliff regarding I believe Bush tax cuts end pretty soon. What is the latest on that? Have they got any type of deal between the president and the Congress?
Doesn't seem to be any kind of deal at the moment, and nobody at this point necessarily can see what a deal is going to look like. But President Obama did cut his vacation short.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Yeah, and he's supposedly going to come back and try to hammer things out. I don't know for sure, but I think it's plausible. There are people who say that his proposal, what he really wants, is to go over the cliff, and then to work from there. That he thinks that he's got it'll be to his political advantage. It might end up destroying the reputation of the Republican Party. I don't know. I don't know how these things end up shaking out. I don't know who ends up getting the blame. But like I said, it's a plausible theory.
Okay, so we'll see if that could be why we don't have a deal, because he wants that to occur, and we'll see what will occur. It is nice, though, again, President takes time out of his busy vacation schedule to try to help the country, so that's good stuff. And, of course, Abe, see segue here, we appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule,
sure,
even though it wasn't necessarily vacation-related, but working hard. And thank you so much.
Talking sports with you guys, that's better than vacation.
Oh, there you go. I like that. Well said. So good luck to Seattle this week. They're going to be taking on the Rams, so hopefully the Rams have done some surprising things, but hopefully they get the win. I'm rooting for you guys. And hopefully my guys help you out and beat the Niners. I don't think that will happen, but if it does, then
that would be very nice of you.
Seattle will get the 2 seed. And there you go. You have Russell Wilson having a home field advantage in the second round of the playoffs just like that. So not bad for a guy that
they're unbeaten at home.
Unbeaten at home. So you could very well be talking Super Bowl if that happens. Abe, good luck to the Seahawks, and I'll probably see you in Shill this week if I can wake up on time.
Excellent. Okay.
All right, be well, Abe. Speak to you soon.
Cheers. Thanks, Abe.
Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
That was Abe Katzman, who is generally known in town for his political expertise. Again, just to give you a little bit about his resume, is a counsel for the Republicans abroad, Israel, political analyst and columnist with work in the Jerusalem Post, Haaretz, Times of Israel, just on and on and on. So, and again, Seattle Seahawks, #1 fan in Israel, pretty safe to say. What we're going to do right now is we're going to take a quick commercial break, and on the other side is Tank. And if you don't know who that is, you want to stick around to find out who Tank is. So that's on the other side of this break. Take a listen to our sponsors. We appreciate if you could support them. And check out our store as well by clicking on the store tab. A lot of great items there for you as well. This is Louis live on IsraelSportsRadio.com. And we'll be back after a quick message from our sponsors.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed frequent flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Israel Sports Dynamics specializes in football consulting, equipment, uniforms, and more. Great brands such as Nike, Russell Athletics, Schutt Sports Products, and many more. Just one call away. With over 30 years coaching experience with university and professional athletes, Harry Hill, owner of ISD, can advise you for all your sports needs. Call 054-581-3248. That's 054-581-3248, or visit our website at www.isdisrael.com. If that's not easy enough, click on the ISD banner on the Israel Sports Radio website and be part of the game.
Are you tired of paying for expensive gym memberships that you don't use? Are you frustrated by not seeing results? It's time for the X1. Israel Gym Systems is proud to launch the X1 suspension and bodyweight training system. Lose weight, build muscle, improve balance, coordination, and flexibility. With your purchase of the X1, you'll receive a free membership to IsraelGym.com and access to our archives of videos and exercise plans. Sign up today at www.israelgym.com and get ready for the new you. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
Broadcasting live from Israel.
IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Back here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio. Thank you for joining us. Of course, I'm in studio right now with Joel Moss. Joel, thank you for joining us as well.
Not a problem whatsoever. Loving my time here.
You gotta love talking sports, no doubt about that. And before we bring up our next guest, I want to say a very special thank you to the folks that tune in. They sent me a very nice holiday card from the United States. It's not always easy to get things shipped through Israel and the wonderful Israeli mailing service, but they got that done. And if you're listening to us on TuneIn, we appreciate that. And then when at any point, go to the site, IsraelSportsRadio.com, to check out different blogs that are up. We have a blog by Michael Zahorsky that's pretty new, so check that out. Store, obviously, by clicking on the Store tab, all that great stuff. Now, coming on the line now is Tank. As I said before, I teased everyone before who Tank is.
Yo.
Tank is the co-host of the Bus and Tank Show, which is on Sundays. We're going to work on getting you at least one more show, I think, in January or something to that effect. Right, Tank? How's work going, Tank?
That's all right, you know.
But you missed doing the show. That's why we're having you on, right? So it's a good tie-in.
Yep.
All
Love
right.
being on. Missed the show.
But
I'm wondering how you got the name Tank.
this is Joel, by the way, Tank. Joel Moss is in the studio with me. Tell us, how did you get the name Tank?
Well, you know, when we were trying to figure out the name of the show, we were, we got Just Bus, and he was like, hey, you were in tanks in the Army, so you'll be Tank. And I was like, Bus and Tank, that sounds kind of cool.
Good stuff there. So we're going to do this whole segment just about the NFL. Let's talk the big game, probably the biggest game this weekend. You could argue to talk about seeding, but to me, Cowboys-Redskins, because the loser is out, the winner is the division winner, and will be in with probably a 4 seed, even though they'll have less wins than some other teams. What is your breakdown, Cowboys v. Redskins? Of course, the Redskins had the win earlier in the year on Thanksgiving. This game is in Washington. Give us your breakdown.
You know, the Cowboys are a very unpredictable team. They're hot and cold. You know, I can't really trust them. I'm going to go with the hot hand in this game. Washington won their last 6 games. They got a great rookie quarterback. You know, RG3, there's so much talk about what he does with his legs. But, you know, this last game, he was pretty much, I wouldn't say he was incapable of moving, but he did a great job with his arm destroying. He really did a very good job. I like what he did this past game with his arm.
All right, now we'll talk more Cowboys with Andy Gershman later on, but the Cowboys lose. Is Jason Garrett gone? I mean, we know that the ownership of Dallas, who's also the general manager, he's a bit of a control freak. He wants to win. Jerry Jones, of course. Is Jason Garrett gone if they don't get in the playoffs this season?
Well, I don't know. I really don't. I see it as a situation where the guy's coached only a couple full years as head coach. He came in the middle of 2010. you got to give the guy a little bit more of a chance because, he has had a lot of talent to work with. But you know what? They underachieved with their previous head coaches. They even underachieved with Bill Parcells. I think it's a team attitude. I think they need to make a bunch of changes in the team. I don't think it needs to start with the head coach. They need to go in a new direction at quarterback. I don't think Tony Romo is a bad quarterback. I think he's got a lot of chances to succeed on a lot of other teams, but it's stale. It's old. The Cowboys and Tony Romo, I don't know. I don't think they should. I think they should go in a new direction at quarterback.
Now, you're not the first to say that. Tank, you're not the first to say that. That's a big theme in the show. Again, will always maintain Tony Romo has not recovered from the fumble snap in the game against the Seahawks in the playoffs. I believe he's not won a playoff game since then. I could be wrong about that. I think it still haunts him.
He beat the Eagles one time,
Okay, one playoff win.
As an Eagles fan, I know that.
Okay, right. So he beat you guys. All right, so he has one playoff win since that happened. I believe it was 2004 or 5. You're talking about 6 or 7 years.
That's the only playoff win in his career.
Yeah, but here's the crazy thing. He's a great regular season quarterback. He's a great in the 20s quarterback, and I'm gonna show exactly what I mean about that in just a moment. But even last game when they lost in overtime, Romo had 416 yards. In fact, for the season, he is third in the NFL in yards. He has almost 4,700. There's a great possibility he will get to 5,000 yards this season, but yet it's time to ship him out anyway, right?
I don't know. It's tough when you say these kind of things. It's tough when you look at the stats and you look at the numbers and the consistency. He's been consistently regular season good. The problem is he can't win a playoff game. He can't get them to the playoffs on a regular basis. And, look at this season. They've won. Dallas has won a bunch of tough played against a couple tough teams. They played against Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, and they beat them. And they just lost against a very good New Orleans team. I don't know. Dallas, I think that their future is very blurry. It's very fuzzy right now because there's so much talk about Jason Garrett getting fired, and there's talk about where Tony Romo's going to go. I don't think it's helping the team right now.
Well, it certainly isn't. And the frustrating thing with the Cowboys, even though they are potentially going to get out of the postseason, they had a bunch of close losses. Now, they also had a bunch of close wins, but they very well could be 11 or 12 wins. I mean, they have the talent to do a couple amazing things. Now, Tank, before we continue, I want to make a quick correction. I made a mistake about something. Our thanks to Roy Freeman, by the way, for telling us about this. The Redskins could make the postseason if they lose, although it's not likely because they have to have the Bears lose to Detroit, which I really doubt will happen because I just don't think Detroit has the capabilities, but it is possible. And they also can they have to have the Bears lose and they have to have the Vikings lose. I doubt that will happen. It's not likely, but it is technically possible. The Redskins get in. The Vikings, by the way, will have Green Bay at home. So it's possible and likely. I just want to correct that. Before we continue on the rest of the weekend's games, I want you to talk about the Eagles as a Philadelphia Eagle fan. Who's coming in to coach this season? Or next season, I should say.
There's been a lot of talk about Chip Kelly. I don't know that much about college football, so I'm gonna keep it brief on Chip Kelly, but he sounds like an exciting candidate. There's been talk about Jay Gruden. There's been talk about John Gruden. They just like throwing around names.
Right.
And I think the Eagles fans are they're really looking forward to making the coaching change. And I don't think Andy Reid was a bad coach. I just think it got stale and it's time to move on. I love Andy Reid. I'll never forget what he's done for the Eagles. I'll never forget how close we got. It's sad to see him go like this, but it's time. It's time to move in a new direction.
Yeah, I would say so. Now, if you look at his resume, very impressive for an Eagles coach. He could even be the best Eagles coach of all time. Went to Super Bowl, went to 6 NFC title games. And again, I say this time and time again, there are 3 tiers of coaches, or 3 or 4. There's championship level, there's level right under that, there's average, and then there's very bad. And Andy Reid is in top tier 2. He will get you to the postseason most years. He will get you a chance to go to the Super Bowl. He will not win a Super Bowl. There's only a few coaches who can do that. Bill Belichick and a couple others, Tom Coughlin. If you look at history in the last 10, 15 years, there's only a few guys that actually win titles. Andy Reid's in tier 2. That's not good enough for Philadelphia, is it?
No, not good enough for Philadelphia. Three people have broken my heart in my life. Their names are Donovan McNabb, Andy Reid, and Michael Vick.
Right.
So,
I did this.
But my boy Michael Vick is going to have a chance to start again this week, possibly.
Oh, really? Okay, so he might put in for the final year, although I thought interesting, because Andy Reid originally decided it would not be him for the rest of the season, correct?
Yeah, well, Nick Foles' hand is broken, so they're gonna see what they do, whether they start Trent Edwards or Michael Vick.
Tank, what do you say to people who say that they should get rid of Michael Vick instead of Andy Reid?
Well, I think either way they need to get rid of Michael Vick because they're not going to win a Super Bowl with Michael Vick. And if once you know that your quarterback is not going to win you a Super Bowl under any circumstances, it's time to go. It's time to move on because your goal isn't to be a very good team. It isn't to make the playoffs every year and lose in the second round or in the first round. Your goal is to win Super Bowl. If you can't do that, time to move on. Time to go in a new direction.
There was a great point made by a good friend of mine, Andy Dorff, who comes on the show every now and then from Phoenix, Arizona, hosts the show Dorff on Sports. And I say, why is it that there's only a few teams that keep being at the top with the same cast of characters? And he says, very simple. It's a quarterbacks league. There's only a few great quarterbacks, and you have to have a great quarterback to win a Super Bowl. And I did this list yesterday. I was speaking with the Jets fan, Big Mike. I was making fun of him, of course, because the Jets aren't doing too good. And I said to the fact that I was thinking in my mind, the Jets aren't going to win a Super Bowl minimum 10 years because for about 4 or 5 reasons. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees. They don't have one of those guys, and the other teams do. And if you go back 10, 15 years, there's only a few guys in the Super Bowl quarterback-wise. So you've got to get someone in the draft. I don't know if there's going to be a guy there for a long time because we had just a great draft class just now, but you got to get someone in the draft, correct?
I believe that's correct. There's maybe 1 or 2 guys that are out there that may become those type of quarterbacks. I mean, I'm not sold yet on whether Josh Freeman is going to enter that class. Yes, I said Josh Freeman. Whether he's going to enter that class.
Why is Josh Freeman going to enter that class? What makes you think that?
He's got a lot of potential. I feel that he's missing something. I think it's mental. He's got a lot of potential. He's got skill. He's not a dumb quarterback. He needs to get better. He needs to learn the lessons that, let's say, Michael Vick couldn't learn at that age.
Well, that very well could be. Maybe that'll be the difference if he gets a little more maturing, a little more tutelage at a young age. All right, let's get a breakdown of some of the other games. Actually, first, this is a bit of a breakdown, but general season-wise, Minnesota will take on Green Bay. They're going to host them. They win, they get to 10 wins. And there's an outside chance of Adrian Peterson breaking Eric Dickerson's record for yards in a season. I want to know if you think he can do that, and I want to know if you think he's the MVP.
How many yards does he need for that?
I believe he needs 200. I'm going to double check, but I believe it's 210. I'll double check this. Right now, Adrian Peterson is
get that.
He's at 1898, and I believe the record is 2103.
Very impressive, but he's not going to get he's not going to get past 2,000.
I think
he's going to get to 2,000, maybe 20, 30.
No. I'm saying he'll get to. This is what right now what he is at. He's at 18. Sorry, 1 second. He is at 1898. He needs 102 yards to get to 2,000. But to break Eric Dickerson's record, which I believe is 2103, he's going to need to have 205 yards, which I don't see happening.
Yeah, neither do I. But Calvin Johnson is only 108 yards away from breaking 2,000 yards. As a receiver, no receiver has ever done that. I'm sorry. That's a stupid question, as he only broke the record last week.
I like how Take those in there. We're speaking with Alvaro Take Sherby right now on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio. Okay, Calvin Johnson underlooked because the Lions struggle at 4-11.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that until this week. I was like, hey, he's got the record. One day you wake up and you're like, wow, the guy broke the record. Cool. Now maybe they can win a game.
Yeah, that would be nice. By the way, Roy Freeman chopping at the bit, telling me I made a mistake, but he's right. 208 yards Adrian Peterson needs to break Eric Dickerson's record. So Eric Dickerson must have 2106. I'll double check in a moment. But I don't know if you two met each other. Joel Moss, Tank, of course. Oh, sorry, you met at the beginning. Joel, fire a question away so I can look this up.
Yeah, sure. How significant is Calvin Johnson's accomplishment? for people who don't know that much about American football, how significant is this record?
Well, let's look at the year that it was set. Okay, what year was it set? We don't even know. But the point is that nobody really looks at these records.
They don't look at the receiving yards. Yeah, I don't know why.
So it's a pretty significant record, but as far as memorable, no, not memorable at all.
All right, now I have according to Wikipedia, this is really funny. Only in a Jewish show where this happens. Eric Dickerson has 21.05. That is the record. So that means Adrian Peterson needs, according to my calculation, 207 yards. So there you go. Oh, so if he had 208, he would break it. Roy Freeman is right. Well, Roy knows the stuff. All right. There's a reason why he's involved with the IFL at such a high level. Okay, thank you, Roy. How about this? Is it more impressive Calvin Johnson has done this on a 4-11 Lions team that, all due respect, I don't think has much of a running game. You kind of know Matthew Stafford is going to throw the ball to Calvin Johnson, and Calvin spent most of the season being double, triple team, correct?
That's what makes it that impressive. I'm saying, Calvin Johnson, hands down, the best receiver in the league. I don't think there's even a challenge.
Larry Fitz might have a challenge, but I'm a little biased. I mean, you're probably right.
3 years ago, I would have agreed with you. 3 years ago,
that playoff run, yeah.
Larry Fitz has incredible abilities. He also can be double teamed and catch everything. But first of all, the combination of size and speed that Calvin Johnson has, how high he can go up to get balls, it's freakish.
No, it is. He basically, if anyone hasn't seen him play, that's a disappointment, obviously. But he has basketball-like skills. It's kind of like a guy that goes up for the alley-oop and slam dunks. Matthew Stafford can throw the fade to him. He can jump up over double, triple coverage. By the way, Tank, we both love our football. Do you know, though, and we're both, we have knowledge about football, do you know who the running back is for the Detroit Lions?
The running back for the Detroit Lions. Well, that changes.
Changes every week.
On a regular basis.
It is.
That changes.
Well, I'll say this. The leading rusher for the Lions, how about that, is a man named Mikael Leger, who has 741 yards.
How can you even pronounce that?
That's terrible. No one, you see what I'm saying? They have nothing in the running back field. And so Calvin Johnson, 117 receptions, in addition to the 1,892 yards, as Tank mentioned. So if he gets to 108 yards, which he probably will have, 2,000, not bad.
It was 1892?
1892.
I forgot.
According to Yahoo. Yahoo makes its mistakes every now and then, but according to Yahoo, that's what it is. Want to get some breakdowns of some other games, depending on how things shake out. We pretty much know who will be in. We don't know the 6th seed yet, or I should say the 6th team to get in the NFC, but there's still some things obviously up for grabs. Can Seattle get the 2 seed? They're going to have to beat the Rams, and then the 49ers will have to lose to my Cardinals. Can that actually happen?
Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Seattle, where are they playing? Are they playing at home or on the road? Because they're completely different teams.
They're at home.
On the road,
they have not.
At home.
They have not lost at home. They are 7-0.
They have just handed it to completely manhandled San Francisco at home. That was a very, people who look at that game go, wow, this team is for real. They're for real when they play at home. You remember that they defeat the defending champion New Orleans Saints when they were they were such an incredible team 2 years ago. They beat them in the playoffs
at home.
The 7-9 team.
Right, the 7-9 team. That's correct. Great point.
Yeah, it's a disgrace that a 7-9 team got a playoff game at home. But what they did with it was incredible.
That Quest Field has to be the best home field advantage in the NFL. They also this season the Seahawks beat the Patriots as well. Patriots very well could go to the Super Bowl. So I agree. Basically, we're all saying Seattle will win. They will beat the Rams. Will the 49ers lose to the Cardinals? Will that happen?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Disappoint you.
After the trouncing last week.
So it'd be very interesting what happens. That means the now with the it's still not settled. We know most of the teams still not settled. Packers very well could get the 2. If they win, they get the 2. And actually, 1 second, real quick. Yes, if they win, they will get the 2. If they lose and the Niners win, the Niners will get the 2. So the second seed is up for grabs. And Green Bay has Minnesota. Speaking of Adrian Peterson, it's at Minnesota. So very interesting. You have potentially the record on the line, although not likely. The MVP on the line and a 2 seed on the line. So I'm going to take Sherby. Who's winning at Minnesota? Packers v. Vikings.
Minnesota, Packers, and Vikings. I think the Packers have this one.
Really?
The Packers. Depends if they're going with their starters or not.
You figure they would have tried to get the 2 seed. You got to win this game. It's a whole.
Yeah, but you remember the game last year when the Packers put in Matt Flynn and he threw for 6 touchdowns?
Right.
Yeah, that was also in a dome. The Packers. I feel that the Packers really would benefit from home field advantage, as they're the only team that really knows how to play in the cold of the playoff teams.
Yeah, we think it's cold here in Israel. Lambeau is freezing, especially in January. It's very tough to beat them in the playoffs in Lambeau. But I think Minnesota is going to win this game. I'm calling it right now, 21-17. I think Adrian Peterson, by the way, will fall just short of 2,000. I know I told Roy Freeman he would make it. I think he's going to be a little short. I have a funny feeling about this. I still think he deserves the MVP. But I think Minnesota gets the 10 wins. And Green Bay will not make the 2. They'll have to go on the road in the they might be a 4 seed. I apologize. But I don't think Green Bay is going to win. I'm just calling. Joel, what's your prediction, Green Bay versus the Vikings?
I'm such a huge Adrian Peterson fan. I just think that guy can just win games on his own, which he has been doing this year. I'm pretty strongly feeling the Adrian Peterson train at the moment. I think Minnesota's going to get up big in this game too.
So okay. What's your prediction
in this game? I think he's going to finish with his 20 and with his number 28. 28 yards on the season.
All right. Okay. So wait, you said 28?
Yeah.
28.
That is his rushing total of the season.
Okay, so you're saying 28. All right, it's so much stuff on the line this weekend. We talk about the NFC. Packers win, they get the 2. If they lose, the Niners win, the Niners get the 2. If Seattle wins and the Packers lose, they get the 2. So Green Bay controls their destiny as far as getting the 2, but they're playing a tough team in the Vikings. And the Vikings,
they're playing for a playoff berth as well right now.
Bingo, because if they lose and as Roy Freeman mentioned, they lose and the Cowboys lose. Wait a minute, I forgot how this works exactly. It's kind of jumbled my mind.
Minnesota can clinch a playoff spot if they win, or Chicago lose, Dallas lose, and New York lose.
Okay, so there you go. So it's in Minnesota's hands to get. It's their own destiny to win and get in the playoffs. So that's. I don't know. I said Dallas, Washington's biggest game. Maybe Green Bay Vikings are or close to it. So NFC, a lot of fun stuff there. I want to talk about the AFC tank. Texans will take on the Colts. And, Texans 12-3. A lot of people will say that's a soft 12-3 because they got blown out by the Patriots. They got blown out by the Packers. What do you think will happen this final week between the Texans and the Colts?
Yeah, that's actually a very good matchup. If I'm watching and if I have to pick a game, that might be the game that I'm picking to watch. That's going to be a very good game. You got young rookie quarterback Andrew Luck, who's led his team after the Chuck Pagano cancer. This has been a crazy season for the Colts. After going from being the worst team in the NFL last year, this is a very inspiring story, especially with the coach having cancer. And I really like the Colts, but I think Houston has the home field advantage wrapped up, though, haven't they?
No, they not exactly. If Houston loses, which they very well could to the Colts, and the Patriots win, Patriots have the tiebreaker since they beat them. And if Denver loses and the Patriots win, the Patriots have that tiebreaker. So the Patriots could either be a 1 or it could be a 3, depending on what happens in the weekend. So New England will be watching a lot of television on Sunday. I can tell you that right now.
Or they could actually be a 4 if Baltimore wins and New England loses because they lost to Baltimore.
Yeah, that's right. Baltimore has the tiebreaker. Great point. Is there? Wait a second. Hold on. I just want to. Again, it's so confusing, folks. But it's a lot of fun to kind of dissect this kind of stuff. But so one game you would watch if you only watch one game would be Texans versus the Colts.
That might be it. It's a tough decision. There's a few good games this week.
Right, that's right. So by the way, just to clarify, You're right. So if Baltimore wins, New England loses, right, they could fall to the 4. If they win and both the Texans and the Broncos lose, they could be the 1. So New England might have the most to gain or lose of the teams for sure making the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. Also, Foxborough is a very big home field advantage. I'd say a lot more than Baltimore, Cincinnati. Houston, I probably think is a very big is a team that wants home field advantage. Same with Denver. Denver has their mile high issues where opponents can't breathe there.
Right. Actually, I heard that was an excuse for Obama not doing so well in the debate. I think the first debate was in Denver, and they said he struggled. That's what I heard.
You know, everything now is the altitude.
Yeah, the excuse about that. All I would say is, I mean, if you're playing a playoff game worth millions of dollars, maybe take the flight 2 days earlier and not take the red flight. That's just my thinking. Tank, before we let you go, I want to get your pick for MVP. We have one game left. Adrian Peterson in the mix. You could say Tom Brady. You could say Peyton Manning. Who's your pick for MVP?
That's actually a tough one. I was actually not anticipating that question, even though I definitely should have.
I threw a curveball there, baby, even though this is football.
It's one of those questions that everyone reads about, but they're not very decisive in it.
Sorry?
It's one of those questions that everyone sort of thinks about, but they're not very decisive about it.
It's a pretty tough year because I'll tell you why. Even if Adrian Peterson gets 2,000 yards and they miss the postseason, it's hard to pick an MVP for a guy that misses the postseason. There's been guys. There's one guy who got 2,000 yards. His team missed the postseason for the Colts. Not the Colts, the Texans. Chris Johnson, and they did not give him the MVP. So if I feel like though the Vikings win, he's got to get it because without him, they're nothing. They're a 3-win team.
But they're in playoff contention either way.
So there's that argument too. So he could win it. Tank, could Peterson get it even if they don't make the playoffs?
That's a very tough decision. You know, you got to look at what every player has done for their team, and they would not be anywhere near where they are without Peterson. But you can say the same about most teams. About
Peyton Manning and Brady, yeah, I suppose.
About New England with Brady. About
if you want to go win plus, if you want to go what guy added wins to his team, you could throw Andrew Luck in there as well. He doesn't have the QB rating to win.
You
could throw RG3 too. If you just go win plus, what the team was before they got there. But I don't see any of them winning, and I think the three guys, Peyton Manning, Brady, or Peterson. And Brady's probably running third because the year he didn't play for the Patriots, Matt Castle took them to 11-5. That will always hurt him a little bit because the system's so good in New England and Belichick's so good. All right, Tank, but we got to get an answer for you. Who's the MVP?
Who's my MVP? I think I'm going to go with Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning. All right. Well, the Broncos 12 wins right now. And, we did mention them for the 1 seed. They could get the 1 seed. Obviously, if they win, they will have
look
13
at them right
wins.
Now. There are 10 wins in a row and everything. I just before we get off, I just want to clarify one thing. I'm not saying like earlier you kind of knocked my Josh Freeman comment. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying I think he's got potential to be in that top class. I think Russell Wilson has. There's a bunch of quarterbacks who have potential to make that class. Making a quarterback isn't an overnight process unless your name is Brady.
Yeah.
Rodgers, it took him a few years to get to the top level tier, and now he's the best out of all these quarterbacks. Drew Brees, look how long it took him to get up to the top. Well, you can't rule out guys. You can't even rule out Joe Flacco at this point.
Well, I'll tell you, the interesting thing with Aaron Rodgers, he was the understudy to some guy named Brett Favre, and at the end of the day, he's probably happy it worked out that way. He originally didn't like the idea of being drafted at 26 or 22nd where he was and not playing for 5 years, but it worked out good. Also worked out for a guy named Steve Young, who was an understudy to Joe Montana. So you're right. It's the way the nature of the quarterback. Quarterbacks tend to thrive in their 30s. Not their 20s, because it's such a mental position they have to learn and get experience. All right, Tank, we got to run, but thank you for being on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, and we look forward to having you on in the future. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Peace out.
Peace out. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Tank.
All right, I'm on Tank Sherby. We're going to stay here and not take a commercial break because we're going to dial up a very special guest. This is Israel Sports Radio. We like to have the local flavor as well, in addition to speaking about North American sports. We want to talk about the North American sport going on in Israel, and that, of course, is the IFL, which is taking place currently, of course, kind of in mid-season. I think got to the 5th game mark. Most teams have played 5 games. So we're going to dial up Dr. Keith Noble, who plays in the IFL, obviously, and it's great to, again, get different perspectives of guys playing the IFL. He's from the Ramat Hasharon Hammers, so we'll talk a little bit about that. Again, on the line right now from the Ramat Hasharon Hammers is Dr. Keith Noble. Dr. Noble, welcome to Lewis Live on Israel Sports Radio.
Thanks, Ari. It's good, pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. So much to talk with you. First of all, you're a doctor. Most doctors, they stay away from playing football, right? How did that work?
I tell you, man, you have these Americans running around in Israel. We grow up with football, the opportunity to kind of keep it going. I'm 34, get the opportunity to play in my mid-30s with the family, to see me, and really to share the game with locals here in Israel is really a privilege and a great opportunity. So I feel more blessed than anything.
Now, you have, again, quite the resume. You play college football at Capital University, varsity letter there, obviously. Now, and you walk on at Ohio State University. Tell us about that, because anytime someone walks on, it takes a lot of chutzpah, as they say, because you have to go on there and say, you were wrong for not recruiting me, and I'm going to show you what's going on. So tell us what inspired you to walk on at Ohio State.
Well, Ari, that's a great question. I was blessed in high school. I played at a very high level. I was a third-team All-American my senior year in high school, and I had a lot of Division I recruiting offers, especially in the Mid-American Conference. However, when you grow up and you grow up in Columbus, Ohio, where Ohio State is, there's really only one school. And so I didn't want to go to the other schools, and I waited to the last minute, and before I knew it, I wasn't able to get in any of those schools that was looking at me. So I played a year Division III football at Capital University, did real well there, and decided to transfer to Ohio State my sophomore year. And what you did was you just had to keep in shape, keep working on your skill set. And I had a lot of friends who played at Ohio State and played at other places, and so when it came time to try out, I did. We had to run 40-yard sprints. You had to do different, bench press, different agility drills, work coverage. I played defensive back, and I had the opportunity to play at Ohio State for a year and a half. It was one of the best experiences of my life.
While you were playing at Ohio State, did you ever envision yourself playing American football in Israel?
No. When I was at Ohio State, I was really enjoying it. I was on the practice squad, and I just enjoyed the experience, being able to run out of the horseshoe with over 105,000 streaming fans.
Yeah.
Being able to be a part of that level. I had no dreams of grandeur that I was going on to the NFL, which is perhaps why I decided to get my PhD. But I tell you, I worked at the U.S. Embassy, and throughout the diplomatic corps, everyone knows that Israel, there's a vibrant flag football culture here. So about a year and a half ago, when I was deciding, where I was going to bid for my next assignment, and I decided that Israel was a place I wanted to go, I knew that flag football was important. So, you do some research on the internet, you talk to people, and I found the website for the AFI. So I'm looking at, I live here in Herzliya. So I'm saying, well, maybe there's a team around here that you can get involved with. Flag football in America is, very popular, especially for us over the hill gang 30, 40-plus-year-olds. And when I went on the site, they had a link to this thing called the IFL. And I was like, what is this? And so I go on there, and you see people with helmets and shoulder pads and videos, and it was just a dream come true. And so I decided about a year and a half ago that I had to be a participant in the IFL, and I've enjoyed myself ever since I've been here in Israel.
This is so much fun to have you on, because there's a lot of not just football experience, live experience. You've been all over the world: Thailand, Nigeria, South Africa, Germany, Kenya. How does Israel compare? Israel's number one, right?
Israel is definitely number one.
All right, excellent. There we go. We're going to make that into a soundbite thing and run that as a commercial. What are those other countries? Because I'm not that well traveled. Growing up in the United States, I moved here to Israel. I've been here about 5 years. The other countries, I sometimes think we in Israel might complain about this, complain about that. I don't think we understand that there's some tough areas in the world, and there's very impoverished areas in the world. So, Thailand is, somewhat impoverished, I would say. What was that like, seeing that? And, just give us experience what it was like to travel around the world and what you saw.
Great question. I've been privileged. I think throughout my tenure with the State Department in professional studies, I've been to close to 35 different countries.
Wow.
Living in Thailand was very unique. I couldn't think of a culture that was more different than Western or American culture. A lot of the times, the people are not as upfront in terms of what people want, so you really have to get to know people, read body language, so on and so forth. But I wouldn't say that Thailand's impoverished. Bangkok has a lot of first world amenities. Electricity mostly runs. There's English cable television channels. You can get any kind of thing at the shopping market, so on and so forth. It's one of these what we call mid-tier countries where it's developing, so it has some first world amenities, but many parts of the country, especially in the north, in an area called the Isan and other places, still lack what we call modernity, still lack running water, electricity, and all these other things. So you get a little bit of the new world and the old world, and the more you travel, Ari, around the world, the more you see that as human beings, we all have more things in common than we thought.
Yeah.
So I love Thailand. It's a great place. Great with athletics as well. A lot of Thais love basketball. And so there's a lot of basketball leagues and those type of things to do in Thailand.
We're speaking with Dr. Keith Noble of the Ramata Sharon Hammers. And great point about we're really more in common. I think that people realize, as the saying goes, I saw a great picture with children smiling, laughing. It says laughter and smiles are in any language. It's in any place in the world, no matter where you come from. You actually, it's great to see sports, obviously, all over the world as well. But I always picture that. Everyone smiles in the same language. So great to hear. We have some questions coming in through our chat facility. Brandon from Beersheba wants to know, how do you feel about the matchup with Haifa? And, of course, Haifa has Kaufman as their QB. So give us your thoughts about this coming up matchup with the Haifa underdogs.
All right. I'm very excited about our upcoming matchup with Haifa. Haifa is obviously one of the founding members of the IFL. And they're from the film that I watched, they're a very tough team, especially on the offense and defensive line. I think what I've been told, they've had one of the best defensive line coaches, period, in the country. Their quarterback, I believe his last name was Kaufman, number 5. And the previous game that they had with the Kings, I believe he rushed for 185 yards, passed for about 120. So he has a real dual threat. And as a defensive back, I always want people throwing the ball, want to get opportunity to get interceptions. But the main thing for the Hammers defense is making sure that we maintain that outside contain. They like to do a lot of draws, a lot of sweeps where they'll pull the guard, left or right. And so for the focus of us is how do we keep Kaufman tied up so that our tackles can really make the play. We want to keep him in the pocket, if you will, keep him in the box and don't let him get outside where he can be dangerous. So overall, we're really excited about the opportunity to play a team like Haifa. The Hammers, I think the last 2 years, we've won 3 games. This year we're 4-0. And we're really trying to make a statement and really try to put a new brand of football here in the IFL. And so Haifa presents a very worthy opponent and presents us an opportunity to see if we can make that next step.
All right, so as you mentioned, 4-0, and we have another chat asking you, I know this kind of puts you on the spot, but how do you feel about your team's chances of going deep in the playoffs?
I feel very confident about my team's chances about going in the playoffs, and it has nothing to do to disparage the other teams. Well, one of the things I wanted to share with you is, with the Ramata Sharon Hammers, we're really trying to take a new concept when it comes to football here in Israel. It's not about recruiting, all the talent around the world and coming up with all these crazy plays. We're trying to build an organization from the ground up in terms of how do we train in the off season, how do we watch film, looking at the schemes that other teams put forth and how can we put together a superior offensive and defensive lineup, in addition to special teams. And the other thing is, we've been able to attract a lot of quality players. We really operate as a team. And so, everyone, we kind of focus in moving towards the same goal. And so looking at what we're doing schematically, especially on defense, one of the unique things that we do is we run a bump coverage. So we like to put our 2 cornerbacks on the line of scrimmage to deter the wide receivers from, getting into their positions. And that's been really effective the last 4 games we've played in the sense that this is a passing league. And so we can block wide receivers from getting in their routes for 3 to 4 seconds. That just gives our defensive line, which is really the heart of our defense, more opportunities to get those sacks or tackles for a loss. On the offensive side, we're really running a unique, everyone's trying to run the Oregon read offense, and we've really done well. We have a great quarterback in Jordan Curran, and we've had some good talent at the wide receiver and especially the tight end level. And so just, again, everyone executing and knowing from the schematic point, what is your goal? Every play on offense, we're not trying to get a touchdown. Now, I'd rather take 4 or 5 yards as opposed to throwing it deep 3 or 4 times and having all of them as incomplete. And so you really have to be disciplined and have to see, based on the talent that you're facing on the opposite team, what is your goal, yard by yard, drive by drive, so on and so forth. So to make a long story short, I feel very confident.
Well, and folks, if you're listening and wondering, wow, how does someone who plays have this breakdown down so well? Well, Dr. Keith Noble, in addition to playing, is the defensive coordinator. So tell us how that works when you're going to play with someone, but you're the coordinator. So you could say, I don't want to say boss if that's the right word, but you're in charge. You're the coordinator. How does that work when you're on the field and doing that position?
Well, I tell you, especially after this interview, we have a practice to run through, so it's almost, I feel like I have a full-time job with the State Department. My other full-time job is with the Hammers, so it's never ending. But I think that first and foremost, it has to be about trust. When we're in practice, when we watch a lot of film, either at my house or we have Facebook pages. We're constantly trying to build IQ. And so my guys have to trust that the scheme that we put in play or the substitutions we make, and we go over a lot of these things ahead of time. By the time we get to the game, we've already, figured out what is it we're trying to accomplish, what are the different plays we're going to run. It's really a matter of execution at that standpoint. From the player side, it is difficult because in my mind, as a coach, you want to see, well, how are your tackles playing? How is your linebacker helping with the sweeps? How are my cornerbacks working with the bump cover, so on and so on. But during the game itself, I really don't have time to do that because obviously I play safety. And so you're in the heat of the moment. So you really have to utilize other players on the team, other coaches, to get that line of sight information so that when I come off the sideline, I have a better understanding as a unit how we're doing.
Okay, so again, it's a little bit you see things on the outside, you see things in the inside, and we're getting another chat asking what your thoughts are. Of course, I think when the season started, I don't know how many people had the Hammers being 4-0, but you guys are doing very well. But the two teams that played in the title game last year, Tel Aviv Sabres, Tel Aviv Pioneers, and they're obviously going to be in competition for the championship this year as well. So we have a chat asking what are your thoughts about those two teams and how you plan on playing them.
All right. That's another good question. You got some really informative people on the chat line there.
There you go.
We had the advantage of playing the Pioneers in the preseason game. I think we beat them by 1 or 2 points. And the one thing I loved about the Pioneers, and if you love football, it's a physical game. One of the things that we're trying to do here with the Hammers and that I see with some of the other teams, people are still learning how to be physical. You get a lot of big guys, you get a lot of guys that are fast, but they don't know how to use that body. The same type of aggressiveness and motions that you're doing in, let's say, rugby don't necessarily transfer to American football. So people are still trying to figure out, how do I use this body? Pioneers obviously have good coaching, have good talent. I know Itai Ashkenazi, I think, is one of the coaches, players for that team. And so they're very aggressive. They have a very solid run game. From a passing side, I guess it will depend on whether or not Itai, will continue to play. But all around, they're a superior organization. And definitely, if I was a betting person, I would definitely be looking at them to make a deep run into the playoffs. The Tel Aviv dropped the Sabres. I'm good friends with one of their coaches, Mike Ross. I'm also good friends with Brandon McDougall. So, we kind of go back and forth all the time with them. They're probably the most talented team physically in the league. I mean, you look at the Zinker twins, you look at McDougall, you look at the quarterbacks, you look at Curran, one of the wide receivers. They just have talent everywhere. And so that's a team that you definitely want to spend a couple of weeks for, scouting them, looking for weaknesses either in the offense, the defense, and looking to see how do you build a scheme that's going to, one, match your strengths. You never want to play outside of yourself, but two, try to take advantage of weaknesses that you see here and there. So both are tough competition. And for teams like the Hammers that are trying to move from either the bottom tier, the mid-tier, to the upper echelons of the league, you really have to use them as the measuring sticks in moving forward. And so I'm very eager to play both them, both the Sabres and the Pioneers at the end of the year to see, where we're going to be situated when it comes to playoff time.
All right, now I don't want you to get in trouble with any of your running backs on your ball club, but you mentioned Brandon McDougall. He, of course, the big acquisition, if you will, of course, is not a trade or free agency, but he left Beersheba to go to Tel Aviv. And I want to know if you think Brandon McDougall is the best running back in the IFL.
I'm sure he's listening. I will say this, because I'm still learning a lot of the players. McDougal probably is the most explosive back. I mean, I went to the game that they had, I believe it was last week or the week before. They were playing Petatifa, and he just came back from surgery.
Right.
And Brandon is very quick. I mean, a lot of times you'll get guys in a 40-yard sprint. They'll run a 4.5 or 4.3 40, but it takes them a while to get going. Brandon's like a shotgun, so he can go from an I formation, or you spread him out in the background, and he has a great first step. And so for any teams playing him, you really got to get a helmet on him before he gets going. I'll say that the running back for Beersheba, he's also a solid running back that we play. I believe he had like 200-plus yards the week before he played him. Very physical, kind of ground and pound. So, I hate to be diplomatic here, maybe call it my training. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So if you're looking for like a Thurman Thomas back that can block and run and do a lot of those things, I think that, and forgive me, I forget the name of the Beersheba starting running back. I think that's the type. McDougal kind of reminds me of Javid Best for Detroit. Hopefully McDougal won't be as injured as him. There's just really a speed guy and will kill you if you give him an inch. And I think that for what the Sabres are trying to accomplish, looking at their offensive schemes, I think McDougal fits that team quite well.
Hey, Keith, do you ever find that your previous work at the embassy helps you when you're playing football as well?
Yeah, it does, because, football is, if you're playing football, right, it's an emotional game. And you get grown men, I'm in my mid-30s. We have some guys that are early 40s and these youngsters running around here. Emotions can flood. And so it's important to get people focused on what the goal. When it comes to Hammers, the goal is not the individual exploits. So I could care less about how many stats I had here or what did our quarterback go there. It's about what are we trying to accomplish as a team and how as a unit that we can move forward with our goals. And so just being able, to remind people of that, being a little older and having a football background has certainly helped me to help everyone kind of move forward and kind of dance to the same beat, if you will. So I do utilize it when I have to. So luckily we have, such quality guys on our team. It hasn't been something that has to come up all the time.
We're speaking in with Dr. Keith Noble, the remote to Sharon Hammers, and you mentioned Coach Mike of Tel Aviv. It's very interesting because there is that big segment of Americans who are in the military playing football here. Coach Mike actually told me that he's involved with the league as a mental health day because he has such a stressful job. He kind of needs to relax by being involved with football. And a lot of the Beersheba players are involved with the military. They actually, I was told, work for Coach Mike Ross, and you're obviously have a good relationship with him. But do you ever kind of hang out at some point and maybe trash talk regarding teams, or kind of joke, maybe not trash talk, but you guys are in such an important position. It is kind of nice to relax and talk about a football game. So does that ever go on between you and Coach Mike?
Yeah, I mean, we have a special relationship. Coach Mike and I, we both belong to the same collegiate fraternity. We're both, defensive focused. And, him and we have a lot of banter back and forth. His banter, kind of like, you got a hammer. You need to spend a couple of years before you think about challenging us. And I'm always
right.
with him. So like, hey, look out, old man. Before you know it, someone's going to surpass you. So it's a healthy banter. Obviously, I have a lot of respect
for
Coach Mike and the Sabres. I believe they're the only IFL team to win 2 championships.
Right.
And obviously, this year they have a very strong team. But one of the things that I share with him, and I'll share with you, Ari, and I share with the Hammers all the time. In all the events, athletic-wise, professional-wise, I've been involved in. One of the key components of success is that you really have to believe in yourself first. When I go to practice here, I lead this interview. One of the things I always talk with my guys about is, what are you doing to beat the man in front of you? Do you believe in your heart that you can do this? Because what happens is, teams like the Sabres and I think the Lions last year, they went undefeated. And so for a lot of the newer teams, like the Hammers are, you start to have this, kind of like monster in the rearview mirror, like, oh God, we're playing this big team or that great team. And so part of it is you got to have to believe in yourself, believe in what you're doing, trust your coaches, and look forward for the opportunity to play the games, because that gives you an opportunity to highlight to your opponent and highlight to the rest of the league just what level of play that you're at. And one of the things, I also think about is you only get 10 games a year.
Right.
And so you spend a whole year training and doing all this stuff. Like when I was in Thailand, I was working almost every other day trying to get in shape for this. And so my mentality is I care less who's on the other side of the ball. I know I have a game plan, and it's up to me to implement it. You want to put your will on the other person. And so, when Coach Mike and I get together, we talk about stuff like that. So, I'm a pretty confident guy, as you can see, and obviously, the Sabres and the other elite teams in the league, they feel great about their teams. And so we just, leave it on the field and see, what ends up winning in the end.
Keith, how do you manage to juggle so many different parts of your life, seeing that you have 2 kids? You also work with the embassy, with a lot of work there, and you've done that for several years, and a professional career in football as well. How do you manage all that?
I'd say, at first, this is going to sound like a plug, so forgive me, but my wife is listening. I couldn't do it without the support of my wife. My wife is really, without her, I couldn't do anything. And so she very much, understands that, me playing football is a sacrifice, but I just happen to be one of the lucky guys in the world who married a woman who loves football. We started dating back when Ohio State in 2002 won our national championship. And every game came down to the last minute.
Right.
And so at that moment, she fell in love with football, and we're big football fans ever since. So it was a little easy. It was a little easier to convince her that this, is a good thing. And plus, when it comes to balancing, you just have to make it a priority. So if you got a big conference coming up, or you got a big this, you kind of have to work to delegate some responsibilities when it comes to the team. And obviously this is, an amateur level event, so you can't put, football in front of family responsibilities and work responsibilities. But I find in most things, when something's a priority, you find a way of making it work out. You find a way of managing your business at home or at work to make practice, or managing work and practice stuff to make time for the family. So I spent the last, 3 or 4 days, really just hanging out, enjoying Christmas, enjoying being around my embassy and Israeli friends, and you just kind of have to there's a time and place for everything. And so a good balance, I think, is helpful. But for me, similar to what Coach Mike used to talk about, football is an outlet. It's a way to keep that competitive balance, and it's a way also to focus myself when I need a stress reliever. So far, so good.
All right, now you mentioned Ohio State. Of course, Ofri Becker, who's probably listening, he'll be on at 9 o'clock, and, he refs your games. You ever tease about Michigan there?
Pretty much. Ofri and I are friends on Facebook. I respect Ofri. He's done a great job with the league. But, let's be clear. The Ohio State University is the premier football program in the Midwest, and I would say probably north of the Mason-Dixon line.
Wow. So, there's a trash talk there.
Give it to Ofri about those Buckeyes. I won't miss that opportunity.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Ofri's definitely the biggest Michigan fan I've seen, maybe ever, but certainly in Israel. So, yeah, you got to tease him a little bit, but not right before a game he's going to ref, right? If he's reffing the game you guys are playing. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, a lot of guys say, Keith, watch it with Ofri. My attitude is, if we let the game come down to a ref decision, that as a coach and as a player, we're not doing our responsibility.
Oh, well said. See,
Ofri and
I like
know that it's in good banter, but, what people need to understand about, Ohio State, Michigan, this is arguably one of the greatest rivalries in sports,
yes.
Certainly in the football realm. And, being a loyal Ohioan, people understand it's when it comes to football and having participated in the game, it's not a healthy rivalry. It's hatred.
Right.
So, it literally, you could lose every game of the season, but if you beat Michigan, oh man, that's it. People will remember that season as beating Michigan. They won't remember the other 11 or 10 games that you lost. And so that's what makes rivalries good, is that they're aggressive. I remember in the 90s, you think about the rivalry the Knicks and the Heat used to have.
Yeah.
And hopefully that brings out the best in competition. Not the poor sportsmanship and those other things. But yes, Michigan is our arch nemesis, and as long as I'm here in Israel, Ofri's going to hear it from me every day.
I still remember the 2006 season, of course, when you guys were number one. Michigan was 2, right? They played. Winner was going to go to the title game, and it was talked about that this would be the most important Michigan-Ohio State game. A great game. Troy Smith won it for you guys, and won the Heisman Trophy, probably partly based on that victory. So it's one of the best rivalries in all sports, in my opinion. Before we let you go, I got to know who your team is in the NFL. I know if you talk about Ohio, Cincinnati just got in the postseason. I don't know if that's your team or not, but who are you rooting for in the NFL playoffs, which is coming up very shortly?
Growing up, I was a Bengals fan. Houday, Ickey Woods, the '80s, all those. But unfortunately, as a Bengals fan, I went through the '90s, 2000s, and everything else.
Right.
So I root for the Bengals, but I'm more of a college guy.
Okay.
And obviously, I'm a loyal Ohio State guy. But what I love about the NFL is I love seeing the execution of the game at the highest levels. It's a privilege seeing young talent like RG3, Andrew Luck, and these other guys do what they do at such a high level, that execution. So I just love watching football in general. So I do root for the Bengals, but I wouldn't be described as a true NFL guy. I'm more of a college guy. And I think that college football, at least in America, it's so much more intimate because you went to the school, you either played on the team or you went to school with the players, you have bands, you have family ties. I think the atmosphere around college football is more superior than NFL. So I'm more of a college guy myself.
There's
Not
something
that I'm excited for this bowl season since Ohio State has a one-year ban.
Right.
College football, I'm more of a college guy.
All right, let me fib a little bit. Let me ask you one more question since you mentioned college football. The title game, Alabama. Believe it or not, this might shock you. As I'm a Jewish guy and everything, but I'm a huge Notre Dame fan. I followed them for about 15 years through a lot of bad times. By the way, they've not won a title since '88. Any chance my Fighting Irish can beat the Crimson Tide?
Yes, there's a big chance. I remember 2002, Ohio State started the year ranked number 12, and people remember that Miami team was considered the one of the best teams ever. I think they'd won 34, 35 games in a row.
Yeah, the Ken Dorsey and McGahee.
Yeah. Kellen Winslow. You had
Audrey Johnson.
Gore was on that team, and a bunch of other guys.
Right.
And as a competitor, and I talk with my team, the Hammers, about this all the time. You hear for 5-6 weeks, because that's usually the length between the end of the season, whether or not you have a championship game and a national title game. You hear you can't win. That's impossible. Alabama could play pro teams, so on and so forth. And that, people understand football is a game of emotion as well as execution. And so you hear that. You hear it with your family. You hear it listening to Herb Street on ESPN, all these other things. By the time they come to the game, they're so sick and tired of hearing that they can't win that psychologically it does something, and they play at a higher level. And so I think on any given Saturday, just as any given Sunday, one of the keys to victory is who's going to want it more. And for Notre Dame, if I'm a Notre Dame fan, and I'll let you know that Manti Te'o is a family member of mine. So he's
oh wow,
through marriage, and I think that part of it comes down who wants it more. Who's going to be willing to leave their shoulder pads, their helmets, their arms and legs out on the field to make that tackle. And I think that this Notre Dame team, especially with the defense that they have, has that potential. Alabama lost, I believe, to Texas A&M. And so, they're not unbeatable. They're not a professional team. So it's a matter of, does Notre Dame put together a solid game and take advantage of whatever opportunities Alabama gives them? I think one of the great things, if you're looking to play Alabama, is that they don't run a spread, complex offense. It's more of a pro-style, I formation. So if you're Notre Dame, you know that you're going to have to win that line of scrimmage because that offensive line is superior. So I do think Notre Dame has a chance. I do think Alabama will be the likely victors, but if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I think that team is more than ready and more than capable of beating Alabama, but they're going to have to play a solid game.
Well, I'll tell you, that's great. You know what? I wish you could go to their locker room and motivate them because you motivate me, and now I believe it's a chance now. But again, I'll say it like this. Maybe it's not the best approach, but if they lose, you're talking about a team in Alabama that won 3 out of 4 titles. I don't want to lose, but I would say there's no shame in my team losing to the Crimson Tide. And but I still appreciate what he said, and hopefully somehow, some way, the Fighting Irish pull this off. It has been done in the past, obviously, as you mentioned, with Ohio State and Miami. This has been so much fun. We really appreciate the time. Good luck against Haifa, which is this Saturday night. And thank you so much for being on Louis Live and Israel Sports Radio. Good luck the rest of the way as well.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
Hey, Art, and to you, I really want to appreciate you letting me come on. I really appreciate what you do to raising awareness for the IFL here in Israel. And I just think that it's something for the rest of the country. I'm here for 3 years. I'm really looking forward to just raising awareness. I think that with what they're trying to do with the high school leagues and hopefully with enhanced marketing in the future, that the young boys here in Israel in high school level and other, they can understand and appreciate just how great of a game American football is. And avenues like yours are going to be responsible in the future for helping us get that message out. So thank you for what you do.
Oh, thank you very much. Very kind words. We might use that as a promo as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Noble. Appreciate that. And when Ofri comes on in a half hour, I'll tease him a little bit on your behalf.
Excellent. Have a good one, guys.
All right, be well. Dr. Keith Noble, the Ramata Sharon Hammers, defensive coordinator, punt returner, safety, does a little of everything. I'm sure he motivates the team as well. Great stuff. I'll tell you, Joe, I hope you're ready. We're not going to take a commercial again. We're going to go an hour and a half in a row here because it is 8:30, and it's that time of at least today's program to bring on Clary Carter. We're going to talk more NFL. This is just going to be an NFL-themed show because you have Week 17 coming up. You're going to have
playoffs are on.
Yeah, everything's going to be determined in a couple of days. It's just very, very exciting because you have so many different scenarios. You have teams that, as we talk, Patriots can go from anywhere from a 1 seed to a 4 seed. I can't remember the last time something like that has happened. It's usually at this point, at Week 16, you have the 1 seeds locked up, or at least in, most of the time. I mean, again, I'm a guy that's a historian, and I can't really remember anything like a team going from potentially 1 to a 4. You have Redskins or Cowboys. Most likely, the loser will be out. Again, it's technically possible the Redskins lose and the Vikings lose and the Bears lose and the Redskins get in. But I doubt that. So pretty much it's either you get a win in the division or be out of the playoffs. So that's another extreme. Seattle could go as high as a 2 seed or they could go as a 4 seed. So certainly a big difference as well. That Monday night game really going to come into effect.
Does it really matter where Seattle finishes? They're on such a roll at the moment.
Do you think they can win on the road? That's the real question. All right, we got a voicemail here. We might have to try again. If not, we will maybe perhaps go to commercial break after all. Yeah, Seattle 7-0 on the road. I mean at home. If they get the 2 seed, that is going to be very, very scary because they're basically in the NFC title game as far as I would say because you're looking at a team that just doesn't lose at home. Questfield, as discussed earlier by Tank, when they were 7-9, beat the defending Super Bowl champion Saints because that home field advantage is just that good. It's very loud and intense. All right, so we're having a little trouble getting in touch with Clary Carter. We'll try to get in touch with him and bring him on after this commercial break. So our thanks to Dr. Keith Noble of the Ramata Sharon Hammers. This is Louis Live on IsraelSportsRadio.com. And we'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
In the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed Frequent Flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Israel Sports Dynamics specializes in football consulting, equipment, uniforms, and more. Great brands such as Nike, Russell Athletics, Schutt Sports Products, and many more. Just one call away. With over 30 years coaching experience with university and professional athletes, Terry Hill, owner of ISD, can advise you for all your sports needs. Call 054-581-3248. That's 054-581-3248, or visit our website at www.isdisrael.com. If that's not easy enough, click on the ISD banner on the Israel Sports Radio website and be part of the game.
Are you tired of paying for expensive gym memberships that you don't use? Are you frustrated by not seeing results? It's time for the X1. Israel Gym Systems is proud to launch the X1 suspension and bodyweight training system. Lose weight, build muscle, improve balance, coordination, and flexibility. With your purchase of the X1, you'll receive a free membership to IsraelGym.com and access to our archives of videos and exercise plans. Sign up today at www.israelgym.com and get ready for the new you. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
Broadcasting live from Israel.
IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Back here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, our main man in the house, Joel Boss, is he's just kicking butt right now. He found all those statistics and inside information about the Seattle Seahawks and that shooting.
I'm just rolling with you, Ari. Just having a great time, man.
And also a great friend of mine just showed up as well, Joe Robbins. He's going to be on at 9 o'clock with us, 9 to 11, and we'll be interviewing, talk about football as more going along as well. Now, we're going to dial. We just got in touch with Clenari, so we're going to call him right now. And yes, we will discuss more NFL because it's just that time of the year. As we mentioned, Week 16 just left us, Week 17 upon us. We will determine who's going in the postseason, who will be out, and the seed as well. To help us do that, ISR Southern correspondent.
Israel Gym X1.
All right, Clenari, if you could turn off your radio, if you turn off your internet, because we're having a. Okay, 1 second here.
I thought we were just trying to pay some more of the bills.
Yeah, right. More sponsors, the better. Okay, actually, I think we have to settle now. ISR Southern correspondent Clenari Carter on the air. Clenari, how you doing out there?
Hey, good afternoon. Good evening, actually. How you guys doing?
Doing great. 8:30 p.m. out here in Israel, and on the East Coast, 1:30. You're our Southern correspondent, so I don't know where to begin exactly. We're going to talk just general NFL, but you're from Seattle, so Russell Wilson and company has an outside chance at the 2 seed if they win and the Niners lose to my Cardinals. Is there any chance in hell that will happen?
Yes. Yes, I think there's a great chance. If you look at the 49ers right now, not only did they lose in Seattle on Sunday night, but they came out with a lot of injuries. They're banged up. Justin Smith, he's not playing right now. Mario Manningham now out on IR for the season. And, there's a lot of different things going on. Terrell Brown, he's hurt right now. He came out limping. Vernon Davis, concussion. How is he going to be able to perform on Sunday? Will he be able to pass all of the testing? There's a lot going on with the 49ers. So there is a chance that, with all of those injuries and with all of those happenings going on, that the Arizona Cardinals could sneak out a victory on Sunday.
All right, what would that mean to you? Because the Seahawks, they did go to the Super Bowl 40. They've had a couple of good seasons, but this year there's something about them. 7-0 at home, and if they get the 2 seed, they will obviously have their first playoff game at home. So you're talking about a potential Super Bowl run. What is the feeling in Seattle right now about the Seahawks team?
Everybody's thinking right now it could be a Super Bowl year. Russell Wilson, very, very smart quarterback. During the first half of the season, they kind of limited him a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I should actually say a whole lot. They just wanted to actually rely on the running game and, let him kind of mature into the quarterback position. Well, in Chicago, there was an overtime situation between the Seahawks and the Chicago Bears, and Russell Wilson really took over that game in the fourth quarter and during overtime. And what happened was they kind of unleashed the beast a little bit. And Russell Wilson came out and was able to win that game. And Seattle hasn't looked back ever since. Ever since they beat Chicago, I believe right now they're on a 4-game winning streak. They're closing out the end of the year looking very good. And they're putting up points with the number 1 defense. So that's very impressive.
I think people forget about that because Russell Wilson's had such a good year, and Lynch as well. And Russell Wilson had that slow start, if you will. Had he not had that, I think he'd be a shoo-in for Rookie of the Year. Now, Clara, I'm joined right now by Joel Moss, and Joel has a couple of interesting questions for you as a gentleman who's from Seattle. Go ahead, Joel.
Well, we were just wondering, because we were speaking about it earlier, this whole thing to do with Honkgate and Jim Harbaugh, and apparently honking it at Seattle after they won. What's the deal with that?
Well, I believe that gave the Seattle Seahawks a bunch of motivation. What happened was Seattle went 49ers, and they lost 13-6 in that game. Seattle, it was their worst game. It was Russell Wilson's worst game, but for some reason they were able to still hang in there. And I think that, Jim Harbaugh, he's a funny coach. Him and Pete Carroll have a lot of history from USC and from Stanford and, college coaching and the Pac-10, which is now the Pac-12. And, Harbaugh kind of rubbed it in there a little bit. And he humped.
Well, he's denying that he did it.
And I think that kind of set off a nice blaze right there.
It's funny, right? As Joel mentioned, he denied he did it, but we all know Harbaugh, and we know he probably did do it because he's a child. He's a child at heart. He's a little kid. And he loves his attention.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a press conference to decide what starting quarterback he was going to use. Usually they just send out a little memo, but he had to have all the TV cameras on him. So he's an attention freak.
Yeah, and you know what? That came back to bite them, and it's coming back to bite them. This is not the same 49ers team. If you can get Kaepernick, if you can have like the good four, this is what I like about this Arizona Cardinals game coming up. They have a good front line, and they have a good secondary that can actually cover. And with those injuries, when teams play great defense like that, you can slow down Kaepernick. And he's still a rookie. And when I say rookie, I mean, I know this is his second year, but this is only like his, fifth game coming up or whatever. And that can actually, I mean, he's still a rookie, He hasn't got used to that being the starting quarterback, and you do not sense your starting quarterback, who had only lost 2 games and took you to the NFC Championship because he gets hurt. That was a bad move and karma,
I agree.
Yeah, it's starting to appear that way. Now, Joel did some research. I did not find about this until I came into the studio for the show, but I was going to ask you about an incident that happened, not sleepless in Seattle, but I think a lot of people won't be sleeping after this incident. Go ahead, Joel.
Well, it only came out a little while ago, and it's about a Seattle shooting where apparently there were a couple of Seahawks players at the bar where a man was killed over the weekend.
Yeah, it was actually in Bellevue, Washington, at a club out there. And what happened was there was a guy, and the guy who I'm not going to say his name, but a male, of course.
Right. Yeah, females don't do this stuff.
Showed up to the bar and started shooting. I guess he had a problem with a patron that was actually at the bar. But this guy who actually did the shooting is actually wanted in connection to a murder in 2008 or 2010, I believe. So there's some, it had nothing to do with the players. Thank God they're safe, and they came out, unhurt in that situation.
Okay, but there is no association with the players. There's anything like that. No foul play regarding any member of the Seattle Seahawks.
No foul play regarding any member of the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay. All right, so good to know there, and that's sort of cleared up. Now, we've talked about this a lot on this program with you on Facebook and so on, about Adrian Peterson being the MVP. He's going to have a tough time breaking Eric Dickerson's record. He needs 205 yards against the Packers. Any chance he does that? And there's also any chance that he slips up and doesn't reach the 2,000?
I believe there's a great opportunity there against the Green Bay Packers, especially with this being a game where if the Minnesota Vikings win, they're in the playoffs. So
right.
You have the playoffs on the line, and you have Eric Dickerson's record on the line. So I think this is going to be a tremendous game. They're playing against Green Bay. Green Bay is an NFC North rival. Not only that, but a couple of weeks ago, earlier in the season, Peterson actually exploded on Green Bay a couple of weeks back. And, I don't think there's a problem there because Green Bay doesn't have that good of a running defense. So, interesting game coming up.
It is also in addition to the Vikings, if they win, they're in. The Packers potentially could get the 2 seed, depending on how things shake up. If they win and the Niners lose and the Seahawks lose, the Packers will get in. Seattle does have that tiebreaker because of that Monday night game. But in any case, that whatever you want to call it. In any case, though, Green Bay doesn't have the tiebreaker, so they have a chance at a 2 seed or a chance at not, so they have something to play for as well. I don't think they'll be benching Aaron Rodgers this week for Flynn like they did last season for the backup quarterback. Let's go now to Washington and Dallas. This game is for the NFC East. Winner is in. Cowboys lose, they're out. If the Redskins lose, they're probably out because they would have to have both the Vikings and the Bears lose. That's not that likely. So what happens this week? The game is in Washington. Last time Washington beat Dallas on their home turf on Thanksgiving. What happens this week?
It's going to happen again.
Wow.
Washington, RG3. I'm going with RG3 in this one. Not only that, but this is going to actually set up a very interesting matchup in the first round if this happens. If you could be looking at RG3 versus Russell Wilson in the NFC wild card.
Wow.
And that's going to be very interesting. So that's something that I'm rooting for RG3 because I really want to see that matchup.
All right. Now, I asked this earlier on the program. I ask you this as well. Jason Garrett, coach of the Cowboys, is he out if the Cowboys lose this weekend?
Wow. I think they're going to lose anyway.
Right.
So, yeah, I think there's a greater chance with him not being there that the Cowboys will actually lose that game. Yeah, most definitely. Anytime, just look at the New Orleans Saints. You take away a head coach. People don't look at it too deeply, but if you take away a head coach, it's like taking away the quarterback of the team in some instances, and I think that would actually hurt Dallas as well.
All right, so, Jerry Jones wants to win right now. I don't know how many years he has left on this planet, which might not be a bad thing. No, I'm just teasing, Jerry, if you're listening. But I think he wants to win now. He's not won a playoff game, I don't know when. It's been a long, long time. So he definitely 2006 or something like that, or so, I don't know when exactly, but it's been a long time, too long for Jerry Jones. All right, now, the forgotten team, it seems like time and time again this season, when you talk about Super Bowl contenders, you're usually saying Patriots, Broncos, Niners, Packers, some say the Giants. Falcons, again, not being mentioned, 13-2, number one seed. Just lately, they destroyed the Giants 34-0. So why is this team not being respected?
Because it seems like every single time, no matter who they play, that team is always on the downstroke. And when I say that, is like they beat the Denver Broncos earlier, and that game you cannot say that the Denver Broncos were at the top of their game. Peyton Manning had just signed.
Right.
So you look at games like that and you go, okay, well, but they played Philadelphia. Well, Philadelphia is not the same team this year. Well, they played Detroit. Detroit's 4-11.
Right.
The Giants, they just lost their last two. So it's not like they're playing teams at the time when the other team is peaking. So therefore, there's still always going to be that knock there. Well, yeah, you're supposed to do great during the season. You guys always have a good record, but when you get to the playoffs, you fold. And we have yet to have a marquee game this season where we look at it and we go, okay, this is a good matchup.
Huh. That's an interesting point. Yeah, if you look at it, I guess that's why they're not getting a lot of respect is because the other team's on the downswing. If you look, though, their two losses, you have one against New Orleans. New Orleans seemed to have the Saints' number the last couple of seasons. That's a little bit forgivable. And Carolina, I just think they forgot to show up. I think it was a trap game because they just beat New Orleans. So I still, again, I know they don't have the playoff resume, but I'm not, if my team was in there, I wouldn't want to be playing the Falcons in the postseason.
Well, that New Orleans game, that's very interesting. If you remember, New Orleans was actually on the upswing. Not
right.
We're used to upswing and downswing.
That's right.
The Saints were actually peaking, and it looked like they might have been able to come make a run. At the same time, the Falcons were doing good. The Falcons lose that game. So when you look at it, it's like, can they beat a hot team? If Seattle walks into the Georgia Dome, who's going to win that game?
You figure right now it'd be Seattle.
Yeah, if
that's the feeling.
And the Redskins come in with a 6-game winning streak against the Falcons, who's going to win that game? So it's like we need to see that.
Yeah, it's the team, and that's actually, again, I'm somewhat confused about the whole first-round bye. Sometimes I feel it's necessary. Sometimes I feel like it goes against the team because if you have a red-hot team that then wins their first playoff game and then is going to go on the road to play the Falcons, they just are on such a rhythm, it could be detrimental to have that skip week. But for an older team, it's certainly an advantage. Now, going to the Falcons, Matty Ice, very good season, not going to make 5,000 yards, but could go to 4,600. Michael Turner only has 782 yards, so it's just because the Falcons go to Tony Gonzalez, go to Roddy White, and they just don't use Turner as much. What is your opinion for it?
So many weapons on this team. Julio Jones. You have even Rodgers coming out of the backfield. And then you have Jason Snelling. It's almost for any type of yardage. If they need a 5-yard play, they have it. If they need a 10-yard play, they have it. If they need a 15-yard play, they have it. And they have so many weapons that they could use to their disposal that, hey, Michael Turner is getting a little bit older, but let's also cut some weight here. Let's also keep him healthy and fresh because we know that he is a little bit older, so therefore we're going to rely more on our passing game. And Matt Ryan has done a great job with that.
All right, so that's a good explanation, and any running back on the Falcons, I think, would have some numbers a bit down on there. So no offense to Michael Turner. I actually think Michael Turner is an excellent running back, and I think the Falcons are going to have to use him in certain slot situations to have any chance really to move on in the postseason. All right, so another thing I want to discuss is the Broncos because they were 8-8 last season. They go to the playoffs to get a playoff win, add Peyton Manning, and they have an outside chance at the 1 seed if they win and the Texans lose. So Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl, obviously he's got a great chance, but are they the favorites in the AFC?
In my opinion, right now, you have to. And, I'm a big Tom Brady guy, too, as well. But you have to put the Denver Broncos with their defense because they have a good defense along with that offense and say that they are the favorite right now. And the reason why I would say that is because the Houston Texans, it seems like whenever they have a bad game, whenever they have a big game, they seem to fold, and I don't quite trust them. New England, very, very good team. The question is, will they have home field? When they have home field, then they usually make it to the Super Bowl. If they don't, they usually lose out on the road in the playoffs. So that's another key thing as well is will New England have home field? And right now, Denver 12-3, New England 11-4.
That's right.
And all they have to do is take care of their own business, and they will actually be they should be favored.
Yeah, if they win, they're an automatic 2 seed, a potential 1 again if the Texans lose because the Texans have the tiebreak. Now, a big game, speaking of the Texans, they'll be playing the Colts. So the Colts, 10-5. If they lose and the Bengals win, I believe the Bengals jump to the 5 seed. So the Colts would like to win and stay out of being the 6 seed. It's kind of scary to think with the AFC to have 10 wins and be a 6 seed, but it's that type of season. So what do you think happens? Again, the Texans seem to have trouble showing up to a lot of big games, even though they beat the Broncos. What happens when Andrew Luck and company will take on the Texans defense?
I think Indianapolis wants this game coming up. It's a division game. And whenever you talk about division rivals, man, anything can happen, And I think for Andrew Luck, they need this game. This right here will be a stamp game more for Indiana. More for the Colts than it would be for the Texans. So when I look at it from that standpoint, I think the Colts actually have a good shot winning on Sunday. And like I said, it's a bigger game for the Colts.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that for a lot of reasons, even beyond the season, as you were talking about, because if the Colts win and the Broncos lose, the Colts fans can say to themselves, you know what, we were 1 win away from the number 1 seed. Now, obviously, they, will be a 5 seed, but they'll say we have, 1 win away. Last season, we had 2 wins. We jumped up 9 wins, and everything is clicking. They're playing for Coach Pagano, and you kind of go on and on about what Andrew Luck is doing. And they're going to be a team that the NFL will have to deal with for a few years now.
Yes. Actually, the Colts, all 3 of these rookies quarterbacks, I think we're seeing a shift in the NFL right now with these 3 guys. The NFL is in good hands with Luck, of course. And the Colts, I expect them to be around for quite some time, about next 5 to 10 years. They are going to have their chances, and he might mirror exactly what Peyton Manning did, which is a little scary.
Yeah.
Because Peyton Manning, his rookie year wasn't like this.
That's right. People forget that, yeah. Peyton Manning had more interceptions than touchdowns. I think he had 25 interceptions. So Luck right now is the better rookie than Peyton Manning. And Reggie Wayne seems to be playing better with Andrew Luck than Peyton Manning.
Amazing.
Yeah, who would have thought that?
Amazing.
And usually wide receivers go down as they get older. So, Reggie Wayne, I would say, age-wise is past his prime. But the fact he's playing so well really is a testament to Andrew Luck. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, this is a quarterback's league. There's only 5 or 6 stars out there, but if you have them, you can ride them 10, 15 years. So exciting stuff for the Colts. All right, Clark, before we let you go, I asked this question earlier in the show. I'm going to ask it a few times. If Adrian Peterson gets to 2,000 yards, but the Vikings miss the postseason, is he still the NFL MVP?
No.
Wow. Wow, okay.
Wow.
All right.
Peyton Manning.
You heard it. It's Peyton Manning. So big stuff on the line in the game with the Vikings and the Packers. MVP, 2,000 yards, a 2 seed in the playoffs. So that probably is the game to watch this week. Kalari, great stuff as always. Appreciate your time here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, and we will be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Claw.
Thank you. Salute. Thank you.
All right, be well. All right, that was ISR Southern correspondent Kalari Carter talking a little national football in general as Week 17 is upon us. A couple of reminders before we go to commercial break. As I mentioned with Dr. Keith Noble, there's a big game this weekend on Saturday night in Haifa as the Haifa Underdogs will host the Ramat Sharon Hammers. And Ramat Sharon Hammers undefeated at this point, so that's a big ball game. Again, that is Motzei Shabbat. If you're in the area of Haifa, go ahead and check out that game. Now, there is a game tomorrow. This is Rebels versus the Troopers, so that will be at 9 p.m. if you're out in Petah Tikva. Check that game out. And then December 28th, which is this Friday at Tel Aviv University, Silverbacks take on the Pioneers. Pioneers one possession away from winning the title last season, so definitely a game you want to check out. And we'll get more details later on in the program, but this Sunday night, Rishon LeZion will be playing on Israel Sports Radio at 7:30 p.m. Broadcast brought to you by Raphael Geller and Sports 5's Nitzan Farrar, and Joe Moss will be heading out there as well to help out the broadcasting team.
Hell yeah.
It's going to be a good stuff. Also a reminder to check out the Israel Sports Radio store. Great items such as T-shirts, hats, books, and a lot more. And yarmulkes with your favorite sports team on them. Price does include shipping, and we do ship throughout the world. So check out the store tab on Israel Sports Radio. Thanks to all our fans listening to us on TuneIn and Wonder Radio. We're going to take a commercial break, and before we do, thanks to Joe Moss for joining us for a couple hours, and we certainly appreciate it.
Oh, the pleasure was all mine. I'm sure you'll keep it going for another few hours tonight, man.
Yes, we will, because Joe Robbins is about to come on for another 2 hours and join us. We're swapping and coast like tag team wrestling.
It's awesome. Just keep the good times rolling, I say.
There you go. And yes, we will talk more NFL. We're here till 12:30 tonight, and a lot of it's going to be NFL. And if you don't like NFL, there's something wrong with you. So, go see a doctor.
Time.
Yeah. If you don't like this, you need to get some help. All right, this is Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed frequent flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Israel Sports Dynamics specializes in football consulting, equipment, uniforms, and more. Great brands such as Nike, Russell Athletics, Schutt Sports Products, and many more. Just one call away. With over 30 years coaching experience with university and professional athletes, Terry Hill, owner of ISD, can advise you for all your sports needs. Call 054-581-3248. That's 054-581-3248, or visit our website at www.isdisrael.com. If that's not easy enough, click on the ISD banner on the Israel Sports Radio website and be part of the game.
Are you tired of paying for expensive gym memberships that you don't use? Are you frustrated by not seeing results? It's time for the X1. Israel Gym Systems is proud to launch the X1 suspension and bodyweight training system. Lose weight, build muscle, improve balance, coordination, and flexibility. With your purchase of the X1, you'll receive a free membership to IsraelGym.com and access to our archives of videos and exercise plans. Sign up today at www.israelgym.com and get ready for the new you. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
Broadcasting live from Israel.
IsraelSportsRadio.com.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed Frequent Flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Back here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, and our thanks to all our great guests that came on the first 2 hours. We start off with A. Katzman, who's a political man, but he is a Seahawks fan as well, so great to talk with Mr. Katzman. Then we moved on to Amron Take Sherby, who he has some interesting thoughts, but at the end of the day, thanks to Adrian Peterson, is going to get over 2,000 yards and be just shy of Eric Dickerson's record. 8 p.m. we had Dr. Keith Noble, the Ramat HaSharon Hammers, who works in the embassy for the United States and has been in Israel for about 3 years, but has traveled all over the world. And we just had Clanari Carter on, who says Adrian Peterson is not the MVP if the Vikings don't get to the postseason, even if he gets 2,000 yards. But it's my proud pleasure and privilege to be joined in studio by a great friend of mine from OMG Poetry, the founder and creator, Joseph Robbins. Joe, how you doing?
I'm good, Ari. Thanks. Great to be in studio.
Yeah, it's fun because Joe has been on the show so often via telephone, and he was on with us at the very beginning with the Jeremy Last show, The Last Word. He was a contributor there, as he used to write for the Jerusalem Post when you were in Israel.
Yeah, and it's been too long since I've been here, and I've been able to be with Louis Live from, I think, California, Nevada, New York, all over the U.S., so great to be here from Jerusalem.
And Joe was on the Louis Live in a different format a long, long time ago.
Definitely.
But things have changed. We've gone from Green Dumb and Pink Cookie to Pete Rose and Roy Jones. You like this version better, or do you like the other one?
The other one was classic, but this is pretty great.
Good stuff. And Cody, if you're listening, we still miss you, and we still love you, of course. So Joe's going to be with us until 11 o'clock. You're welcome to stay longer, by the way, if you want. I mean, I don't know what your schedule is, but either way, it's cool. He'll be here at least till 11. I'll say it that way. And we'll talk, again, a lot of general sports. We're going to have Andy Gershman coming on in about an hour, Jim Williams, and we'll have the voice of Baltimore sports, Deep Voice Brian, joining us as well. But coming on the phone, on the line right now, a big Michigan fan, as we'll tease in a few seconds, the father of the Football League in Israel, the father of the IFL, Ofri Becker. The trophy is named after him, and one of these great teams out of 11 teams in the IFL will be claiming the Ofri Becker trophy. It'll be great to talk to Ofri as soon as he picks up his telephone, and if he doesn't, we'll try him again. But Joe, you have I saw just the book here in the green room. Is that's your poetry book?
Yeah, so that's my debut collection of poetry. One Man Gang is the title poem and the title of the book. And it came out almost a year ago in January, and it's great to be here in Israel, able to perform and carry around the book, introduce it to Israel.
Now, it's interesting because, as I mentioned, you were the founder of OMG Poetry. How did that begin? How did you go about starting that, the poetry, your poetry group?
It actually started here in Israel. I've been writing for years, but I hadn't performed at all, and I had a meeting here in Israel with a close friend, Alon Benjamin, and he's a poet out in Berkeley, California, and I was finishing up my year in Israel back in 2009, and he said, when you get to New York, you have to perform. He made me promise I would start performing, and so I started at one of the poetry clubs in New York, the New Eurekan Poets Cafe, and everything took off from there, and over the past 3 years, it's been pretty phenomenal. New York is the best place for poetry, like so many things.
Yeah, it's true.
And,
New York has got everything.
Yeah, went from there.
You know, and also Joe has a great poem about Hanukkah. It's on YouTube on Israel Sports Radio, so definitely just type in Israel Sports Radio, Joe Robbins. That will come out. Everyone should listen to that poem. On the line right now, I believe we have the father of the IFL, Ofri Becker. Ofri, can you hear us? Ofri. All right, we're going to have a substitution right now. Just hold on very shortly. Roy Freeman, if you're listening, you're about to come on. We're ready or not, here we come. Roy, of course, involved with the IFL as well, and he's been on me about, different playoff scenarios about what could happen. So we're going to get in touch with Roy, and I appreciate that Roy has been listening to this program. It's kind of like, part of the interruption. At the end, they have Stat Boy that says all the mistakes. Like Roy's been doing that for me this program. But I wouldn't call Roy Stat Boy. On the line right now from the IFL, Roy Freeman. Yes. Hello, can I speak to Roy? All right, live radio. We'll take a commercial break and try to sort this out. Joe, welcome to the program. This is Lewis live on Israel Sports Radio.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed frequent flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Israel Sports Dynamics specializes in football consulting, equipment, uniforms, and more. Great brands such as Nike, Russell Athletics, Schutt Sports Products, and many more. Just one call away. With over 30 years coaching experience with university and professional athletes, Terry Hill, owner of ISD, can advise you for all your sports needs. Call 054-581-3248. That's 054-581-3248, or visit our website at www.isdisrael.com. If that's not easy enough, click on the ISD banner on the Israel Sports Radio website and be part of the game.
Are you tired of paying for expensive gym memberships that you don't use? Are you frustrated by not seeing results? It's time for the X1. Israel Gym Systems is proud to launch the X1 suspension and bodyweight training system. Lose weight, build muscle, improve balance, coordination, and flexibility. With your purchase of the X1, you'll receive a free membership to IsraelGym.com and access to our archives of videos and exercise plans. Sign up today at www.israelgym.com and get ready for the new you. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
Broadcasting live from Israel.
IsraelSportsRadio.com.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed Frequent Flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
All right, back here on Louis Live. That's why they call it live radio, folks. That's why it's called Louis Live. And on the line right now, the father of the IFL, well worth the wait, Ofri Becker. Ofri, how you doing out there?
Good, good. How are you? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great, crystal clear, as they like to say. And before we continue about the IFL or anything else, you know, Keith Noble gave a little bit of a tease in there. He's a big Ohio State fan. So what do you have to say to that? Of course, his Buckeyes a little bit better than your Wolverines. So what are your?
But to what ball game are they going?
Well,
what bowl game are they going?
I don't know. Is it not a good bowl game?
No, they're not going to.
Oh, right. That's right, because they're suspended. That's a good comeback. That's a very good comeback. Ofri, you're joined here by Joe Robbins, who's in studio with us as well. And, you know, I always like you to tell the story because you're the father of the IFL. And if you could explain to Joe kind of how that all began. Also, we have new listeners, so I think it's just a great story.
Well, I did play some football when I was in my bachelor's degree studies in the Technion in Haifa. We had some course that we're just playing tackle football for 1 hour a week or something like that. And then I moved, when I finished my studies in the Technion, I moved to the center of Israel. There was, of course, no football or nothing. And by a chance, I just got to advertise on Middle East television. The ones that are doing a lot of NFL, as everybody knows. I just sent them an email requesting, if you'd be nice and put my phone number on when you broadcast your football, and say that anybody that wants to play American football in Israel should call me. I didn't believe they would do it, but they did. And then, like every broadcast, I would get 10 or 15 more people calling me that they want to play American football in Israel. I suddenly began to understand that there's a lot of people that want to play. And so I started making a lot of lists and everything. And then I gathered everybody on a Friday in Tel Aviv in the Sport Tech, and we started playing tackle football, no shoulder pads, no helmets, just on grass. I brought some things, some plastics to sign to mark the field. Anybody that had a ball brought a ball, and we started playing every Friday. That ran on for a few years, on and off in the summer, etc. But it ran, and then that was in 1999. And then, like after a few years, Haifa started playing also in some center with Ben Friedman doing it. In 2004, 2005, we realized that we have enough people to organize a preliminary league. So we decided that we're going to do it. We bought jerseys and pants, no shoulder pads, no helmets yet. And in 2005, we made the first schedule. And then I donated the trophy to the IFL. We made up a 3-team league: Tel Aviv Pioneers, Tel Aviv Sabres, and Haifa Underdogs. These were the 3 first pioneering teams in Israeli football. We made a whole season with those 3 teams playing each other 3 times each. And then the Pioneers in Haifa reached the first prehistoric, I call it, Israel Bowl, in which I was refereeing, of course. I had to organize all the refereeing in the league at that time, and we did it. That was the first season, in fact, the first prehistoric season. And then later on, the rest is history. We joined the AFI. We bought the shoulder pads, the helmets, and everything, and we made up a full year league, which is now already in its 6th year with 11 teams. It's a great thing.
It's great. What a great accomplishment that in about 5 or 6 years, you go from 3 teams to 11 teams. It's really kicking well. And we'll talk a little bit more about the IFL in the segment. But Joe Robbins, my good friend's in studio with me, has a couple of questions about Michigan. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Ofer, I was just wondering, big game coming up, Michigan in the Outback Bowl against South Carolina. So for all the college football fans back home, I know I'll be watching it here during the middle of the night. But for everyone back in America watching, we're just wondering what your thoughts are on the game, Michigan's chances against number 10 South Carolina from the Southeastern Conference.
Okay, first of all, it's a very good game. I'm really happy that we got such a good opponent in this game. I think it's going to be a chance for Michigan to show whether it was for real or not this season, because Michigan was kind of unlucky this season, going on the road trips to meet Alabama, Notre Dame, and Ohio State, all of which together have, I think, 1 loss altogether. So, and they lost, of course. Michigan lost to all 3 of them, to Notre Dame and Ohio State in close games, to Alabama. I was there in Texas in the beginning of the season. It was a blowout. But in all other games, well, take aside Nebraska, where Denard Robinson was injured, and we lost. But all other games were very convincingly played, and Michigan beat all of its other opponents very convincingly, usually. I think Michigan is for real, and I think that the duo that we have now with Gardner either at quarterback or wide receiver, and Robinson playing either quarterback or running back, and confusing the defenses like that, and with all the offensive elements and tools that Michigan has, I think Michigan is for real, and it can show it in this game. I do think that Steve Spurrier is a very good coach on the other side, and they have a very good team over there. We may be a bit, I don't want to call it lucky, but maybe get a break because Lattimore is not playing, as I understand. So, and we have Fitz Toussaint, who is out as well, but I think Michigan has more offensive instruments than South Carolina. It's going to be interesting to see how our defense is going to meet their offense. I think we have very good chances to win that game, really.
Yeah, you mentioned Marcus Lattimore being out. He suffered the horrific knee injury that went viral, unfortunately, the video. But so we want to send the best out to Marcus Lattimore, like so many other athletes and sports stations have done. Yeah, you mentioned Lattimore and also the game against Alabama. Not to harp on that, obviously Alabama, the number 2 team in the country now, according to the standings. Many people feel like they should be number 1 over Notre Dame. And one of the big things that Alabama has that Notre Dame and the other teams don't is the Southeastern Conference speed, which is considered to be the best in college football. Any thoughts on how Michigan can combat that speed that South Carolina will be bringing on both sides of the football?
Well, Michigan's game against the pass, Michigan's game was the best in the nation this year, allowing very few completion percentage and yards. And against the run, Michigan was solid. Like I said, with Lattimore out, and South Carolina doesn't have a running quarterback, but I think Michigan can play solid against their offense. I don't know exactly how it's going to develop, of course, but I think Michigan should fight on defense, and it has good defense talent. It has a lot of experience over there right now, and we showed a good D in most games this year. So I really do believe that Michigan can and should be able to win this game. So we'll see about that. As for Alabama and Notre Dame, I saw Alabama a lot of times this season. They look to me, and I don't know what happened against Texas A&M exactly, but I think that they are a super team, super college team. And Notre Dame has a very good defense, of course. Manti Te'o is an excellent player, and their defense showed a lot of strong games this year, also against Michigan. But still, as someone that watched both the games against Notre Dame and against Alabama in the stadium, I feel that Alabama is a stronger team today. Ari, I'm sorry, but my feeling is that it's going to be a very long afternoon for Notre Dame against the Alabama Crimson Tide on the national championship game. If you ask me, my guess it's going to be like a 20 to 30 point deficit for Alabama.
Ouch. Well, don't tell me what you really think. I'll tell you. But I was telling a friend of mine, I said, look, either Notre Dame makes it close or they're going to lose by 2 or 3 touchdowns. I just kind of feel that's the way it's going to go. You mentioned Darrell Robinson and 3 years at Michigan, great 3 years, that great game against My Fighting Irish where he had 502 total offensive yards. What's going to happen as he said for sure if he's coming back for a senior season or not? And if he's going to the NFL, where do you see him going in the NFL draft?
I think Denard Robinson has finished his senior season, in fact.
Oh, I apologize. Right. He was, yes, I apologize about that. So where do you think he's going in the NFL?
It's a tricky question because nobody is sure that he's going to be QB in the NFL. He has so much talent. He's so versatile. He can run. He can also even get passes. He can make even defense, in my opinion. Some people are talking about him as a potential cornerback. And that's going to be a surprise maybe, but he's such a good athlete. I think he can play a lot of positions. What I really think they're going to do with him, I think the first team that is going to draft him will think of him as a running back with a QB potential. Because he's a runner. First of all, he's a runner. The guy looks for daylight, and he's the best in that, and he's very quick. His speed is phenomenal. And catch me if you can when he does that. When he opens his backfire, nobody catches him on field. Against NFL defenses, it's going to be much tougher, of course. And when he's going to be positioned as a running back, he's going to be expected to run. So it's different than the quarterback that surprises you with his run. I think the teams will think of him mostly as a runner with a potential to be QB in the NFL. I'm not sure they will draft him as a QB at the beginning. That means the team that will take him, not as a rookie, he will play quarterback. Maybe in his second or third year, maybe in his first year, he will get some snaps here and there when needed, like to replace, to back up a quarterback or something like that. That could be interesting. But I think it'll take him like 2 or 3 seasons to start leading a team in the NFL, if ever. Who will take him? I think he's a potential to be drafted very high. I'm not sure who will really take him because he has a lot of features that many teams can say that they need. I mean, in his running, in his reading the field and being able to make decisions, and even maybe as a defender, like I said. So I really can't guess who's going to take him.
You know, I think, Ofri, the key is, do the NFL teams look at him as Tim Tebow or RG3? Because they look at him as Tim Tebow, he's not going to go that far. They're going to be a little scared to deal with that type of running quarterback. But if they look at him as RG3, they're going to want him. And as I mentioned, this is before on the show, this is a quarterback's league. You have to have one of the top 6, 7 guys to have any chance of winning the Super Bowl. So do you see him as more RG3 or Tim Tebow?
He's not either, in my opinion. I mean, he's Denard Robinson. He's so special. He's so unique. I don't think I remember any quarterback really like him. When he wants to pass the ball, then he looks around, he runs away, and then suddenly he's all the time looking also for the hole for running. I saw him again in the game against Alabama in the first game of the season. It looked like, well, he didn't run at all in that game, maybe once or twice for some 15 yards or something like that. That's not the Denard Robinson you want to see. It looked like a lion in a cage. Like somebody told him, today you're not going to run. And it wasn't his game. He was not natural in that scheme. And that guy is a runner. He looks for the holes. He looks for the daylight to open, and then he opens his backfire and he starts running. And he's not a typical QB. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's not a Tim Tebow, and he's not an RG3. He's something a little different, I think.
All right, now last question before we let you go. The IFL, as I mentioned, at 11 teams. You're the father of the IFL, so how would you rank its progress, not just the past 5 or 6 years, but in particular this season? There's an expansion team and a couple of younger teams, and it looks like things are going to a higher level, but want to get your thoughts on where the league is going.
Well, first of all, let's not forget, in this summer we had a lot of debates going within the league and all kinds of movements that were made by the league team management and the board and AFI and everything. Everything was a little shaken up. Things took a direction towards the beginning of the season. I think we all kind of matured a little bit more from all that and understood that making a football league and uniting organizations and so on is always not a simple procedure, and there's all kinds of vectors, pulling and pushing to all kinds of directions. I think at the end of the day, I think it made good for the IFL because we now understand each other a little better. I think we moved another step forward in adding another team, in understanding better how to manage such an organization which is growing and gets more and more complicated as it grows. I can see a few teams that have made a step forward, but also a few teams that probably kind of made maybe a half step backwards. I can mention, of course, names of teams like okay, I hope I'm not making anybody angry, but I think like the Lions, the Rebels took like a half step backwards maybe from their strength in previous years. I think the Sabres, Pioneers, the Hammers have gone a step forward for sure.
Yeah.
Beersheva, I don't know. I mean, they're kind of unstable this year. On one game, they beat the Rebels. On the other games, they are smashed by the Hammers and the Sabres. But still, they look okay. I mean, the new teams from last year for sure have made one step forward and understood the game better, but still are struggling. It's becoming more and more interesting always as you see more and more teams play each other, and we still have a lot of blowouts, which is kind of probably not really good for the league, not really good for selling it out to the audience or the public. But that's football. In college football, it happens all the time. So we're not the only ones in the world that have it. And it hurts when a team loses 92-8. That hurts. But okay, that's the Israeli scenario right now. 11 teams. That's a lot of teams. I mean, I think rugby, for example, in Israel, which is existing already for tens of years, I think from Israel's establishment, maybe because it was a British mandate thing that rugby came into Israel. And they never got over like 10 teams, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So having 11 teams already and another youth or high school league that we have, this is a very, very fast development. And we're still all the time running after it with, recruiting officials and organizing the league again and again. And I think our commissioner and the board are, even though there's a lot of controversies and a lot of thoughts of what is right and what is wrong, I think all of the people together are doing a wonderful job in, selling the enthusiasm of the game to everybody and doing everything out of the love for football that we all have. And that's the power that is going to leave and is going to push the IFL forward in the next years. And that's always what it's going to be.
Well said, and that's certainly what we hope for, that there's more competition. We don't see 92-8 type of scores. But in any case, I think things will improve as time goes on. Ofri, thank you so much for being on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, and I will see you on the field.
Thank you. You're doing an excellent job, Ari, in doing that as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Take care. And again, we will see you soon. Happy holidays. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
All right, that was the father of the IFL and Michigan fan, Ofri Becker, who had, that great comeback. Well, what bowl game is Ohio State playing? It was pretty good.
That was good.
Not bad for Ofri Becker. Now, before we bring on Jim Williams, just a quick program reminder on Sunday night. Maccabi Rishon LeZion, who had that great victory over Maccabi Tel Aviv, blowout fashion, Nokia Arena, and we did that game, of course, in Israel Sports Radio, is struggling a bit. They're 5-5, so they will host Maccabi Haifa and try to change their losing ways. And Rishon LeZion, of course, has Adrian Uter, who was the MVP the first month of the season, and a couple of great shooters, Or Solomon and Amit David. And for Maccabi Haifa, they, of course, have Corey Carr, who's the captain. He's been in Israel a long, long time, played with the Chicago Bulls after the 1998 season, so he just missed Michael Jordan, Phil Jackson, and Scottie Pippen. But Corey Carr will be there along with some good players. Paul Stoll played in the Mexican League and was a guest on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio. So we certainly are looking forward to that. That's Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. The broadcast will be brought to you by Raphael Geller and Sports 5's Nitzan Ferraro. As I mentioned, Joel Moss, who's interning with us for the month, he's going to be there as well. So good stuff. That's 7:30 p.m. And at 5 p.m., we'll have the Wrestling Breakdown Show, which is coming back. It's returning after a little bit of a hiatus for about a month. That, of course, is with Mr. Akiva Murgia and Yus the Bus Freeman. So they'll talk about all that wrestling stuff. I'm not really into wrestling so much, but they do a great job. And wrestling can be entertaining when it's in that, in that right frame move with Vince McMahon and all those characters. I saw something really disgusting with wrestling. There's a couple of disgusting stuff, but at the end of the day, it's good, wholesome, quality entertainment as long as you don't mind a little swearing or female stuff. On the line right now, though, definitely of high quality and value, 7-time Emmy Award winner Jim Williams. Jim, welcome to Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio.
Hey, Ari, how are you?
Doing great, and I'm joined by in-studio guest Joe Robbins. So, Joe, Jim, introduce each other.
Hey, Joe, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Jim. Heard you on here a lot of times. Good to be able to speak to you.
It's my pleasure.
All right, let's get this started. Let's get this party started. Week 17, Washington Redskins. Of course, you write for the Washington Examiner. If anyone listened to us for the first time, they're taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Winner, NFC East champions. Loser, if the Cowboys, automatically out. Washington probably out. So basically a winner-take-all game. Give us your thoughts. Washington won earlier on Thanksgiving this season. Who's winning this week?
I think Washington can win the game. I think that it'll be a tough battle. I think that the Cowboys have played pretty well of late. They had a bit of a problem against the New Orleans Saints this past week, but Tony Romo has been playing better. It boils down, frankly, to can the Washington defense contain Dez Bryant and also Jason Witten? If you can try to take away those two guys or at least minimize them. And to be honest, the Redskins defense has been playing pretty well of late. As a matter of fact, they've only given up, more than 10 points in the second half of any game they've played in this 6-game winning streak. Then I think that should be very interesting from that standpoint. So we'll see. I think Washington can win at home. I would say that only because Robert Griffin III had that time, this past week to play in Philadelphia with the leg brace. And when you are playing with a leg brace, you got to get used to it. It's something that you're not, even in practice. I mean, yeah, he practices in it, but playing in a game, and it's a whole different thing, and you have to get a comfort level of where, how can you plant your foot, how do you release the pass, all of those different things you go through when you're doing your progressions. Everything has to take on a different level when you're playing with a knee brace, and there's a natural situation where you tend to want to baby it a bit, but I think that Robert got used to it, and I think more than anything, that's probably why he played it against Philadelphia, was they wanted him to get used to it, so that when and if there was a key game, against the Cowboys, that he would be, comfortable. And I think the situation here is that people who haven't seen Robert all season long may not understand that he is comfortable being a pocket passer or rollout passer and not necessarily having to run the ball. So it'll be entertaining. That'll be for sure.
The Redskins, if they win again, makes the postseason, and I can't remember a time where there was this much energy, excitement in the Washington area about the Redskins. It seemed like not too long ago, Mike Shanahan was going to be fired. It was a disaster. And everyone was mad. They brought Joe Gibbs back not too long ago, and that didn't work out. Is this the best Redskins team we've seen since the Super Bowl team of 1992?
Yeah, there's no question. I think that a lot of people didn't realize that Mike had a plan, and I think that part of the situation is that they had Bruce Allen come in as the general manager first, and then in came Mike Shanahan, and Dan Snyder's not been involved. I mean, he has been at the stadium watching the games, but
right.
There's not been the usual meddling.
Right.
And what has happened is Mike's turned this team over and made it younger each year, and now he's in his third year, and he finally got what every coach absolutely has to have in the National Football League to be a winner, and that's a franchise quarterback.
Right.
And he not only has one, he's got two.
Yeah, he does have two, and I would say it's funny that you bring up Dan Snyder, because really you hit the nail on the head, as they like to say. I mean, he was the problem mentally. He got that god-awful contract to Deion Sanders. I don't know what he was thinking. How, you're on the ground there watching it. Were there people that went up to Dan Snyder and said, listen, we need you to take a back seat? And were they doing that for a while and he finally said yes? How did they get the owner of the team to kind of move aside so people can get things done?
Well, let's go back here for just a second. Dan Snyder took over ownership of the Washington Redskins at age 35.
Right, that's right.
Okay, 35.
Younger than some of the players.
Younger than 7 of the players that he inherited when he got the team. Younger than all the coaches on the team. Okay. There was a bit of a nasty situation when he bought the team because of John Kent Cook was somewhat mad because his father put the team up for sale, and so John didn't inherit the team. He had to buy the team. Didn't get enough of backing to do it, and so the team went to Dan Snyder. Dan had wished when he originally wanted to buy the team to basically have Charlie Casserly, who was the general manager at the time, stay with him. But the way that there had been a very nasty situation between how things were handled between in the sale and all of that basically caused Snyder not to want to have anything to do with any of the former Redskin employees. He absolutely cleaned house when he took over. So he really didn't have anybody to guide him. And early on, as a 35-year-old owner of a professional football team, a National Football League team, he ran it like a fantasy team. I mean, he literally brought people in and figured, this was the way to do it. It wasn't until, and he had some decent coaches. I mean, he had Marty Schottenheimer, who obviously, has a pedigree of knowing what to do with professional football teams. Joe Gibbs came back. He acquiesced to Joe, but Joe really hadn't been around or hadn't really thought about, how football was done. And the second time around, it wasn't a good situation for Joe. So when Mike Shanahan came in, Mike didn't really need the job, but Mike wanted the job. And he told Dan that the only way he would take the job is if Dan stepped back.
Wow.
And Dan said, and he said that Bruce Allen is in charge of the general. And he used an analogy. And the analogy was the George Young analogy. George Young was the famous general manager of the New York Giants. And he was there during the Parcells years. And he used the analogy that George Young said, owners own, general managers take care of the players, coaches coach, players play, and there's a line of demarcation here. You don't, a line of command, a chain of command. And that's how you do it. And if you want to be successful, you leave your personnel to the general manager, you leave your coaching to the coach, and you go forward that way. Well, Dan trusted in Mike and basically allowed him to do this. And Mike, Mike did some things that a lot of people, didn't understand. I mean, there was the Donovan McNabb situation where he brought Donovan in and then benched Donovan, which caused a lot of grief from a lot of different people. After when you saw what happened, it was pretty clear that Mike was right and Donovan was wrong. Nothing that you'll ever hear Donovan say, of course, but at the end of the day, Mike Shanahan wants more than anything, and I think he's proven it this year, that he still understands how to coach, and he's getting players in here who can play. And they may not win the Eastern Division Championship, but there's not anyone that does not believe that the Washington Redskins are back on the upswing and will be a contender for years to come.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, they're legitimate. They're going to be here to stay for a while. And the game against the Cowboys, lucky enough, Sunday Night Football, 8:20 p.m. on the East Coast, which is only 3:20 a.m. here. But the winner, the NFC East crown, and on to the postseason. Now, Jim, Joe wants to speak a little NBA with you. So, Joe, take it away.
Yeah, Jim, we know that basketball hasn't been the brightest spot in Washington this year, so we hope the Wizards are able to turn things around. Getting John Wall back will definitely be a big help. But moving to the Western Conference, 5 games yesterday in honor of Christmas. All were nationally televised on the ESPN ABC family of networks. And the 2 biggest games that stood out to us, the one we wanted to discuss first was Houston-Chicago. The Rockets blew out the Bulls. And the Rockets, when they signed Omer Asik and Jeremy Lin during the offseason and then James Harden right before the season started, people thought that they would have a chance to do some things in the years to come as a team with a strong young core. I personally tabbed James Harden as the most improved player of the year. I think Lin has done what they've hoped he would do, and Asik has definitely done what they want him to do, averaging 10 points and 11 rebounds a game. Right now, the Rockets, with the way the Western Conference is, they're in the playoff picture. Obviously, it's early, but they're in the 6th seed right now. As a young team, upstart team, do you think that they have a realistic shot at making the playoffs this year?
No, I don't think there's any question that they can make the playoffs. I think that what they're going to have to do is, I mean, if they were in the East, that would be a lot better for them, but they're not. And, you can never rule out the way San Antonio plays. You can never underestimate, Denver and the way that George Karl coaches. And then, of course, there's Oklahoma City. There's Golden State's playing much better this year. There's depth in the Western Conference that the Eastern Conference, doesn't even match by any stretch of imagination. So I think that Houston's problem is not making the playoffs. I think that they'll make the playoffs. Houston's problem is advancing to the playoffs.
Right, and that's a problem we've seen for so many upstart Western Conference teams. The Dallas Mavericks, another team that people are mentioning as having a chance of sneaking into the playoffs, but a lot of Mavericks fans, as much as everyone wants the team to do well, a lot of Mavericks fans think it would be better if they didn't make the playoffs, got a lottery pick. For that exact reason, you mentioned Oklahoma City, the Spurs, 2 of the top teams in the NBA, and the Spurs can never be counted out come playoff time. The one team that wasn't mentioned was the Los Angeles Lakers. They beat the Knicks, the surprise team of the NBA, yesterday. Maybe the Lakers have been the surprise team of the NBA with their struggles, but they have Steve Nash back. They got a quality win over the Warriors in overtime last week, and now yesterday they beat the Knicks. What do you think the Lakers' chance are right now? They're the 11th seed, but what do you think their chances are in the playoffs, assuming they gel like everyone expects them to as the super team they are with Steve Nash back? They should be a top 4 seed in the West. Can they knock off one of those teams, and do they do it? Kobe playing arguably the best basketball he's played in 4 or 5 years. Is this the Lakers' year to beat the older Spurs and the younger Thunder?
You mean to win the West?
To win the West.
No, I don't think it's going to happen. It certainly could happen. I mean, you've got Steve Nash, who remains probably the premier point guard in basketball. Okay, you've got Dwight Howard, who arguably is the best center in basketball, or at least the best scoring center in basketball. And, of course, you got Kobe Bryant. Okay, so you got 3 superstars on the team. The problem that, and then I left out Paul Gasol. The problem that you have with the Lakers, if you're a Lakers fan, is they just don't have the depth. That's what would concern me. If I've got a 38 years old? 36, something like that? He's
38, drafted in 96, so yeah.
38. So he's 38. He's coming back off of, having a bad wheel to begin with. I just, and all of playoff basketball, for the most part anyway, is pretty much half-court basketball. It's not up-and-down type basketball.
Right, especially the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
right.
The playoffs. I think that OKC is younger and deeper. I think that the Clippers are definitely younger and deeper. They may not even be the best team in their own building. So, look, I'm a Lakers fan. I've always been a Lakers fan, and I would love to see the Lakers, be able to make it happen. But I just don't quite see how they've got 3 phenomenal players, and that's what in theory, that's what you want to have. You want to have 3 players, and they've got the 3 right players. You've got a point guard in Nash. You got a power, wing guy in Kobe, and you've got a definite presence in the center in Dwight Howard. The key is, there's no question we saw yesterday, and we're going to see as time goes on how well they play together. And I think that they're playing the kind of style of basketball they want to. The only thing that concerns me is just is the role players around them, and can they get deep? Now, there is a way they can get deeper, and if they do it, then that might work, and that is the possibility, and it's a very big possibility that they trade Pau Gasol. And if they can go and trade Pau Gasol and get some depth, I think that might very well bode well for them. So if they could do that, I think that might be a bit of a tipping point. And so, you take Pau Gasol, you go and find a couple of good trading partners, and you get some good role players to come back that will help you, deepen that bench. And then I think that we can start talking about the Lakers as a contender. But right now you mentioned just a minute ago they're 11th in the standings from a standpoint of I don't think anybody doubts the Lakers' ability to get into the playoffs. But to make a top 4 seed is going to be tough, and to actually win the title of the West is going to be even tougher because there are just so many deep and so many younger teams than they are in front of them.
Yeah, the parity in the NBA has been building over the past few years and is definitely great now, especially in the West. There are some upstart teams in the East. The Knicks, obviously, we mentioned, probably the surprise of the NBA, but the West, teams like Memphis, the Clippers have won 14 straight to really take the West by storm, ahead of even the Thunder now. The Thunder were on their own winning streak. So, yeah, it's great to see all of the teams.
Well, don't forget what a wonderful job Mark Jackson's doing at Golden State.
He's probably – he could be the coach of the year. Joe is a big Golden State guy. What do you think?
Yeah, so the Warriors, that's my team, and yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, the fact that Bogut is out, not that Warriors fans were necessarily so hot on that anyway, because right. Bogut is probably the least fragile person in the NBA, but yeah, the job he's done, and losing Brandon Rush early in the season against Memphis, he was supposed to be the Warriors' best wing defender, so I think Mark Jackson is showing that he was the right pick there. It's ironic, when Mark Jackson was signed, there were some Warriors fans thinking that Mike Brown was going to be hired by the Warriors, and he obviously went to L.A., and the rest is history with that. But yeah, Jackson has done a phenomenal job. I think he has to be the leading candidate for Coach of the Year now, and I do think the Warriors are a playoff team. I thought that depth would end up getting them, not because they weren't deep, but because I thought that the injury bug would get them and erase that depth. But so far, Mark Jackson is using those pieces, and we've seen Memphis in the playoffs, what they can do with their core the past few years, and they're definitely going to be there this year. So it should be a good run to the finish as the season progresses and we get into the second half in a couple of months.
And remember that the reason we're talking about the youth movement and why teams like OKC and the Clippers and your Golden State team is when you get to the end of the season, you've played, during the season 81 games of regular season basketball. By the time you get deep into the playoffs, you're well over, almost 100 plus games, or considering the preseason games. So you add that all up, that's a lot of work on the legs, and that's a lot of wear and tear on guys, stopping, starting, jumping, twisting, doing all of the different hard work that it takes on your legs. It really does require a team that, as we said, that has not only the depth but also the fresh legs that it takes to really play well into the playoffs.
Now, Jim, this is something you said a little bit a while ago, but I'm curious about this. You said that Steve Nash is the premier point guard in the NBA. I'm a big Steve Nash fan, obviously, with his time with the Suns, but isn't Rajon Rondo the premier point guard in the league?
Yeah, I think he is. I'm just saying that Steve is an elite guard. I mean, you have to give him his respect in that, on the Lakers, I would argue that on the Lakers, given what Steve has to do, he can, it's a lot easier for him to do what he has to do with the talent he has than what Rondo has to do with the talent he has.
Yeah, it's funny to think about, because even though Boston is in a better position, meaning if the season ended, they would be in the postseason. The record's not that much better than LA, but LA, has more talent, no doubt about that. Go ahead, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Jim, about Steve Nash. I think there are younger guards, Rondo, and then Kyrie Irving. I mean, Kyrie Irving is the real deal. He's what I think people were expecting and hoping John Wall to be. But I agree with Steve Nash. You look at the stabilizer he's been just since his return and what they're able to do. And I don't just think that's because he's back with D'Antoni. I think that's because the other players get to play with Steve Nash and to see what he can do. He's older and he might not have the same stats scoring-wise as these other young guards, but he'll have the same stats that he's always had, and I think that's what makes them a contender, because Kobe
Well, there
will
was a
be
play
timeless.
yesterday in the Lakers game, or a series of plays. Once he comes down, his first option is he looks for Kobe. Kobe's, not open. And all of a sudden, without even looking, he fires a pass in right into the blocks, and, within seconds, Dwight Howard has put it in the basket. They got 2 points. He comes down next series down. Kobe's on the wing. He fakes it in. They look inside because he looks like he's going to pass it inside. He fires it out to the corner. They get a wing shot. Kobe takes it, and Kobe gets the shot. Next time down, they've got both sides blocked off because they're now expecting him to go either play inside out, either go into Howard or over to the wing to Kobe. He comes in, drives the lane, sees there's nothing there, and does that little patented routine of that little one-step back jump shot of his, and he gets the point. So what you have to worry about with Steve is because he's played everybody in the league, and he knows where everybody is on the court. There probably isn't a better point guard who knows where everyone is than Steve Nash. That you basically have a guy on your team who literally you want the ball to go through his hands to get it to somebody. And that actually makes life a whole lot easier on Kobe, because if, those of us who've watched the Lakers over the years know that, it's been, the ball goes to Kobe and basically he either created something off the dribble himself, or he, passed to someone and set someone else up. In this case, Kobe can play without the ball, allowing him tremendous freedom. Dwight doesn't need the ball, so he's got freedom. And it makes everybody, the other four players on the court, much more valuable when you have to account for them. And if you're looking at Nash, you got to pay attention to Nash, because he can score the ball. If Steve doesn't, if you let him alone, he'll take a 3-point shot, he'll take a 2-point shot, he'll drive the lane and get the basket and get a foul. So you've got to account for Steve, but he forces the defense to basically pick your poison. If you're going to go after, if you're going to double down on at center, then he'll go to Kobe. If you're going to double on Kobe, he'll go inside, and he's not afraid to take a shot. And I think the last point on this for the Lakers is that if you watch Kobe trusts him, and that's a huge and important thing to do. I mean, he allows him to, if he's got the ball, it's not like Kobe has to have the ball at all times. I assure you, if there's a last shot that needs to be taken, it will not be taken by Steve Nash. It'll be taken by Kobe.
Yeah, number 24 will pop that. Yeah.
There's not that's not a debate. But the point is that Kobe trusts Steve enough and knows Steve well enough that he's going to find him the ball when he needs to get him, and that allows Kobe to get into more of a position that's advantageous for him rather than have to create a position that's advantageous. And that's a huge advantage when you're playing basketball, when you don't have to go off the dribble and create something. When you can find a spot on the court that's to your advantage, then get the ball, then create off the dribble is a whole lot better than having to take the ball, from half court and create something like a LeBron does, oftentimes, or Dwayne Wade, or any of the Kevin Durant, or any of the top players in the league.
Yeah, and again, I think, and this might sound kind of sentimental or awkward or whatever, but it's better for the NBA when the Lakers do well, and it's nice to see that they're going in the right track. The Lakers are very polarizing, but if they're in the NBA Finals, the ratings soar, and they've been in the NBA Finals, if you calculate 7 of the last 12 seasons, about once every 2 years, so there's a reason for that. Jim, we got to run, but thank you so much for being on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio.
Hey, well, thanks very much, guys, and I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Be well out there. We'll speak with you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, that was 7-time Emmy Award winner Jim Williams here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio. And we're going to stay here and not take a commercial break, as we're going to bring on the author. Now, I don't really read a lot, but Joe, you read. I mean, you're a poetry guy. You got to read.
Yeah, definitely.
So, if you're into books and stuff, definitely Andy's the guy to go to because he's an author. And Joe, are you considered an author if you write a poetry book? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, why not?
Let's ask Andy. Andy, you're an author. Joe writes a poetry book. That's 2 authors out of 3, and I don't read books. So what are your thoughts about that?
Is there a question before
Yeah.
that? Or is it,
Yeah. The question is, what are your thoughts about that? Yeah.
About that? Are you talking about like the word that?
No, not the word that, Bill Clinton. No, I mean that Joe is an author and you're an author. That's 2 out of the 3 people talking right now are authors, and I don't read a book. I don't read books, I should say.
Well, if you notice, Joe and I kept both of our books, the pages, we kept it short because we thought maybe you'd try.
Are there any pictures in your book, Joe?
There are a lot of pictures of me.
Okay, well, that's a good start.
There are.
But there are pictures of Tamar Katz and Shida Road in Andy's book, so Might have to be second fiddle, but that doesn't mean I won't. By the way, I haven't read Andy's book yet, but I'm working on it. The first step is to open it up, but I am getting there. But okay, we're working on getting Andy a book on tape, which I'd probably read. Could we get a poetry on tape book, Joe?
That would be great. One of the projects that's top of my list is a live album with
all right.
recordings from the book that could go hand in hand with it. So hopefully in the new year, after Sylvester happens here in Israel, 2013 can bring the live version.
Sylvester, of course, for those who don't know, is the New Year's in Israel. And Sylvester is a very bad man, an anti-Semitic dictator. For some reason, the Israelis named a holiday after him. So I guess in 1,000 years from now, there'll be Yom Hitler or something like that. But, gentlemen, we got some football to talk about. You predicted correctly, Andy Gershman, your Cowboys would lose to the Saints, and now they're going to play to the.
And I even called I didn't call the score, but I did call the spread. I said 3 points.
3 points.
41-38.
And actually, the Cowboys, there was a point in the fourth quarter. I think they're down 2 touchdowns. Like, oh my God, they didn't show up. They then get it to overtime, but lose. And Tony Romo, to his credit, I thought had a pretty good game. He had over 400 yards, could get to 5,000, as we talked about. What's going to happen this weekend? Are you predicting another loss, or you're hoping for another loss so Jason Garrett is out of there?
No, I think the Cowboys will show up this weekend. I think they win this game.
Wow.
I think they win this game big, actually. I think that Philadelphia showed that you could stay with the Skins, and a limited RG3 as far as mobility might be exactly what the Cowboys ordered. I mean, the last thing they want from RG3 is to be a pocket passer. Don't forget, the Cowboys, yes, lost to the Redskins on Thanksgiving Day. A very different team. They had no running game in that game. I don't even know how many rushing attempts they had. DeMarco Murray was hurt. So, and really, I hate to say this because it sounds like a fan talking, but you take the second quarter out of that game, and the Cowboys blow the Redskins out. So the Redskins defense certainly has stepped it up, but I think the Redskins lose this game, and I actually don't think they make the playoffs. I think that the Bears make the playoffs.
Wait, so that means you think the Vikings will lose to Green Bay?
I do think the Vikings will lose to Green Bay, and I think because I think they still can change. Green Bay is still playing for position, I believe.
They could get a 2 seed, depending on what happens.
And Detroit is awful. So I think that the Redskins could be on the outside looking in. I can tell you this: if the Redskins do win, this could be the beginning of a long future for Mike Shanahan and RG3 and this Redskins team, because they're going to be great. And it's funny. Both teams, I think that there's a lot of similarities between the Nationals and the Redskins, where I think both teams are a couple of years ahead of their own timeline.
Right, before they were scheduled to be. Now, before...
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? At 3-6, Shanahan was talking about evaluating players for the rest of the year.
Right. Now, before I turn to Joe, I just have to make fun of you about something. You mean if they take out of the second quarter, that's 1/4 of the game. What do you mean? They take out 1/4 of the game, anything could be different.
Well, but look, they scored 28 points in that quarter.
Right. But that's what happened. But that affects everything. That means in the second half...
What was the final score? They only scored like 41, I think it was.
Yeah, but they scored less in the second half because they had that lead. They played differently. They run the ball more. You have a lead. I mean,
well, but I'm not a big prevent win defense.
Right.
I mean, I think but their defense has certainly stepped up, and their defense certainly can get picked apart. As can the Cowboys. Look, they got crushed in that game on the deep ball, 50 yards plus. I think 3 times maybe in that second quarter. And, it's a different game. It's a different team. And this will be, if the Cowboys lose this game, it'll be the last game for Tony Romo with a star on his helmet.
Wow. All right, big bold predictions, Manny Gershon, predicting the Cowboys victory, but saying if they lose, it's done for Tony Romo. Go ahead, Joe, giddy up.
Yeah, well, that's interesting about Romo. I was gonna kind of take a jab at you Cowboys fans and say that I think the Cowboys are going to win this game because it's not a big enough game yet for Tony Romo to blow. That'll come during the playoffs.
It's so true. It's so true.
And I'm a Tony Romo fan. I think I don't think anyone questions that he's a gamer. We see the hits he takes and the ability when he's on, but sometimes so I don't think that he can't play. I think just in games he forgets how to play sometimes. But I agree with you. I think the Cowboys will win this game, and you know me, I love my stats. Two good ones that I saw about this game. The Cowboys have only been swept by the Redskins once in the last 17 years.
Right, that's right.
This would be the sweep, obviously, if the Redskins win. And then the other one, the Cowboys are 2-10 in the final game of the regular season since 2000, which is the worst in the NFL, but they do often step up in big games, even if it doesn't lead to anything. So I agree. I think the Redskins are a great story. I agree with what Ari and Jim said, that they have two franchise quarterbacks. They definitely need to keep Kirk Cousins because RG3, as phenomenal as he is, it also makes him an injury liability. But I think the Cowboys will win on Sunday. What do you think going ahead in the playoffs in terms of their prospects?
First of all, you guys really think Kirk Cousins is a franchise quarterback?
Well, Jim Williams said that, and Jim's on the ground and watching it.
Okay, so, I mean, I love Jim, but you guys really think Kirk Cousins is a
I think it's early. I think it's early.
I mean, Scott Mitchell called and said he was a franchise quarterback. So, I mean, so did Matt Flynn and Kevin Cobb.
And also, who's the guy, Skeleton for the Cardinals? I mean, he plays
John
quarterback
Skeleton.
for franchise, so I guess he counts.
But the difference is with those guys, I mean, Cobb, Flynn, Mitchell, it's the same deal. We've seen one game out of against Cleveland, might I add. At least Flynn had a great game coming in against the Patriots, and I don't know. I think Kirk Cousins is. I think they definitely need a strong backup quarterback, without a doubt, because RG3 is going to take his hit. That's for sure. I mean, his game is built around his mobility. So, as far as moving forward, look, I think the NFC is pretty
wild.
weak, personally.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think, Cowboys get in, and, or whoever of the teams get in. Really, no one wants to face the Redskins. They are, they are trouble. There is no doubt about it. You look at what RG3 can do, and, I mean, Alfred Morris, it gets kind of lost in the whole picture, but, I mean, Alfred Morris, a 6th-round draft choice, he is cut from the Shanny mold,
Definitely. He's been as good as any rookie running back along with Doug Martin, and Morris, definitely one of the reasons for their success. And I do agree with you, too early to say Kirk Cousins franchise, but I think he's one of those guys, also basing a lot off of what he did at Michigan State, but he's shown that he has the speed or can adjust to the NFL speed, I should say, and I think that he could be a starter for a lot of teams, but luckily for the Redskins, like you said, they need a strong backup, and they've got him. So I think that this is the start of something special.
You see guys here are already talking about, Charlie Castro, all these guys coming out. What can they trade him for? I mean, unless they really plan on keeping Rex Grossman around, what would be the point in trading him at this, right now? It doesn't make any sense. If worst case scenario, he becomes Aaron Rodgers, and I know that's a stretch, but sit around and let him wait. I mean, he doesn't have to go somewhere. Sometimes the backup quarterback's the best job in the NFL.
Yeah, you get the
he's always the guy people love and want.
And he's got a great seat in the house. He gets paid a lot of money sometimes to do nothing for the whole year. So it is a good game.
Exactly.
But by the way, you're speaking about the NFC. I picked Green Bay before the season started, so I went on a limb there. But if Seattle gets the two seed, they're going to the Super Bowl because they're undefeated at home, and then they would go on the road to play Atlanta if Atlanta holds out. And I think Seattle would win that game. So this is wide open. You very well could see a rookie quarterback in the Super Bowl.
Well, we might. I understand how the standings work and the results of games, but I'm not so sure they're undefeated at home.
Oh, yeah.
Catchgate, is that what they called it?
I think the last thing they want to do is face Green Bay.
Oh, because the revenge factor. I don't know.
I think big time. I really do.
It's so loud. I could just imagine Questfield being so loud for that game, but maybe maybe Seattle would say, "Well, we're a lot better than we were back then, and we're going to make sure it doesn't come down to a Hail Mary."
Right, and Green Bay is also a lot better. I mean, they remember they got off to a rocky start.
Yeah, they're 2-3. Right.
It's funny you say that about how loud, because I was with a friend over Thanksgiving who lives in Seattle now, and he's been to many games, and he swears that they are piping in that noise like nobody else does. So, it's always been rumored, and he said he goes to about 3 or 4 games a year, and they're always, he goes, I'm looking around, no one's screaming, and the noise level is so loud, it's unbelievable.
You say they do some trick to put it through the pipes?
I know. Can you imagine?
Well, so what?
First of all, as a Patriots fan, I'm not into any kind of trickery or tomfoolery
or cheating.
Like that.
Cheating, it's called, Andy, not trickery. Trickery makes it sound so clever.
I can imagine.
I'm about to embark on a 2-day Washington sports extravaganza that really, I'm not sure anyone else would really envy this, but I'm going to see the Wizards and your friend and mine, Omri Cassidy's Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oh, well, that was a tough ticket
again.
That was a tough ticket.
Combined 8 wins?
9 wins, so don't cheat him out of that win.
I envy that just because I think watching Kyrie Irving play makes it all worth it.
I know.
He is the real deal. As long as you can get a beer or nachos or whatever they have whenever he's on the bench.
Yeah, that's the time to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Get something to eat.
Spend most of the game out of your seat. But
my kids have been walking around all day. My Jonah has a Israel national team Caspi jersey, and Ariel's wearing a Maccabi Tel Aviv jersey, and they are so excited. I don't have the heart to tell them that he could be a DNP coach's decision.
Hey, did you have the heart to tell that he could be?
If he is, they can have time to yell to him, and maybe he can sign an autograph for him or something.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe I can give him a copy of my book finally.
Well, if you're talking about Maccabi Tel Aviv, he could be with them next season, depending on how things shake out. So
what?
Maybe next season.
And it might be nice if you give him your book before the game. He might have something to do during the game. So
Exactly. And the second part of my extravaganza is tomorrow is the Northrop Grumman Military Bowl at RFK Stadium featuring your San Jose State, I think it is, and Bowling Green.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that?
Yeah, San Jose State, one of the best stories in college football. They only lost 2 games this year. First 10-win season since about the year 1200. And to their credit, they always play tough teams. They play Stanford every year, so teams where the last 2 years they've always played tough teams. But they were the real deal this year, actually almost beat Stanford, and their coach has since left to take on bigger jobs after the turnaround job he did. But, yeah, they're definitely an exciting team to watch. So I don't know if that'll be an exciting game, but at least you'll see some good offense from San Jose State in that one.
Well, they're touting it as the best military bowl ever.
Wow.
Wow, all right.
So let me tell you, only in Washington, the 2 tickets combined, $24. It's unbelievable. Yet you can't touch a ticket for Sunday night. I mean, under nosebleed, under $100. No way, no how.
Huh. By the way,
it's crazy. But
that military bowl, is there a military discount to that to make it even cheaper?
That's a good question.
I'm going with my brother. I'm taking the kids, and he said, I sure hope they fill that stadium with soldiers because otherwise there's going to be no one there. You know, he's like, I hope they give those away. But, you know, we're going to be setting up our kosher tailgate, and we'll make the most of it, right?
Now, you know, it's interesting because you talk about the greatest military bowl ever. Who usually plays in those games? Isn't it just Navy, Army every year, or is there something I'm missing?
No, it's actually normally it's affiliated with the ACC.
Okay.
Is usually affiliated with it, but the problem it's like the sixth place ACC or something, whatever it is. But the problem is their sixth place this year or something wasn't bowl eligible.
Oh,
so
goodness! All right.
There was really no one to put in there, so somehow this is I think it's I don't know. Bowling Green plays in a lot, I think.
Okay, what's that? Bowling Green? Where do they play?
They play in the Military Bowl a lot. You know, there's certain teams that do have these like weird connections.
Bowl affiliations.
So, yeah, these bowl affiliations. So, but also Ari Louis, he didn't comment on my post. I really wanted you to. That I said the NBA starts December 25th.
I was going to bring that up.
That's why the Knicks lose. And that's why the Knicks lose. So, what do you think? Is this the beginning of the end for the Knicks, or can they shoot threes the whole year?
Well, I don't know. The main thing is, Amari, when is Amari scheduled back, brother Amari?
So he tweeted today, January 1st, he's eyeing for his return. New Year's Day, he wants to be back, and he's been practicing with the Knicks D-League affiliate in Pennsylvania, because as we all know, especially during the season with the road trips, NBA teams, as much as Allen Iverson might disagree, NBA teams actually don't practice very often, and as a result, he's been practicing in Pennsylvania. So I agree with you, Ari. I think that's the biggest question mark. They've been fine without him.
He can mess things up.
He can mess things up. He's never been a bad chemistry guy in terms of his personality, but definitely in terms of his style of play and meshing with Melo. The one thing that I do think they have going for them is Jason Kidd can be a calming force and can integrate anybody, like what we were talking about with Steve Nash, so that's good. But, I think the biggest question since they became relevant has been when Amari comes back, and so that's still the biggest question. It's looming bigger every single day.
Now Andy, I want Joe's going to tell a brother Amari story. I just put on the spot. He didn't know I was going to do this, but Joe interviewed Mike D'Antoni before the 2008 season with the Phoenix Suns, and he asked D'Antoni, "Do you think you're going to make any moves?" And D'Antoni responded with, "Remember this?"
I don't remember.
He said that if everyone stayed on the bench last season, they would have won an NBA championship.
Oh, yes. This is true.
So that's just Brother Amari's got good chemistry issues. You just got to remember to sit down when there's a fight.
Stay on the bench, yeah.
Because then me and Joe would have enjoyed a title that year, but it didn't work out that way. And I still say that Bruce Bowen is the dirtiest player of all times.
When Amari Amari ran in.
But you still say that Peyton Manning didn't lose a game on purpose.
Yes,
anyway,
I do.
You know, don't look now, but what is this, 5 in a row for the Lakers?
Yeah, that's right. They're 500 now. Look, there was the year 2003 after the Lakers won 3 titles in a row. They were below 500 for a long time, and then they got to the 5th seed. They lost the second round to the Spurs, but if Robert Horry makes that shot in Game 6, they would have moved on to the Western Conference Finals. So I'm not too worried about them. They're just old, and they have a lot of tired legs. And I think they'll be fine. I don't know. I think they'll be a 5 or 6 seed in the playoffs. Is what I think.
Yeah, I agree, and I think they can even. People are talking about trading Powell, and that's been spoken about since last playoffs, really the last two playoffs when he's had his struggles. But you look at the wings that the Lakers have, obviously not the caliber of Pau Gasol, but Earl Clark, Jordan Hill, even Robert Sacre from Gonzaga as a backup center, sort of guys who can play from the 3 to the 5 can come in. I think you go back for backup guards along with Duhan and Blake to help Nash and Kobe. If you do make the trade, you don't even need a star power forward back with the system they're running. Obviously, that would be preferable, but you let the young guys play. I'm not so worried about the Lakers' depth. I think it's more about they need those starters to be healthy and play. I think the depth is fine if they've got Nash and Kobe healthy. Kobe will be healthy. He's Kobe. He's never healthy, and he plays every game and is amazing. The question is Nash on the court. So I'm not worried about the Lakers' depth as much as their health. If their guys are healthy, I think they're fine depth-wise to plug sort of stop gaps in there.
The strangest thing I saw yesterday was Benjamin Block posted that.
Wait. Benjamin Block said something strange?
The Lakers will not win until they get rid of Kobe. It just struck me as odd.
That's the weirdest thing I think I've ever heard.
The other thing that I think has become the most overrated, and I think we can all agree that we love Jews and we love sports, but if I see another posting with a clip from Billy Crystal saying Shabbat Shalom on Jamal Crawford's play, it's a bit old.
Wait, hold on. This is tell me the story. I didn't know about this. Have you heard about this?
You haven't seen this?
No. When was this?
Look at Doobie. Go to Doobie Pick's Facebook page, and you will see the great Doobie Pick, I might add.
Yeah.
Billy Crystal was sitting in with Van Gundy last night during the Clippers game, during a unbelievable crossover by Jamal Crawford. Are you finding that?
Okay,
article?
yeah, I see that here. Okay, yeah, Jamal Crawford, shake and bake.
Click on it, then click play.
All right, we're going to play this right now.
Where I come from, this is called the Shabbat Shalom. What? Shabbat Shalom.
That doesn't even make any sense.
And where you come from, born in New York City, early years in the Bronx, and then grew up in Long Beach.
That's right. But where our heroes.
All right. Yeah, Billy Crystal, thank you very much.
Yeah, the Shabbat Shalom move, it was a nifty play. I'm not sure what it has to do with Shabbat or Shalom, but Billy Crystal has a new movie out.
It was Christmas. He could have said Happy Hanukkah or something. I don't know. It just didn't strike me quite as funny, but I've seen it posted all over my Facebook wall today. I get it. It's a Jewish term. I understand how
he should have said something like, that's the matzah roll or something. He could have made it like goofy, but at least have it relevant.
Yeah, well, and it was a crossover, and they mentioned that. He could have done something with Passover. It doesn't fit time-wise.
Oh, see, there's
something.
There's the poet. All right.
Something in there.
But see, Joe, the problem is, and you know this because you live in that city, it's like when a Jewish New Yorker says something all Jewy, it becomes really funny. It's like, you said Shabbat Shalom.
That is definitely true.
All right, so Tim Tebow whining like a baby, or is he not? He I don't know if you guys saw this, but he wasn't ranked. He basically passed over for McElroy, and he started coming that he wouldn't play the Wildcat, and he wouldn't do this for Rex Ryan. And Mel Hodges really ripped into him, saying he's fake. He's not really a team player. Before we go, Eddie, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are Mel Hodge ripped on him when he was on his way to the playoffs last year. So
he does not like Tim Tebow.
He does not like him.
Cannot stand Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
And all these guys have their agendas. And I hate to take Skip Bayless' point of view on this, but all he does is win. So, the fact of the matter is, this was a no-win situation for everyone involved. And Joe probably knows more just being in New York, but for the few days I was there listening to the fans, look, there's all kinds of things. If they put Tebow in, right, for the last 2 games and he won, well, then everyone would say, you're done, Rex Ryan. Why didn't you see that before? This was obviously a Woody Johnson move. If also there's all kinds of incentives that kind of clicked in for millions of dollars if he started a certain number of games or played a certain number of plays. So they weren't going to let that happen either. So, you know what? He's been a good soldier thus far, and he's put up with all the nonsense. And, you know, it is what it is. He didn't pick New York. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was traded there. So, you know, there's really nothing he could do about it. But now that he knows he and Sanchez are on the way out, and let me tell you, I saw plenty of people posting that they were so excited about McElroy starting. I mean, what are you excited about? The guy was a 7th-round draft choice.
Right.
I mean, does that excite you? You might as well just get ready for your New York Jets and your Michael Vick jerseys, because I have a feeling that will be next year's.
Bold
debacle.
prediction from Andy Gershman. Joe, you think that will happen?
That's what they're throwing around. I mean, they're saying Vic to the Jets. He can do what Sanchez and Tebow combined couldn't. When the Jets get their defense back, when they get Revis back, the wide receivers back, they're a playoff team regardless of who's at quarterback. So I think Vic makes sense if he's out of Philadelphia. He stays on the East Coast. New Yorkers, I think, would embrace Vic. The question is the injury problems, obviously, especially with him getting older. But just speaking on Tebow, I agree with Andy. I think he's handled it like a pro.
Yeah.
He's obviously been upset all season, but you haven't been able to see it on the sidelines. He's there studying the pictures after every Sanchez turnover. He's playing the role of backup quarterback. I think it was a mistake. I think Woody Johnson definitely wanted Tebow, brought him in, and it was sort of one thing gone wrong after the next. Since he came in, they didn't have him play the Wildcat. They didn't have him do all of these things, and he had the chance to be traded to Jacksonville or the Jets. And after meeting with Rex Ryan and hearing how he was going to be used,
Ryan lied to him.
He okayed the meeting with the Jets, and exactly that's really what it sounds like. I'm not sure if Ryan intentionally did it or he actually thought he was going to do something different. But yeah, I mean, whatever was said in that meeting to convince Tebow that the Jets was the right trade clearly hasn't happened. Tebow hasn't played. So I think Jets fans, I understand where they're coming from with McElroy, just because Sanchez and Tebow are both gone. Why not see what McElroy can do and know that he's your backup, especially if you get Vic? There's a good chance that he becomes your backup who sees some playing time. So I think definitely time for Tebow and Sanchez to go. And what a disaster that has been. Tebow's handled it as well as he could. And the ironic thing now, or maybe not so ironic after all, because it's probably what it should have happened in the beginning, is all the reports indicate that Tebow's going to go to Jacksonville and compete for the starting spot with Blaine Gabbert and Chad Henne after Henne's inconsistent play the last few games. So I think, Tebow's finally going to end up in Jacksonville. I still don't think he's a quarterback, but I wonder why the Jets didn't use him more. I'm not even talking Wildcat. I'm just talking as a halfback. Exactly. Have him line up.
He even played on
fullback,
special teams this year just to help the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's done.
I know.
He's
See,
done
that's
a
what
little
doesn't
of
make sense about
everything.
the whole thing. I mean, he has sat there. He has played special teams. He has done everything he could do to help out. I mean, there's only so much somebody can take. And like Joe said, I mean, he's sitting there just watching pick after pick and bad pass after bad pass. It's just, the whole thing, I think, I do believe that Woody Johnson absolutely sabotaged Tannenbaum and Ryan with this. And Lord knows I have no love for either of those men, but I don't think they had much of a choice. And the interesting thing also going back to Vic is, Vic is starting this week.
Right.
Which, earlier it was he would not play the rest of the season, but now with Foles out, he's starting. And, of course, he claims he's not, it's the old Randy Moss. I don't need to revitalize nothing. They asked him if this was kind of showcasing for where he would go next, and he said he doesn't have to showcase. But I agree with Joe. He does have to showcase because people are going to want to see what happens when he gets hit, that first thumping he takes, and what they're playing the Giants, right? So, chances are he's going to be under some pressure. And it'll be interesting because, obviously, there's always going to be teams out there needing a quarterback, and no one can, sell tickets and jerseys quite like Michael Vick for good or bad. And so I think he does need to revitalize something.
Yeah, Beanie Wells, and I hate for Ari to hear this as a Cardinals fan, but Beanie Wells said that Sunday's game is an audition for other teams for him. Arizona running back Beanie Wells, and he was quoted at it exactly. So he said the exact opposite of Vic, but I agree with that it should be switched. Beanie Wells doesn't need to audition. Vic does, and not because anyone questions Vic's talent at this point, because he has come back since he's come back to the league, but really the injuries, and a lot of it was the Philly offensive line, and we've seen what that's done to Nick Foles.
Awful.
But one of the worst offensive lines in years, as many problems as the Bears have, and Cutler getting banged up and hurt, Eagles have been 10 times as bad. So I think Vic does need to have a strong enough game. But yeah, the interesting thing about Tebow, just to wrap that up, when he was leaving Denver and they asked him about playing quarterback, he said, "I'm a quarterback. I won't play halfback. I won't even he wouldn't even entertain the questions. He said, "I'm a quarterback." But I was talking to some Jets fans about this during the season, about halfway through, and then things fell apart even more. But I was speaking to some Jets fans, and I said, I guarantee you, Tebow is saying, let me play halfback, let me play fullback, line me up as a blocker, anything to get on the field. It's one thing when they want to move him when he could be playing quarterback, but if he wasn't playing quarterback, and that's the thing that was the most shocking to me about the entire situation, the Jets definitely could have utilized him. Like you said, Andy, he did everything on the team but play on offense. Why not throw him in? We know the running ability he has. We know that unlike any other running quarterback in the NFL, he can take hits. Tebow can take those hits. He's a pound-it guy. He's all muscle, and he's used to running. So why not let him play? I think that'll be one of the big questions.
Unfortunately, Joe, I think unless Jesus himself tells him to switch positions, I don't think it's, he's going to go down swinging that he's a quarterback. And I heard somebody talking the other day about, who is his inner circle? Who, you would think that someone could get to him, an agent, his father, somebody, and just say, look, you've proven everything you can. You went to the playoffs as a quarterback. You did, you've done what you've done so far. Why not prolong your career? And I hate to say it, and I hate to bring it into it, but Tebow's relevance and his religious, stuff, it's only good if he's on the field. You don't hear nearly as much Tebowing and all that nonsense this year. Why? Because he's not on the field. So if that's really his mission and all of that kind of thing, you'd think somebody would be able to get to him and say, look, the only way you're going to be able to do this is to be on the field. And that might be being a fullback. That might be, some other position. But it's not going to be quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, well, that's the way Goyim do Kira. But at the end of the day, I have to say that Tim Tebow's true playbook is the New Testament. Andy, we have to run because Deep Voice, Brian, your favorite caller, is coming up next. But everyone should check out Modern Day.
Remind him that it was my Cowboys that put his Ravens in the playoffs.
Okay, I'll tell him about that, yeah. And also, of course, the Modern Day Maccabees can be purchased on Amazon as well as Kindle. And you're doing
Amazon.com, and also if you stop by Ari's apartment, apparently he's not using his copy. So
but it's still mine. No one can have it unless they pay me.
Yeah,
they can pay me a lot of money. It's cool. Okay, Andy, great stuff. I'll probably talk to you on Facebook in like 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, see you guys. Good talking to you, Jeff.
You too, Andy. Be well.
All right.
Be well.
All right, it was Andy Gershman, author of Modern Day Maccabees. And, Joe, hope you're still revving and ready to go because we're not taking a commercial break. We're going to straight out to Baltimore and speak with the voice of Baltimore sports. That would be Deep Voice Brian Hoffman, who's waiting patiently, and we appreciate his patience. Of course, his Baltimore Ravens, it seems like they're kind of backdooring their way into the postseason. I don't know if they're the hottest team out there. And I did contemplate picking them before the season started of going to the Super Bowl. I ended up choosing the Texans, who, even though they could very well get the 1 seed, if they win, they'll get the 1 seed. I'm not the most confident of them going to the Super Bowl because they struggle against the better teams. But to analyze more of that, right now on the phone, the voice of Baltimore sports. Wait 1 second. No, he hasn't picked up yet. All right, just 1 second. By the way, remind everyone to check out the store tab by clicking on check out the store by clicking on the store tab on Israel Sports Radio. Great items such as books, T-shirts, hats, and much, much more. Of course, we have yarmulkes with your favorite team on them. Price does include shipping, and we do ship all over the world. That is the Israel Sports Radio store by clicking on IsraelSportsRadio.com. But on the line right now, the voice of Baltimore sports, Deep Voice Brian. Deep Voice, can you hear us? You cannot because you're not pick up. Let's take a commercial break. This is Louis live on IsraelSportsRadio.com, and we'll be right back after word from our sponsors.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed Frequent Flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Israel Sports Dynamics specializes in football consulting, equipment, uniforms, and more. Great brands such as Nike, Russell Athletics, Schutt Sports Products, and many more. Just one call away. With over 30 years coaching experience with university and professional athletes, Terry Hill, owner of ISD, can advise you for all your sports needs. Call 054-581-3248. That's 054-581-3248, or visit our website at www.isdisrael.com. If that's not easy enough, click on the ISD banner on the Israel Sports Radio website and be part of the game.
Are you tired of paying for expensive gym memberships that you don't use? Are you frustrated by not seeing results? It's time for the X1. Israel Gym Systems is proud to launch the X1 suspension and bodyweight training system. Lose weight, build muscle, improve balance, coordination, and flexibility. With your purchase of the X1, you'll receive a free membership to IsraelGym.com and access to our archives of videos and exercise plans. Sign up today at www.israelgym.com and get ready for the new you. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
Broadcasting live from Israel.
IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Back here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, and our thanks to the author of Modern Day Maccabees, Andy Gershman. Again, you can pick up that book on Amazon.com, Kindle. You can also find Modern Day Maccabees on Facebook. There's a Facebook group, and there is the Twitter Jews and Sports. If you're on Israel Sports Radio's website, you go to the bottom, you can click on that. If you're listening on TuneIn or Wonder Radio, you can go over to the website. But right now, I want to get Joe's thoughts on the national championship game. That's going to be January 7th. Notre Dame, my Fighting Irish, taking on the Crimson Tide. And give us a bit of a breakdown of what's going to happen January 7th.
I agree with something you said earlier, Ari, that I think it's either going to be a close game or a blowout, but I think both in Alabama's favor. The Irish have been in so many close games this year. Some games, the Stanford game, the officiating crew actually came out and said that they lost that game.
Oh, really? Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, it was that controversial call in overtime that led to the Notre Dame win. They said it was an incorrect call, but obviously that happens. No one's saying, except for maybe Stanford, they should go back to it. But and then the triple overtime, was it, game against Pittsburgh. So Notre Dame has had some close games, but Brian Kelly is a gamer. He gets them ready to play. And then Alabama is Alabama. We all know what they've done, what they do. Texas A&M was able to stop them. Johnny Heisman was able to stop them.
Oh, I like that, Johnny Heisman.
Johnny Heisman en route to winning it for Texas A&M. And
I still kind of thought
10-win season.
By the way, the Heisman, do you think it went to the right guy?
I don't, but I wasn't surprised. It never goes to defense, and with the season he had, the thing, and Joey Harrington isn't necessarily the best indicator of football greatness, but Joey Harrington had a great stat about how the Heisman is what the player does in the most important games, the brightest moments, and Johnny Manziel against the best competition had his worst games of the season, except for Alabama. And even Alabama, he wasn't great, but he did enough. So I think for that reason, among others, he'll have the chance to repeat, obviously. He could win 2 more if he stays. But I think that it probably should have gone to Teo with what he's done defensively and getting the Irish where they are. And I think that's the one chance that Notre Dame has, if they can stop Alabama's run and their offensive rushing game. What we saw against that Georgia team, Georgia was a great team, and Alabama ran all over them to the tune of almost 400 yards rushing. I think Teo will have to be in the middle to stop that if Notre Dame's going to stay in the game. Nick Saban, obviously one of the greatest coaches in college football history. He's trying to become the 4th coach, joining Bear Bryant, also of Alabama, and 2 others. He's trying to become the 4th coach in college football history to win 4 national titles, which I think we know he can definitely do. Arguably the greatest coach in the game right now, along with Urban Meyer of Ohio State. Some people would say, people forget that if they weren't on if they weren't on restrictions from their penalties from the Jim Tressel days, Ohio State would be facing Alabama, not Notre Dame. But then you look at Notre Dame, Brian Kelly, he's been a winner everywhere he was. He's the reason they hired him. And an interesting stat about that, every Notre Dame coach to win the national title at Notre Dame has done it in their third season, and this is Brian Kelly's third season.
All right,
so
I like that.
obviously one of those will go. Either that'll change or Nick Saban will become the fourth coach with 4 titles this year. But I think it should be a good game. I still think that SEC speed, it sounds redundant and it sounds stereotypical, but it's true, and we even see it in SEC on SEC action. I think that that's going to be tough for Notre Dame, a team that has struggled to score points. I think maybe they can slow down Alabama, but Alabama can score in more ways, and that's what I think it'll come down to.
Who do you think will be the better pro, Johnny, football, or Johnny Heisman, he's like to say, or Mateo?
That is a great question. I think Johnny football has the potential to be a franchise quarterback and a star, but he also has a much greater room for failure. You look at guys like Paul Podlesny from Penn State and some other linebackers who have been great in college and come out, and they might not be stars in the NFL, but they're guys who put up near Pro Bowl numbers and will have a 10 to 15-year career depending on their bodies holding up. I think that's what Teo will have. So I think he has a much safer route and has the potential to be a star. I think Johnny Manziel is more boom or bust. He can be a franchise quarterback. He can be what a team needs to be elite, like Andrew Luck, like RG3, like Russell Wilson with the Seahawks. But he also could be, I hate to say a Jamarcus Russell, but one of those other top guys. We'll use Joey Harrington, one of those Heisman winners who wasn't able to be anything more than a backup in the NFL.
Now, what about, I kind of thought Klein was going to win it because he's not the freshman, he's not the defensive player. What do you think about his prospects in the National Football League?
Colin Klein, amazing athlete. He's shown that he's a true passer. People thought maybe he could just run. He broke Tebow's record for combined passing and rushing touchdowns. Definitely Colin Klein, an amazing talent. I think the reason he lost the Heisman was when Kansas State went down. They lost to Baylor in that crazy day where we saw Kansas State and Oregon both lose to eliminate their national title hopes. If Kansas State wins, Colin Klein, no question, the Heisman winner. So I think he didn't win because of that. In terms of his pro prospects, pro teams are going to want to see him run less, but with what he's able to do with his arm, he's got the arm strength and the pocket presence. I think if he stays in the pocket and they can get him to do that, he definitely has the potential to be a star quarterback in the NFL. He's cut from the same cloth as some of those running quarterbacks who have learned to become run second quarterbacks. It's hard to compare anyone to Steve Young, and way too early for that, obviously. But Steve Young, the big thing when he came over from the CFL, and even when he started with the Niners, he started as a running quarterback, and they taught him to stay in the pocket, and he became Steve Young. Colin Klein, I think, can have that sort of career as a quarterback, obviously not necessarily Steve Young proportions, but I think if he learns to stay in the pocket, he can be a guy like what Cam Newton's doing right now, who's a pass-first guy, but has the ability and the body to take off. Colin Klein's a big guy. He's a farm boy, and he can really he can run the ball when he needs to, but he's got a rocket for an arm that he'll use first, and I think that's why he'll make it in the NFL.
All right, so of the three, then, who's going to be the best pro?
That's a tough question because of the potential. I'm going to go with Colin Klein, but I think Teo is the safest bet for a long, productive career. And I think Colin Klein and Johnny Manziel both, they've got the potential to be great. They'll have to actually put it together. The one thing Johnny Manziel has going for him that the other quarterbacks we've seen lately don't is he did it as a redshirt freshman. He got to do it with an extra year. So even if he leaves early, he'll have been in the spotlight and the star in the SEC for longer. I think that will help him. But yeah, I would say Teo is the safest bet for a long, productive career, and Klein has the most upside in my mind, just because we've seen him do it as a passer.
All right, now we're going to go to Dub and Dubin at 11 p.m. But before we do, I want to talk a little box with you. As this is our favorite sport. This is still my favorite sport. Is it still your favorite sport?
It's definitely up there. I love them all so much. It's hard for me to pick, but there's nothing for me like watching a boxing match.
Especially when it's good. When it's like Ward Gotti type of good, it's nothing better.
Definitely.
Now, I don't know if you had a chance to see the story. Larry Merchant's going to end his 35-year run, or he did, I should say. I apologize. What were your thoughts about Larry Merchant? I was speaking about this with Bryn, Jonathan Butler, last week, and I just thought this guy was about as blunt as you can get and ballsy, gutsy, telling Floyd Mayweather if he's 50 years younger, he'd kick his ass, all this kind of stuff. He'd say whatever it was on his mind during a boxing match. So I want to get your thoughts about the great Larry Merchant.
Yeah, Larry Merchant, as you just said, Larry Merchant was great, is great. I'm sad to see him go. One of my favorite Larry Merchant moments was in response to the Floyd Mayweather comment you just posted. They asked Merchant later on during Mayweather's next fight against Ortiz. They asked him about it, and he and Mayweather, had since made up, and he had apologized to Floyd. Floyd Mayweather had apologized to him, and he was just talking about, and he was laughing, and he said, even 50 years ago, he would have wiped the floor with me. He said, right. That was something I said, heat of the moment. He's just a likable guy, and he knows his boxing. I think the best part about having him, even in these later years, as he's aged and slowed down a little bit, definitely no disrespect to him by any means, and I think that's part of the reason he's going. But even in these later years, he was always spot on. He was great in the ring. He asked the questions everybody at home wanted to ask and wanted to hear asked. He wasn't afraid to do it, and I think that's what he'll be remembered for most, and that Mayweather example is one of the many.
And he was involved heavily with boxing earlier in the 60s. I believe he was one of the investors in Joe Frazier, because when these boxers started back in the day, I guess they still do this now, they come out after the Olympics and they need money, obviously, so they could train and all that kind of stuff. Larry Merchant involved with that. And I love one of the better fights I thought he did a great job was with the Oscar De La Hoya Fernando Vargas fight, 2002. When he said Vargas, after Vargas got knocked out, he said, Fernando Vargas may have had a six-pack in his chest, but he didn't have a six-pack in his chin. And then you also brought up this point, Joe, where he's saying things the fans want to know what's going on. In the 11th round, in the 10th, De La Hoya knocked Vargas almost down, and the 11th didn't go after him. And Merchant said, why hasn't Oscar De La Hoya gone after him? Why isn't he pressing the advantage? And I think that's something that if you're a fan watching it live, you think that to yourself, right?
Definitely, and I think that's something that's missing from boxing normally. We see it in the other sports, especially basketball, where obviously that's more action and up and down the court, but talking about missed assignments and different offenses they should be running. We hear from basketball commentators, and yeah, I think in boxing, especially when it's so high adrenaline, the level, the pace is so big because they're fighting for, 30 minutes of ring time, depending on the fight, 36 minutes at most. You want to know these things, and everyone wants to see a knockout and all of that, so that's a great example. Merchant would ask those things. He was a fan at heart, and I think that's one of the things that made him so great, even when he was doing it professionally and commenting on what he was watching. He was also commenting on a fan, so he wasn't biased, but he would say, why isn't he pressing here? He would say he needs to get out of there. Those things, and ask those questions that really, he would ask things that would make the sport more exciting, which is what all the fans at home want. He would ask those questions.
It was very entertaining, and that was some broadcasting team, because you had George Foreman, who's the athlete, who didn't always say the smartest stuff, but there was something likable about him. And then he had Larry Merchant, and then he had the great Jim Lampley, who would describe things in detail, almost professor-like, and Lampley's probably the farthest away from an athlete. So it was very entertaining while it lasted. Of course, George Foreman hasn't been with them, I think, in a long time. But Larry Merchant has, the end of that run, 35 years, and it certainly will be missed on TV. We're going to take a commercial break. Before we do, I want to make a bit of a program announcement. Dimitri Salita, I was just told, we were speaking through Facebook, that he is signed February 9th at this point in time to fight Hector Camacho Jr. So, of course, Hector Camacho Sr. was murdered about a month ago, I believe. And so his son will have something special to fight for. But with that being said, obviously I hope Dimitri gets the win. Dimitri will be on last week of January on Louis Live to promote that fight and discuss it. We're going to take a commercial break. And on the other side, the host of the David Dobin Show on MTR Radio, David Dobin. This is Louis Live on IsraelSportsRadio.com.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Hey folks, Kagan here. As you know, I'm always staying on top of the fitness world, keeping up with current trends. One form of exercise that's been around for ages and is currently being rediscovered is suspension bodyweight training. So if you're looking for a way to get in shape, improve your health, and train your body to move in new ways, then the X1 by Israel Gym Systems is for you. Find out more on our website at www.israelgym.com or look for our page on Facebook, Israel Gym Systems X1. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
You're already using a credit card every day. Why not feel good every time you make a purchase? When using the HAS Advantage Support Israel Visa card, a percentage of each purchase you make will be donated to your choice of 24 Israeli-based charities, while still earning a reward point for every dollar spent. But wait, these rewards are even better than the standard rewards you get, especially when using them towards Israel travel, with the best conversion rate on El Al's Matmeed Frequent Flyer program. Earn double points at some of your favorite supermarkets and restaurants in the U.S., as well as discounts all over Israel. If you love traveling and supporting Israel, HAS Advantage is the card for you. Just give us a call toll-free at 1-866-6-ISRAEL. Sign up right now with the code ISR10 to earn 2,500 bonus points. That's 1-866-647-7235. HAS Advantage. Earn rewards. Support Israel. Offer valid for U.S. citizens only. Terms and conditions do apply. When dialing from within Israel, please dial 1-800-200-818.
Israel Sports Dynamics specializes in football consulting, equipment, uniforms, and more. Great brands such as Nike, Russell Athletics, Schutt Sports Products, and many more. Just one call away. With over 30 years coaching experience with university and professional athletes, Terry Hill, owner of ISD, can advise you for all your sports needs. Call 054-581-3248. That's 054-581-3248, or visit our website at www.isdisrael.com. If that's not easy enough, click on the ISD banner on the Israel Sports Radio website and be part of the game.
Are you tired of paying for expensive gym memberships that you don't use? Are you frustrated by not seeing results? It's time for the X1. Israel Gym Systems is proud to launch the X1 Suspension and Bodyweight Training System. Lose weight, build muscle, improve balance, coordination, and flexibility. With your purchase of the X1, you'll receive a free membership to IsraelGym.com and access to our archives of videos and exercise plans. Sign up today at www.israelgym.com and get ready for the new you. Israel Gym X1. Higia Hazman.
Broadcasting live from Israel.
IsraelSportsRadio.com.
You're tuned in to the only all-sports talk network in the Middle East, IsraelSportsRadio.com.
Back here on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio, and Joe Robbins in with us in studio. Joe, how have you been liking coming back to Israel so far?
It's great being here. It's been 3 years, or it had been 3 years, I should say, since I was here last, and I've been seeing the crane, Israel's national bird. And when I say the crane, I mean the building crane. They're always building something new here, so it's always a treat coming and seeing all the new construction that's been going on, and it's good. There are tourists here. The city's alive. I was in the old city today. Speaking about Jerusalem specifically right now, I was in the old city today, and it was so packed it was hard to move around, but definitely better than a lot of the times where I've lived here or visited, and it was the opposite because of whatever situation going on. So it's great to be back in Israel and great to be here in studio. Definitely looking forward to taking in some good Israel sports and pulling the all-nighters to watch sports that I've missed. The last night I was up at 5 a.m. due to jet lag, and I was able to catch the San Diego State game. Arizona winning to equal the best start since the 87-88 season, and 12-0, number 3 in the country. So that was a great one to be up for, and I'll look forward to catching NFL Sunday with some beers in whatever bar I'm at.
Probably go to Mike's place.
In Mike's place.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to do this Sunday night. Week 17, of course. On the line right now, the host of the David Dobin Show on MTR Radio, David Dobin. David, welcome to Louis Live. Right now, this is being hosted by Ari Louis and Joe Robbins. So, Joe, David, go ahead and meet.
How's it going, David?
It's going well. And Ari, nice to speak to you again, too.
So much to talk about. I'm going to get into this because we were speaking about this with Andy, and you're on the ground there in New York. I saw this kind of weird video on ESPN where they're talking about Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow saying he wasn't going to come out if they're going to play the Wildcat. He's very upset. They overpassed him for Greg McElroy, and Mel Hodges just ripped into him, saying he's fake. He's not a real team player, blah, blah, blah. What is the actual scoop of the story? What's going on?
Well, okay, Gil Hodges, I'm not Merrill Hodge, actually. It would have been nice to hear from Gil Hodges on this, but no, actually, it's funny because I saw that Sports Center clip, and everything about Tebow Mania is so perfectly encapsulated within that 6-minute video. You have the complete obsession with you have 3 people at a table discussing a discussion that Tebow may or may I have not had with Rex Ryan. You have one of them trying to break the news. You have one of them discussing his sources. You have the other one going off on Tebow because you can't just have an opinion on Tebow. If you're against Tebow, it has to be with a passion. And Merrill Hodge comes at it with statements like, phony as a $3 bill, which, by the way, I kind of agree with. Then you get to Ron Jaworski, who's sitting there questioning, but Tebow couldn't really have done this. I mean, it's anonymous sources. He says this while sitting next to the guy who speaks with anonymous sources within the NFL for a career in Adam Schefter. And the original report came from ESPN itself. So in the desire to protect the glorious image of Tim Tebow, Ron Jaworski is sitting there saying, Rich Cimini, ESPN New York's Jet beat reporter, is doing a terrible job. So the entire Tebow mania and how it is handled within the media is so perfectly captured by that clip. It was a great watch.
Well, the weird thing is, I'm watching this clip, and they're like, it's almost like they're interrogating the guy who broke Adam Schefter, who broke the story. Like, wait a minute, what did he say to you exactly? Did he say this? Did he say this? And he's like, well, on Tuesday, I think he said this. It was like they were in a courtroom and he was testifying.
No, it's true. It's so much. There's so much now where it's not just the story, but the way the story was broken, that becomes a topic of conversation when you're discussing everybody's favorite horrendous quarterback.
All right. Now, you said that, quoting the Hodges, fake as a $3 bill. You said, well, I agree with that. Hold on now. This is Timmy. This is the guy everyone loves. This is the guy that Americans voted and said they'd rather have dinner with him than anyone else in the United States. But he is, you're saying, a phony. So elaborate, please.
Well, look, the whole story, the whole situation, there's this myth built around Tebow that regardless his weakness as a football player, which, as you might expect, is kind of a major factor with a professional football player, that his personality and his desire to win and all these intangibles around him would make up for that and make him a valuable proposition with any team. Now, again, I've said this before, and I still stand by it. I think the Jets were right to acquire Tebow. I think they had in mind a plan for how they were going to unleash him, how they were going to use him in the Wildcat, how he would provide a certain spark. I think what also then happened was, as Merrill Hodge indicated in that clip, they took a look at him and realized that they had made a terrible mistake, that Tebow did not have the football value that they believed he did. And as the season went on and Sanchez struggled and Tebow would get no opportunity, I think it became very obvious. And in a sense, I'm proud of the Jets for one thing. They recognized what they had. They recognized that Tebow was not an NFL quarterback. And I think a lot of the problems coming around now, I mean, before there's the two issues here. There's Tebow and the fact that he apparently was promised that he'd be the backup quarterback. Now, I believe that to be true. Again, I think he was always meant to be the secondary guy, the guy who would come in and run certain sets. But I think from the very beginning, and this is maybe I'm just imagining that Rex was doing what I would have liked him to do, but I think this was the plan from the very beginning, that Tebow would always have a role as the Wildcat, but that the true backup quarterback in case of emergency was going to be Greg McElroy. Now, as it turns out, they gave McElroy a shot, and it seems he stinks too. So the Jets remain without an NFL quarterback. But I think the way the season has panned out is exactly how the Jets intend. Well, I'm sure they intended to be a little more successful, but regarding the quarterback carousel, I think nothing has changed within their plans except for the recognition that Tebow was even worse than they thought. Now, regarding this actual story or fictional story, whether it exists, if it's true, and again, I'm not going to sit here and question the sources. If Rich Cimini, who's a reliable reporter, if he has reliable sources, I don't like anonymous sources, but they're a reality. And if this story is true, and Tebow actually begged off of playing, that's one of the most unforgivable things in sports. There are two things that I cannot tolerate: a lack of effort and insubordination at this level, that you will go to your coach and ask not to play. To me, as a high school athlete, my career ended rather early, but I was never the star of the team. I was the fourth line defenseman, the backup goalie. I was never exactly in a position to be demanding playing time. But if my coach would come to me and offer me and ask me to get in the game, and maybe even play in the game where we were getting blown out, where I had already played some garbage time, and maybe I'm exhausted because back then I was an extremely big man. And if it got to that point, if my coach came to me and asked me to play, I'm going to go play. It doesn't even enter my mind as an athlete or someone playing sports, it doesn't enter my mind to not want to play. So I can't in any way, not in any way can I relate to Tim Tebow asking not to be used. So to me, yes, he is nothing short of a phony. This idea, if he truly begged off playing, then he is not the teammate he was made out to be. And now not only is he a terrible quarterback, but he's also a terrible teammate and has no place in the NFL.
Wow. All right. That is some intense stuff. And now one of the things, though, Hodges said was interesting. He's talked about, they said, well, what if Tebow was really lied to? He's like, listen, I've been lied to. Everyone in the NFL has been lied to regarding playing time with the coach. So that's kind of the way it is. But, Joe, giddy up.
Yeah, I question the report. I wonder if he really asked that and said that. I agree with everything you said, that if he did ask that, then that is terrible, and we could try and justify, we could say reasons. He knew he wasn't going to play. He knows he's going to get traded, so he has to sit out to protect himself for next season. There are a lot of ways to justify it, which I'm not going to do, because I agree with you. If he truly asked to sit out, then I think that's against the team and against everything that he's shown he has stood for. Because regardless of the situation, even when Vince Carter said he didn't play as hard in Toronto and all of Canada hates Vince Carter, even those things, they were still in the game and they still did enough. I personally don't think that Tebow, even with as unhappy as he is, I don't believe that Tebow would ever ask to not be in, to not play. So, again, I don't want to question those sources, but since we don't have the sources, I think for this one I do have to question them. I think Tebow is shown to be a leader, the consummate teammate, even with all the things he's dealt with. The one thing I wanted to come back to, though, is you mentioned that you were happy that the Jets realized that he's not the NFL quarterback and that they handled it correctly. And I agree with you that I think they recognize he's not an NFL quarterback. What I don't agree with is the Jets' handling of it. I think that they completely muffed it with Ryan talking to the media, saying they were going to use Tebow, all the different things. Now, again, we don't know how much of that pressure is coming from up top. Woody Johnson made the trade for Tebow. That's pretty clear now. Ownership muddled in and made it happen. But I think the Jets, especially with the New York media, the way it is, and Rex Ryan knows that as well as anybody else, between his players and his own off-the-field things he's dealt with, I think that the Jets needed to come out and say, this is what it is, or own up to it. I mean, they can't say they made a mistake, but I think they could have handled it differently in ways that would have saved themselves the embarrassment, saved Sanchez some embarrassment. Tebow, he clearly wasn't happy, but he's after every post-game, in every post-game interview, Tebow's there saying, I'm going to do what's best for the team. I'm going to play. I'll be ready if they come to me. The Jets could have said, this is how we're going to use them, or we're not coming to him, or why not? The season's over. Get him in some formations. Get him in some positions. But I just think the way they used him was definitely mismanaged. If you don't want him to play quarterback, that's fine, but you're paying the money. Woody Johnson arguably got him because he's exciting and they wanted to sell some tickets and sell some jerseys. Get the guy on the field. They had nothing to lose. So I think that was a mistake that the Jets made. It was a disastrous season. I think that could have been a little less of a disaster if they had done stuff. And something that Ari and I were discussing, you know, when Tebow was leaving the Broncos, he said, I'm a quarterback. There's nothing I want to do but play quarterback. He wouldn't even entertain playing anything but quarterback. This report obviously refutes the point I'm about to make, but I think halfway through the season, if Rex Ryan had come to Tebow and said, you're our new fullback with Sean Green, or you're going to be our third down back, and he had the chance to do it, Tebow definitely would have jumped at the chance to play those positions. So I think that it was mishandled, but like you said, for the Jets now, they don't have a quarterback. So Sanchez is going to be gone. Tebow's definitely going to be gone. Time for the Jets to make a trade, sign a free agent. I don't think the draft's the answer because they need help now. I think one big name that you'll see thrown around and who will definitely become an option, I think Alex Smith could very well be a Jet next year. I think Alex Smith and Michael Vick are the two most likely.
Well, I don't know if we can say Michael Vick is a likely candidate, considering everything we just discussed about the Jets being something of a circus that they became. I don't know if they're going to take that leap with Michael Vick. Plus, you look at Rex Ryan's philosophy, and as much as they've gotten away from it, it seems, I can't imagine Rex Ryan turning the reins over to a quarterback who's as inefficient as Vic. Look, he's exciting, and when he's on, he can make plays, and I still think he has it in him to be a successful NFL quarterback. But within the Jets system, are you really going to bring in the guy who, well, the only player with more turnovers, right? And the only couple of players who I could think of who are worse with the ball right now are Mark Sanchez and Andrew Luck. Luck is a rookie. I can forgive that. Mark Sanchez, well, he's gone now. He's going to be gone. So I don't know that Michael Vick and his carelessness with the ball will intrigue Rex Ryan in any way. So I think it's a lot of fun to discuss that, and it's maybe a nice fantasy for Jets fans, the excitement of seeing Michael Vick running around in that backfield, maybe getting away from the guys who are coming after McElroy to sack him 11 times. But I think Alex Smith, of all of those two options, Smith is the only realistic one. And again, I think a lot of it is a precondition for getting any remotely well-paid quarterback is you have to find somebody to take Sanchez's salary. Right now, Mark Sanchez is clogging the salary cap. And if they can't find a taker for him, and I think the only possible taker would be Arizona. If they can't unload him there, they're stuck with an $8.5 million commitment to next year's salary cap. And I don't know Alex Smith's salary, but I'm guessing he has a somewhat respectable contract as a former number one pick. I don't know how the Jets are going to fit him in. Right now, I'm afraid that next year they're going to have to scrape the bottom of the barrel to find a stopgap quarterback and hope that in the next couple of years a rookie or a free agent pops loose that they can navigate. Once they have Sanchez off their cap, they can navigate around it and find that quarterback of the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I was talking with a Jets fan a couple of days ago, and I basically explained that, you know, the Jets aren't going to win anything for at least 10 years because of guys, you know, named Tom Brady, Manning, either brother, RG3, Andrew Luck, Russell Wilson. You either have a top-tier quarterback or you don't. And if you don't, you're not going anywhere. It's a quarterback's league.
Well, that's somewhat true, but here's the thing. Now there are so many great quarterbacks entering the league. I think you can still get by with, you know, a solid quarterback. I think if Mark Sanchez had ever delivered on his talent was never that of a top three quarterback. But if his mental development had ever come along, he was going to be a guy who you can put behind center for 10 years and know he'll manage the game.
Like a Ben Roethlisberger. Like Ben Roethlisberger. Is that a good example?
Right, like Ben Roethlisberger, he's not. He's never been one of the best big-armed quarterbacks necessarily. He's really good, has his own style that he's kind of, perfected. But no, Roethlisberger is not Peyton Manning. He's not Tom Brady. He's not Aaron Rodgers, but he's won Super Bowls because of a running game and a stalwart defense. And I think the Jets, if they could find a quarterback like that, maybe not as good as Roethlisberger, but again, if they can just find a solid quarterback who doesn't drive them backwards the way Mark Sanchez does, I think behind Rex's defensive philosophies, and if they can find a running back, again, there are a lot of ifs. They've got a lot of work to do. But I think the idea that you need an elite quarterback, I know that's the way it's worked, but I think it's still possible to win without one.
Yeah.
I mean, Russell Wilson isn't exactly elite yet. He's got the Seahawks going. Matt Schaub isn't exactly elite. Colin Kaepernick isn't exactly elite. There are only so many truly special quarterbacks in the league right now. And look, maybe Tom Brady wins another one this year. Maybe Peyton Manning does. But I don't think that. Look, Eli Manning has won 2 Super Bowls. He's not one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league. He's proven that over the course of his career that he can go big, but he can also be terrible. Overall, Eli Manning is not a truly great quarterback, and he's won 2 Super Bowls. So I think the notion that you need a top quarterback, I don't agree with that entirely.
All right, let's go. You brought up Eli Manning. Let's go. Let's segue here so we can get out of that. You destroyed my argument. All right, Giants were 8-5. It looked like that's going to happen in the playoffs, even after they got to 8-6 through tiebreakers, as you mentioned last week on my show. If they win the final 2 games they're in, and they blow it, they don't show up against Baltimore. They're down 24-7 at the half, and Eli Manning, 2-time Super Bowl champion, only throws for 150 yards total in the game. So what the hell happened?
Again, that's just it. Eli Manning, he had like a 400, nearly 500-yard game earlier this season, and he has games like this. And it's funny. I hate being a broken record, but I think every time I talk to you, I say the same thing about the Giants. This week, they can show up and decimate the Eagles. And if everything breaks right, they can get into the playoffs and they can win the Super Bowl. But they can also get blown out this week. You never know with Michael Vick having his last opportunity to show the league what he can do before he gets cut and becomes a free agent. And then you have the whole Andy Reid factor. This is the final game of a 14-year run in which Andy Reid took one of the worst franchises in the NFL, one that had never had success in its history, and turned them for at least for a decade into one of the game's best franchises. And Andy Reid's career as an Eagles head coach is coming to an end this Sunday, although not all the players were around for the glory days. In fact, very few of them were. They all probably understand what this game means. Now, while that doesn't necessarily mean much, it might give them a slight edge. It gives them that slight edge, which against the Giants, if the Giants aren't fully prepared and show up as flat as they have the last 2 weeks, the Eagles can easily blow them out. I would not put it past them. But again, it's also very possible. You look at the Eagles' offensive line. There's a reason Mike Vick was hurt. There's a reason Nick Foles is now hurt. The Eagles' offensive line is putrid. And if Jason Pierre-Paul, Justin Tuck, Ozzie Umenyiora, Matthias Kiwanuka, if those guys can get the pressure that they have not been getting this year, but that we know they can get, remember, against Aaron Rodgers, they were unstoppable. And that Packers offensive line, again, kind of a revolving door. If they can take advantage of that situation against Philadelphia and they can attack Vic and keep him contained and, have him throwing up lame ducks, that the secondary, look, the Giants secondary got burned plenty against Baltimore, but we've seen when the pressure is on, and quarterbacks are forced to make less than ideal throws, the Giants secondary is very opportunistic. So you combine that terrible offensive line with a quarterback whose decision-making is spotty at best, and I could see the Giants picking Vic off 4 times and carrying that to the playoffs. And then again, once they're in the playoffs, they've proven that they can go on any sort of run that you could imagine. They're going to need a lot of help, and they're going to need to actually show up on Sunday. But that's the thing about these Giants. They're 8-7. They've been blown out the last 2 weeks, and I still can't put it past them to win the Super Bowl.
Now, the thing is, just to clarify for everyone listening, for the Giants to get in, they need the Redskins to win, correct? So they'll have to deal with the Cowboys. They're going to need the Vikings to lose to the Green Bay Packers, which is certainly possible. Packers playing for it too. But I doubt Chicago is losing to the Detroit Lions. So I don't think it's likely for the Giants to get in, but yes, it is possible. David, before we let you go, Joe has one more question. Take it away, Joe.
Yeah, just in terms of the Giants and what you said, I completely agree that they are never out of it until they're out of it, because we know they always fall in the second half of the season, and then it looks like they come around and they win the Super Bowl, and we know that Eli is a large part of that. When he is an elite quarterback, they do that. So going back to the elite quarterback, and I do personally think he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but I definitely agree with you that he can be hit or miss. I think, just to wrap up the Mark Sanchez debate, I think that what it's going to come down to is Sanchez restructuring his deal in a trade. They'll get rid of him. He'll go to somewhere else. He'll be a backup, and he'll do it to elongate his career like we've seen other quarterbacks do lately. And I want to ask you about the Ravens. There have been a lot of questions about Joe Flacco. Now, I don't think he's going anywhere with how they've ended the season, but there are a lot of quarterbacks like Joe Flacco, Josh Freeman, guys who have the potential and haven't put it together. Do you see one of those guys moving, not the 2 I mentioned, but a quarterback like that moving and coming to the Jets to be that stopgap, and Sanchez getting the chance to start anywhere else, or does he go as a backup to the Niners or one of these other teams if they restructure his deal?
Well, I don't know that Sanchez will get a starting opportunity right off the bat. Obviously, his stock is so low, and let's face it, that restructuring, whatever restructuring happens, I mean, what team is going to take him for more than a couple $1 million? So the Jets will still be stuck with whatever cap hit is left over. It's out of the $8.5 million he's owed. Whatever he restructures is still going to count against the Jets cap. I'm pretty sure of this. That the Jet cap can only be offset by whatever the other team is paying him. So I don't really see how they can get any reasonable cap relief. Now, there is something to be said for just getting him out of town. Let him have a fresh start, get him off the Jets roster. But then there's the fact that, look, we're going to see this week if Greg McElroy can look at least semi-competent for one game. But there's no way the Jets can have faith in him as the starter. Tebow, we know they're not turning to.
Backup. Yeah.
Unless they can get a reasonable replacement for Sanchez, considering all the caps, all the inflexibility he presents to their salary cap, they may actually have to keep him and try him out again next year. That's how terrible a mess this Jet franchise is in. They have no NFL quarterbacks, and it's going to be nearly impossible for them to find one. So they're going to spend this entire offseason trying to think of a really creative way to get a decent quarterback. But if they can't find him, they can't just unload Sanchez, because he's still probably a better option than Greg McElroy.
Yeah, it's just incredible, the mess. 2 years ago, they were in the AFC title game, and now this. So have the mighty have fallen indeed. David, great stuff. You can check everyone out. Can check out David Dobin on mtrradio.com. You can't catch him live. Catch a podcast. David, I was looking at your Facebook. Apparently, are you doing a special show this week, not on Monday? Or is the next one Monday?
Yes, this Monday, New Year's Eve.
Okay.
Usually the show is, in Israel, midnight to 2 after Mondays. But, yes, this New Year's Eve, I will be doing a special edition, 6 p.m. Israel time on Monday. So anyone who has never been able to catch me live, here's your chance. Hey, I've had calls from Canada. I've had calls from L.A. I've never had a call from Israel. So if any of you are tuning in Monday, 6 p.m. Israel time, feel free to join the MTR Radio experience.
That sounds like great stuff. So everyone can check that out if you haven't been able to check out lately because of the time. Now there's no excuse. 6 p.m. this Monday. Listen to David Dobin on mtrradio.com. David, great stuff, my man. We'll speak to you soon. Be well.
All right. Take care.
All right. That was David Dobin, the host of the David Dobin Show at mtrradio.com. Always does a great job. And you heard him break down the Jets' mess. What an absolute disaster that's been. And, you're in the New York scene, Joe. What are the fans saying? They just think, oh, here we go again. The Jets haven't won a Super Bowl or even been to a Super Bowl since Super Bowl III. And do they kind of expect it at this point?
Yeah, I think especially after this year, so many Jets fans by the end of the season wanted them to lose games just to make sure that Sanchez was out. And, New York fans, it's...
it can be a tad brutal.
Yeah, and Philly gets the rep for having terrible fans, and I live in New York, so I need to be careful, but there are a lot of people who stopped watching the Jets because of how bad the season was. And I agree they have a terrible quarterback situation, which will get resolved. But yeah, I think the fans are fed up. They're ready for something to happen. They'll get Santonio Holmes back. Sean Green this year, 1,000-yard rusher again. He's shown that I think this year has been his best year in the NFL. He's shown that he can be a back. So you get a quarterback in there, even if it's just a stopgap. But I really do believe that it'll be, I think Alex Smith has to be the front runner. He's owed $7.5 million by the 49ers. I think he gets cut. Sanchez comes in, reworks a contract. He can be a backup, whatever they do to figure it out. Or Sanchez goes somewhere else. But I think that Jets fans, at this point, all they care about is getting rid of Sanchez and Tebow.
So we talked about bad fans in New York, and speaking of another city that has bad fans, Philadelphia. That means it's time for our East Coast correspondent from Philadelphia, Ari Bluestein. Ari, how you doing out there?
I'm good. How are you, Ari Louis?
Doing wonderful, and we're going to talk a lot about the big game with the Eagles and the Giants. The Giants have an outside chance to make the postseason. They'll need a lot of things to go that way. They're going to need the Redskins to beat the Cowboys. They'll need the Bears to lose to the Lions, which I don't think will happen. They need the Lions to lose to the Packers, which could happen. So what do you expect? Andy Reid's last game as coach of the Eagles, what's going to happen this weekend?
Well, it's going to be a very interesting game because Nick Foles is out for the year now with a broken hand. So Michael Vick is back. So he's coming back for one more game, and that really kind of gives this game a little bit of a subplot from the Philadelphia perspective. You've got a guy, Michael Vick, who is going to want to perform and basically showcase his stuff, whether it's for the next coach of the Philadelphia Eagles and he stays in Philadelphia, or if it's for another team, because the Eagles do have the opportunity to release him and buy out the remaining of his contract for a very little amount of money. So this is a big game for Michael Vick, and he's going to come to play, and he's going to give it all to show that he still can play as a starting quarterback in this league. On the flip side of looking at the New York Giants perspective, obviously they need to win in order to have a shot. So the Bears, I believe, play at 4 o'clock, or the Vikings, rather, and Packers, they play at 4 o'clock. I think the Bears are at 1, and they need the Redskins to beat the Dallas Cowboys as well for the NFC East title, because if that doesn't happen, then the Redskins trump them for the wild card spot. So I think Eli Manning was quoted this week he basically said it would be a shame if all the other teams lose and we don't take care of our own business and we had a shot to make the playoffs and we didn't do it. So I think the Giants are going to come out determined to win, finish on a high note, and then if the things fall in their place and they get in the playoffs, then they've got a chance to defend their Super Bowl title. But it should be a very interesting game on both sides of the ball.
You know, it's incredible. The Giants win with all their up and down, blah blah blah. They go to 9-7, same record they had last season. And if they get the 3 breaks, like I mentioned, 2 of the 3 very very possible. The third one not likely, but any given Sunday. A lot of people are going to say they're the favorites because been there, done that. They know how to win on the road. So crazy stuff to think about in that fashion. Now, we've been talking a lot throughout this program where Michael Vick's going to go. We talked a lot about him going to the Jets. Joe thinks Alex Smith is the top priority to go to the Jets. What are the chances, in your opinion, of Michael Vick going to the New York Jets?
Well, I think there's a good chance. I mean, I know with Alex Smith, he's obviously a guy that a lot of people are going to be looking at. But I think it will probably come down to Smith and Vick if they're both available. Now, there's no for sure answer that they will both be available. I think it's pretty much a given that Smith will be let go given the rise of Colin Kaepernick. But in Philadelphia, it's more of a question mark because of the head coach situation. Nobody knows who the head coach is going to be. So I would say that if Vick is available, there's a good chance he goes there because the Jets, with the current coaching regime, they like to do a lot of wildcat type of plays, and they probably will like the dynamic of Michael Vick, and Vick will like going to New York, being in the spotlight and being a starting quarterback there. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens this offseason. But if Vick is available, I'm sure the Jets will be looking at him.
All right, now we'll stick with the East Coast for right now because the Patriots, they could either be the 1 seed, depending on how things shake out, or the 4 seed. So I want to get your thoughts. The Texans are playing the Colts. It's a very losable game for Houston. Now, when you're the Denver Broncos, who are right now 12-3, Peyton Manning chasing another MVP, they're taking on Kansas City. I assume that's a win. So I doubt what's going to happen. But do you think the Texans lose and the Broncos sneak in there and get that 1 seed at the end of the day?
It could happen. The only thing that I consider on the Colts side is they are locked into the number 5 seed. And the last thing that they would want to do is get any of their players injured, especially on the offensive side of the ball with Andrew Luck or Reggie Wayne, T.Y. Hilton, any of those guys that have been very important to this offense pretty much the entire season. So I don't know how much Andrew Luck is actually going to play in this game. So I think if Houston can jump on the Colts early, the Colts may get Andrew Luck out of the game, and they won't have to worry about one of those patented Andrew Luck comebacks that he's had all year long. So I think if Houston can get up early, I think there's a very good chance they win the game, and I can definitely see that happening because the Colts defense isn't very strong. Their strength is more in their offense and their ability to come back into games. So I would say that the Texans are going to win and lock up home field advantage, but I wouldn't be surprised if somehow they fall because the Texans have been kind of struggling recently.
Yeah, especially against the better teams, but great point about the Colts locked in the 5. Now, Ari, I want to introduce you to my special in-studio guest co-host, Joe Robbins. Go ahead, Joe. Joe and Ari, me.
Hey, Ari, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I agree with you about the Colts and Texans. A couple things that piqued my interest about the game that make me wonder whether the Colts will sit players. One, Colts Chuck Pagano is coming back. He's going to be head coach on the sideline this weekend. He's been battling cancer all season, finally healthy enough to come back. Thank God he's doing well. So he will be coaching. I wonder if him being on the sideline, they're going to play everybody, go for the win. So that's one intangible. Houston has been great on the road this year, 6-1, but an interesting stat for this game, they're 0-10 all time on the road against the Colts. So that bodes well for Indianapolis. And then the last thing I wonder, Andrew Luck, T.Y. Hilton, those guys you mentioned, I wonder if because they are young, the Colts will let him play because this is essentially a playoff game atmosphere. You've got the chance to go against the Texans, also to get some payback against the Texans, try and beat them. So while I do think the Texans should be the favorites, and I agree with you that the Texans' best chance of getting out of town with a victory is starting early and scoring often to get them out of the game, to get the Colts starters out of the game, I should say. I think that Indy is going to have a lot to play for in this one, and with the way they've been playing, there's a good chance the Broncos sneak in and take that top spot.
Well, yeah, well, no, those are certainly all very good points, very valid points. First off, speak of your first point about Chuck Pagano. Yeah, obviously, great story, first off. Just want to say that, and it's really nice to see him back and healthy. I think that's great. You want to win one for Pagano? Yes, but the thing is, the Colts aren't done. If this was the last game of the season, then yes, I would agree with you. Obviously, you're going to go all out, pull out all the stops, and you're going to win one for Chuck Pagano. But they do get to play one more game. Now,
Right.
It's a home game, and they'll be on the road probably all of the playoffs unless for some reason they'll end up meeting Cincinnati in the AFC Championship game, which I don't think is really going to be too likely. But that is an interesting point, but I still feel that because there's going to be another game, they're going to be smart about it and know that there's a lot more important games to go. And, what a great finish that would be if they can go to the Super Bowl with Chuck Pagano. I mean, I doubt that'll happen, or at least win a playoff game with Chuck Pagano, which is certainly likely if they face off against the Baltimore Ravens in the first round. They've been struggling a little bit lately, other than their win last week. The record for Houston, 0-10 at Indy, I think you kind of have to throw that out the window because that's all against Peyton Manning in his prime. So I think you have to kind of throw that one out the window, and you have to kind of look at the fact that they have done well on the road this year, with the exception of maybe one really bad game that they had. So I think that's something you have to kind of throw out. And, the fact that guys like Luck and Hilton are young, I mean, obviously you want them to play, but let's say Houston does go up early like we're talking about. In order for Indy to get back into the game, they're going to have to throw the ball. So that's more times that the Houston front four, especially J.J. Watt, has a shot to knock Andrew Luck out and knock him out for the playoffs, potentially with a concussion. So I think all 3 points are valid. I would tend to favor, that the Texans are going to go up early and then Luck will be out of the game, and the Texans will get home field advantage. But we'll see if that helps them at all in the playoffs because right now Denver and New England both look like they're playing better than Houston.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't think I picked Houston before the season started to go out the AFC, but I mean, if I was going to pick now, I wouldn't pick Houston. I'd say Denver or New England. We're going to continue more with talk about playoffs with Ari Bluestein, but I want to get – I've asked this question a few times. I'll ask you as well. MVP-wise, can Adrian Peterson, if he goes to 2,000 yards with the Vikings miss out in the postseason, can he still get the MVP?
I think so. If you look at ESPN.com, I love taking the polls on ESPN.com just to kind of get a feel of where our nation over here in America is feeling on certain issues. And the MVP voting is basically a dead heat between Peyton Manning and Adrian Peterson in that poll. Tom Brady got some votes as well. A couple other guys. Aaron Rodgers, I think, was in that poll as well. But it's going to come down to Peyton Manning and Adrian Peterson. I think that if you look at the way Week 17 could finish, if Denver sneaks in and gets that number one seed, like we're maybe alluding to, if Houston falls, maybe the edge goes to Peyton. If Minnesota gets into the playoffs and Denver still ends up with just that number two seed, maybe the edge goes with Adrian Peterson. So I think Week 17 will have a lot to do with who gets the MVP. If Adrian Peterson has a bust of a game this week and Minnesota loses and does not make the playoffs, then you got to give the edge to Peyton Manning. So it should be a very interesting finish for those two guys. I think they're both deserving. I think they should also both get consideration for comeback player of the year, considering the injuries that they both came back from. And I think you really can't go wrong with either choice, but it has to go to one of those two guys.
Yeah, and I think both of them, both awards will go to whoever ends up winning. I think it'll be a Buster Posey type situation in the major leagues with baseball. Catcher for the Giants came back from his horrific injury to take MVP, comeback player of the year. No question, both are deserving the amazing seasons they've had. I think that the edge, or the person who can be helped the most by Week 17 is Peterson, because even though Peyton Manning can potentially get that 1 seed like we've discussed, the Colts are on an 11-game winning streak. Excuse me, the Colts. I'm talking about Peyton Manning and reverting to the old days. The Broncos are on the 11-game winning streak. Clearly, Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning of old. He's deserving, but everyone knows how well they're doing. It's not a new story. While Adrian Peterson has had this amazing season, and that's not a new story, getting 2,000 yards caps it off. Breaking Dickerson's record caps it off. I think everybody agrees, no question, if he leads them to the playoffs, Peterson gets the edge. But I think even if Peterson doesn't, Week 17 can definitely seal it for him more than for Manning. So I feel like it's Peterson's to win or lose. Now, Peterson needs 102 yards to get to 2,000. I don't think there's a question about that, knowing him. And obviously we know he had under 100 yards last week. But I think knowing him, knowing the Packers' defense, they've become much better at stopping the pass, but they haven't improved so much at stopping the run. Also, I think that Adrian Peterson, we know with his comeback, with his big games, he's a gamer. He's going to come ready to play. I do think he's going to break Dickerson's record. I know that he needs...
He needs 205 yards.
He needs 205 yards, and the defense will be coming for him. But I also think the amazing thing about this season is the defense has been tailored to just stop him the entire season. That's all Minnesota has had, and he's still done what he's done. And if you look at his big weeks, he's, even with his great yards per carry, better than Dickerson on the season so far, when Dickerson had his record-breaking season. What Peterson's done in most games is he's had a grinded-out game where he's gotten 88, 90 yards like he did last week, and then he's had a couple big runs of 50 yards each or more, and that's how he's gotten to his 150 yards, 200-yard games. I think the Packers give up 1 or 2 plays, and with Minnesota going to him the rest of the time, I do think that Peterson's going to break a couple. He's going to come in inspired, not because of the record as much as because of the chance to make the playoffs. I think the Packers will probably win the game, but I do think that Peterson definitely breaks 2,000 yards, and I think that he should be MVP. As long as he breaks 2,000 yards, and definitely if he breaks Dickerson's record, I think that he's got to be the MVP this year. Just doing things, obviously no one's ever done if he breaks Dickerson's record, but doing things that no one's ever done in terms of come back from an injury like this, being at the position that takes the most pounding. It's been pretty remarkable watching him. Peyton Manning definitely deserving, but if I was a voter, I'd go Adrian Peterson all day this year.
Well, right. Well, I think I'd agree with you about that. Week 17, AP has more to gain if the Vikings win and make the playoffs. To your point about him breaking Dickerson's record, I would probably lean towards he's not going to do it. However, the way he does do it is pretty much the way you described. If he gets like 1 or 2 big runs, and I think it would probably take a Vikings win, honestly, to get him the record, because I see really the only way it happening if the Vikings are up and want to control the clock by running the ball more, that he'll get more opportunities to run the ball. And as you said, the Packers' run defense is not very good. He'll have the opportunity to break off some big runs if he gets a lot of carries. So I'm not really too sure if he'll break the record, but it's going to be a game that a lot of people are going to be watching for multiple reasons. Because you have Green Bay going for a first-round bye, Minnesota going for the playoffs. Obviously, you have Chicago. If they win, they're going to be scoreboard watching and watching that game as well. The Giants, in addition to that, so it's going to be a very interesting game with a lot of subplots.
You know, I want to ask you this because this is a Jewish show. We have multiple opinions. Now, the Redskins, Cowboys, winner wins the NFC East. Loser, if it's the Cowboys are out of the playoffs. Redskins probably they'll need a couple of breaks to happen their way. Jim Williams, the Washington Examiner, what a surprise! He picked the Redskins to win. Andy, big Cowboys fan, picked the Cowboys. What are your thoughts about the Sunday night game this weekend?
RG3 all the way. I've got to go with the Redskins. They've been red hot ever since Mike Shanahan made those comments about saying we got to look forward to next season. They have RG3 when he's on his game. He is probably the deadliest quarterback right now because of his ability to make plays with his feet, extend plays as well, and also throw deep down the field, and also make a lot of good touch passes as well. You combine that with Alfred Morris, who has been the most surprising rookie this year as a running back. I think that if the Redskins score a couple early, Alfred Morris and RG3 will be able to control the clock, keep Romo off the field, and they get to a victory. I think it's going to be close, but I'm going to say the Redskins win by a final score of 24-17.
24-17.
Wow. 24-17. All right, we'll mark you down for that. Andy, what was Andy? Andy said the Cowboys. What was his score?
You still got me marked down for Texans Packers in the Super Bowl, right?
Well, I have that too. I keep saying that, even though I think we both agree we're not so hot on the Texans at this point. But that, I'm going to stick with the pick, unless you're going to pull that pick like you did with the finals, where you picked the Heat to win in 5, but the Thunder win in 7. Just tease a little bit, but those are good days of the summer. All right, Joe, go ahead, giddy up.
Yeah, so Ari, I know you're a big college basketball fan also. I just wanted to ask you your thoughts. Indiana went down. I personally thought and still feel that Indiana was the best preseason number one. We all know that the college basketball preseason rankings are pretty much crap. They're based on recruits and what the teams have done the years before, regardless of who's come and gone. But I thought that Indiana was the most legit preseason number one since UNC a few years back. What are your thoughts now? We've got Duke. They've shown they're the real deal. Michigan is the best Michigan team since the Fab Five. Arizona, the big win last night to solidify them as the number one team out west. As we start to get to the midpoint of the college basketball season and into conference play where things are going to be shaken up a lot, who do you like moving forward?
Well, I agree with you that going into the season, Indiana was a very good preseason number one with all the guys that they returned and all the talent that they had. What they showed last year, I think a lot of people agreed with that. Obviously, they lose in overtime to a good Butler team that has a lot of good recent tradition of knowing how to win. And it's an in-state rivalry, so Butler got up for the game. And, sometimes that kind of thing happens. You can't have really a perfect season anymore. It just doesn't work like that. I still like Indiana, but I agree with you on Duke. They are the real deal. They look pretty good to me, and I think Seth Curry is starting to actually step up and be the player that he was when he was at Liberty before he transferred to Duke. Obviously not putting up 30 points a game like he did in the Big South Conference, but he's starting to step up, make some big shots there. And I think that really helps. And, obviously you've got the big Plumlees down low. We've got a great all-around team. And obviously one of the best coaches, if not the best coach ever. So I like Duke a lot. I like Indiana. Even though Syracuse went down to Temple, and, of course, Temple from Philadelphia here, so I watched that game. I still like Syracuse's talent. I think they have a good shot. You mentioned Michigan. I like to see when Michigan takes on Indiana in conference play. I think that's going to be a huge game. Arizona, I'm a little more tentative about. Just those Pacific schools, those West Coast schools just kind of scare me a little bit. I just don't think it's that strong in terms of competition out there. But there's a lot of very good teams. I think there's some good mid-majors, Gonzaga, Creighton, Butler. to name a few. Don't forget about VCU as well. They could be another good Cinderella team. But I like what I see from Indiana, Duke, and Michigan right now, and also Syracuse again, even though they lost that one game to Temple.
Yeah, I think definitely Indiana's still in the mix. Butler should have been ranked when they beat them. Definitely deserve the ranking that they have now, like you said, in-state rivalry. I think also that I know everyone sleeps on Arizona, and for full disclosure, I'm an Arizona guy. I went there. That's where I know Ari Louis from. But having watched all of their games, I think what they're doing, you talked about the coaching, Sean Miller. So again, if everyone started with the clean slate at the beginning of the season, would Arizona be number 3 in the country? Probably not, but they've shown that they're, I think, a top 5 team now with the win over San Diego State, the win over Florida. So I think, like you said, the Pac-12, it's had some struggles recently, but they've got some great new coaches, some teams doing great things. Colorado's back. Different teams that I think will surprise some people once the conference gets to conference play coming up. And so I think it'll be interesting to see. Regionally, there are some good teams from everywhere. Definitely Plumlee for Duke has to be a Player of the Year candidate, along with Cody Zeller from Indiana, Trey Burke from Michigan, probably the best point guard in the country this year, what he's putting together. So I think it's been good so far, and I'm excited for conference play for the reasons that you mentioned. I think another team that isn't getting their due just because of where they're from, Creighton, and they're getting their due in terms of they were ranked preseason, and they'll be ranked all year, but Creighton, they're the real deal, and I think that they're going to surprise some people in the tournament, because even though they've been ranked all year, they don't get the credit they deserve. So it'll be interesting to see Doug McDermott, Creighton star. He's the coach's son. He was an All-American last year from Creighton. People still didn't know who he was, and now what they're doing. So I'm excited to see the college basketball season continue to progress, but especially, I agree with you, the terrible start to the season UCLA has had. Cal's taken a step back. Stanford's been what they've been. The Pac-12 needs to step up during conference play, but it'll be interesting to see how they stack up. So far, so good non-conference. They beat a great team from the SEC, a good team from the ACC, and then San Diego State so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a good job so far, but I'm always tentative about those specific teams. But I know you guys are Arizona guys, so I'd love to see a team from the West Coast, especially Arizona in the Pac-12, to make some noise again. I loved those Arizona days, Mike Bibby and Miles Simon and those guys. And the other names are escaping me at this time. Lauren Woods, I believe.
Lauren Woods.
Lauren Woods.
Yeah, he was going to be a top 5 pick.
How do you like that Arizona knowledge, Ari Louis?
Well, I'm impressed. But I tell you what, you mentioned Bibby and Miles Simon. The 2001 team that lost to Duke was one of the best ever. You had a bunch of guys. They didn't really. Luke Walton made it. Jason Gardner could have made it. Lauren Woods was on that team. They went very. They lost to Duke by 10 points, but that Duke team was loaded. Shane Battier and let's see, Mike Dunleavy Jr. You had a couple NBA guys on there. Overall, very impressive. But all right, we got to run. So we have your prediction down. You're saying the Redskins will win by a touchdown. So we have you there. So we'll tease you about it if you're wrong. But in any case, enjoy the games this weekend, and thank you for being on Louis Live on Israel Sports Radio.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
All right, be well. All right, yes. We're gonna have one more guest. Can you stick around?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Let's
all right.
do it.
All right, we're going to have one more guest. This gentleman's going to have a lot to say. He's known as Broncos Mike. But the thing with Broncos Mike, he's the biggest Tim Tebow fan in the world. So I don't think he's too happy about all this. And he's a little bit of a loud New Yorker, Joe, just to let you know. So he's going to have his own opinions. But going back to college basketball, I mean, 2 years ago, I don't know if people forget this, But U of A was a 3-pointer away from going to the Final Four. You know, they missed right in the Elite Eight. That shot right at the end. So
lost to Kemba Walker in UConn.
Right. So, I mean, they're not that far away from success. So can they really make some noise this year?
I think they can. I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. Sean Miller was recognized as one of the best coaches in the country. He just got his 200th win. Last night was his 201st win, but he is one of the youngest to 200 wins, and people could say, oh, it was a mid-major doing it at Xavier. Well, he's the reason why Xavier became Xavier, and the Atlantic 10 is arguably one of the best mid-major conferences that should be a Big Six conference. So I think with Sean Miller, with the recruiting class they have, there are problems, but I think they're going to make some noise and make a deep run. It'll be interesting to see which of these teams are contenders and which are believers.
The pretenders.
Exactly, pretenders. I think Indiana and Duke are definitely contenders. I like to think Michigan, Arizona, and Syracuse also. That Temple loss, it was a tough loss, but that's how it goes. College basketball, we all know that. So I think those 5 teams, and then some of the other teams are definitely real too. Florida, even with their Florida has back-to-back losses, but to a ranked Kansas State team and to Arizona. And Florida, this is their best team since the back-to-back title teams with Al Horford, Joakim Noah, and Corey Brewer. So Florida's definitely back too, and Billy Donovan is as good of a coach as anyone out there.
No doubt about that. So it's going to be fun. March Madness, 2 months away, but it's going to come quicker than you know it. On the line right now, he's got 1 or 2 things to say about the Denver Broncos and some guy named Tim Tebow. That's Broncos Mike. Broncos Mike, welcome to Louis Live.
Hey, how's it going, Ari?
Well, already you do not sound too happy. I hear it down in your voice. You're not happy what happened to your man Tim Tebow, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I must say that even though I was not happy about the Broncos even letting him go, it is pretty amazing to see what Peyton Manning has put together and how he has elevated that team. That said, I do believe that Tim Tebow elevated the Broncos as well in a very different way, and obviously the level of Peyton Manning is something exceptional. That said, New York, I don't understand why they made the move they did. New York Jets are in total disarray. They're making the Knicks for the past 20 years that actually look well managed compared to what they've done this past year. It was the number 2 coming into the season. They didn't play him except in the Wildcat package, and even then they were not packages that were put together that were good for him. I mean, Sanchez's ratings and his turnovers over the past 2 years were worse than anything Tim Tebow ever did. And so it baffles me how they did not go. And I'll say, even to McElroy before this point, it's, I said I thought I was going to start rooting for the Jets because they had Tebow. And I actually was rooting for Sanchez to not be starting. But the way that they managed their whole team, given they had a lot of injuries, but over the past several years, from the beginning of Sanchez's 3rd year, including the idiocy of giving him a contract, they gave him a contract after an off year, without having proven himself, just shows that the predicament the Jets are in now is of their own making. You know, it's one thing if you're a team that endures a lot of injuries. I think the Panthers a few years ago had that. A number of teams, Pittsburgh had that this year. Then that's one thing. That's the game. But their total mismanagement of the team is just baffling. And I can say if Tebow goes to Jacksonville, which is probably where he will rightfully belongs in a certain sense, he has several things that he had in Denver. Maurice Jones-Drew, a running back that could maybe come back to life like Willis McGahee. I don't really know what he's done this year. He's got a prime target in Blackman, who hasn't done much this year.
And Cecil Shorts.
Physically similar to I just blanked out, to the top receiver on the Broncos this year. And we'll see. We'll see if he can beat out Gabbard for the starting job next year, if that's actually where he goes. Similar situation would be in Arizona, but I don't see him going as So we'll see how it all plays out. But Tebow can play. He wasn't given the opportunity. Did everything the Jets wanted, and didn't matter.
Yeah, really a shame to see how he was used or not used and mismanaged with the Jets, regardless of whether people think he's an NFL quarterback or not. He is an NFL player, and there are ways they could have used him and should have used him. He didn't help the team. I mean, I'm not putting it on him. I'm putting on the Jets. The Jets didn't allow him to help the team. He was no help sitting on the bench, and he was no help on the field in the 8 pass attempts they gave him. He completed 6 of them. He did what he could have done. And then the whole thing, he allows one person to get by him on a punt. It's a blocked punt, and there's that whole fiasco. That's not what he should be doing, but he was happy to do it. He was willing to do it, but they used him everywhere on the field except for on offense. I think he will have a great opportunity in Jacksonville, and they've said that it'll be open season. It'll be every quarterback's job to battle for between Gabbert and Tebow. And whoever else they bring into audition. I read that
they have him there, I think, right now also.
Chad Henne, right, and he struggled the last couple, and I read that they're looking to have it be a 4-quarterback race. They want to bring another person in.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe through the draft, not as high around as Gabbert, obviously, but yeah, they're looking for a 4-quarterback race between Henne, Tebow, Gabbert, and whoever they bring in, and they really want to see, and Tebow will have as good a chance as anybody, and we know the way the city will rally around him, and we know that he can be we know the leader he is in the locker room, and he can get the players on the team to rally against him also. So that'll be interesting to see. Switching back to the Jets, with Tebow leaving for Jacksonville, presumably, and Sanchez going somewhere, who do you think will come in to be the quarterback of the Jets? We've thrown around some names here tonight, but who are your initial thoughts?
Well, first of all, there's no foregone definite conclusion that Tebow is going to Jacksonville. There's no foregone conclusion that Sanchez will actually be gone.
Right, that's right.
Things that, we don't know exactly how it's going to play out yet. I mean, Sanchez might not even be. They might not be able to let him go. They're going to owe him $8.5 million, and any team that takes him, could you really see the Cardinals taking Sanchez?
But I think you're a New York guy. You're a Jets guy. You know how it is.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, Broncos Mike, you speak in the photo a little bit because we're losing you. But yeah, Joe thinks you're a Jets guy, but you want to correct him. You're a Broncos guy.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Don't insult him. He's going to get mad.
I know. I apologize. Okay. You're a Broncos guy, but a New Yorker, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So as someone who's seen it and knows the New York media, I just don't think there's any way that Sanchez can stay. I agree with the money issues, but you know what? They fixed the money issues to get Tebow, right? They gave up the picks and took on salary from your Broncos and all of that. I just feel like there's no way that Sanchez stays. So assuming that they get rid of him, obviously there's a way. It's the Jets, and like you said, it's hard to out mismanage James Dolan and the Knicks, but they've done it with this whole Tebow fiasco.
Listen, I mean, next year I think that they're going to see McElroy. McElroy was already outspoken last year about the Jets locker room. So, does Rex Ryan and Mike Tannenbaum want a guy like that there anyway? And again, he's not, we don't know what he has.
Yeah, Broncos Mike, we're losing you again. Just focus. Speak of the phone. Okay, good. Go ahead.
We don't know what he has. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, now you're good.
Okay. We don't know what McElroy has. Again, he played, one game where Sanchez was benched. But, what he'll be is he an elite quarterback? Probably doubtful, but can he come in and do the job? Maybe.
Right.
The Jets always like to make a big splash. I could see them trying to go for a Michael Vick. I think that if they do the same thing the Eagles did with Vick throwing 40 to 50 times a game, it's idiocy. Michael Vick is not meant to throw 40 to 50 times a game, no matter what the strength of his arm is. You have several elite quarterbacks in the NFL that can throw that many times. Brady, Rodgers, Breeze, Manning, and Peyton Manning. I don't even think Eli. Eli rarely throws that many times a game also. Michael Vick's not meant to do that. And just to digress, when you have a team like he does with LaShawn McCoy, why are they throwing that many times with him? He comes to the Jets. What are the Jets going to do with him? The Jets don't have a running game. So they're going to throw with him 40 to 50 times a game. He's going to take monster hits like he did this past year. And it's going to be the same disarray just to be on the back pages of the New York Post or the Daily News. If the Jets actually build a team around him. Listen, Sanchez had the year he had partly because of the mismanagement. They let receivers go 2 years ago after they'd gotten to the AFC Championship game. They let Thomas Jones go, like 1,500 all-purpose yards, and they brought on Tomlinson, who really didn't do all that much. You know, the Jets are going for names, over-the-hill people. Listen, they lost Revis. They lost Holmes for the season. We have to recognize those things definitely don't help. But to be walking on eggshells because people are worried about Sanchez's fragile psyche, get him a psychiatrist. I mean, this is a man's sport. When a guy has the only person that had more turnovers than him was Phillip Rivers, who you could arguably say, I mean, the guy can throw. I mean, he is in the echelon of just under elite quarterbacks. The guy can throw, but he also hasn't been winning. But, I mean, Sanchez is not that guy, and you have 50 turnovers in 2 seasons. It's like, bench the guy when you still had a hope in the playoffs. Then they put Tebow in on that, what was it, Sunday or Monday night for one series, and they have guys streaking down the field. I mean, that's not Tebow's game. That's not Tebow's throw. Whatever you want to say about the guy's arm when he was on the Broncos had the #1 rushing offense in the NFL with an over-the-hill Willis McGahee who now had a surge of confidence and explosiveness because he was hurt the year before. They were averaging, I think, something just over 220 yards a game. So if you put him in a situation with a Maurice Jones-Drew and someone who can spell him and Tebow, and he can take off the 10 of the 15 pounds the Jets had him put on, you got a guy now who can win. People keep referring to his practicing. It's been well known. The guy doesn't necessarily. He works in practice. He's not mocking practice. He just doesn't practice as well as he can potentially play. Because when it comes down to it, the guy has moxie. He gets out on the field and
he's
he
a
knows
gamer.
how to rally people.
Yeah.
And if people want to recognize that and take a chance on him, it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, there's some guys that's known throughout sports that they're not the best practice guys, but they're called gamers. They just, something about the game excites them more than a practice. It takes them to another level. And you saw that, I mean, Tim Tebow, they don't think he's a good NFL quarterback. I mean, how did he get all those wins last year? How did he get a win in the playoffs against the Steelers, who had 12 wins last year?
He's the leader.
And aside from that, his moxie is contagious to the other guys. Meanwhile, you have a guy, and I'm not putting it all on Sanchez again, but a guy like Sanchez, a guy like, I don't know, anyway, that are in the huddle, and they're not feeling confident, and their psyche is fragile, and they're feeling down, and they're doing photo shoots for GQ, and that's all good, but, if they're not in the game, then what's the point? And you have guys, Gabbard, Christian Ponder, Phillip Rivers, these guys that are known as okay, Gabbard and Ponder are still in their, second year, third year, but they didn't have good years. No one's going and criticizing them for the same things they say about Tebow except for the throwing motion. Now, when Peyton Manning came into the league, people said he couldn't make the long throws. And you see him this year, look what he's doing. It's not just a matter of getting the ball downfield. Tom Brady's game, what is it? Mostly. It's accuracy, and it's throwing mostly these underneath pass routes. Now they're exploding, throwing some nice deep balls also. Tebow can play a game if they structure it around him, as was shown by what the Broncos did last year. It can be done. And someone has to want to take a chance on that, and the fans will go crazy, and he works his tail off. And, the Jets were just silly. They essentially took the guy and put him on the bench for a year, cost them more money, and it just didn't, none of it made any sense. It's very cryptic as to what their intentions were, and whatever, they turned out to be losers. That's the bottom line.
Look, I think there's no doubt about it. But I'll tell you, let's talk about a happier team. Your Broncos, still your Broncos. They could get the number 1 seed if the Texans lose to the Colts, which is possible. Red hot team. And I assume you think Peyton Manning is the MVP, or any chance for Adrian Peterson?
Well, good question. First of all, I think the Colts have a definite chance of beating the Texans. Andrew Luck is on fire. They got some, they put together, a team around this guy.
Yeah, again, you're a little away from the phone, Broncos Mike. If you go back into it.
If you look at what they've done with Andrew Luck and RG3, and I'm not putting their skills in the same caliber as Tebow, don't get me wrong, but they built a system and teams around those guys to succeed. That said, I think the Colts definitely have a chance to beat the Texans this weekend. And, listen, the Broncos are certainly a legitimate threat to go to the Super Bowl and to win it all. I mean, what Peyton Manning has done there is great. And while the defense is definitely, in my opinion, far from elite, there's really very few years over the past 20 years that the Broncos have had an elite defense. They do have elite playmakers. And you got guys coming up the corner. You got Dumerville. You got Von Miller. Middle linebacker there, I think, is playing, lights out. Their line is playing good. So the defense is coming together. And, they're as big a threat as anyone. If you give Peyton Manning, a 7-10 point lead, and you give that defense that lead, and they're just pinning their ears back and going for the quarterback, you got a real legitimate threat right there. And I think the AFC Championship is going to be Brady versus Peyton. The Patriots are just. When I saw that game, what was it? It was the Patriots versus what was it?
Texans.
What was that game the other week where they almost came back? Who were they playing? I just forgot.
Well, you're talking about the New England Patriots.
When the Patriots were playing last week and they almost came back from 20 down.
Or I think you mean San Francisco. They ended up losing by a touchdown.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
I mean, Brady is just he's got to be one of the top 3 quarterbacks of all time. I mean, it's hard to argue against him. I mean, the guy is just he's a surgeon. I mean, in the end they didn't come back, but I mean, he is dangerous as anyone. So who comes out top on that game? It's hard to say. I think they're very evenly matched teams. I think that also the Patriots, they have playmakers. They're also not an elite defense, but they play in their system well. And they got their offensive system. If Gronkowski comes back, that's just bad for any other team. And even the backup tight end, this guy with his name doesn't fit on the back of his shirt. He's been getting passes, here and there, critical passes. So I like the Broncos' chances. I do. It's good to see them winning, even though I was initially really pissed off about letting Tebow go.
Right.
And as far as MVP, I mean, Peterson has done amazing. The question is what is MVP for the team? If you have a losing record or you don't make the playoffs, it's really hard to argue most valuable player for that team. Now, everyone's saying it's amazing what Adrian Peterson has done and the way he runs. That's true. Seeing him on the highlight reel is amazing. The thing is, there's 2 things here. One, does he, first of all, Peyton came back from what people were saying he wouldn't even be able to throw the ball. People are forgetting he had these, 4 neck surgeries, and no one's talking about that anymore and what he's done. Second thing is it's really, really hard to argue against a quarterback like Peyton or like Tom Brady or anyone who has the ball in their hands every play on offense versus a running back. What Peterson's done is amazing, and seeing those runs is unbelievable. If he breaks Dickerson's record, then it's impossible to argue. It's doubtful he's going to be able to break that record. But there's a lot of arguments for who could be MVP. And listen, I could even say Russell Wilson. Those guys making the playoffs, if they make
They're
a
the
run,
2 seed, especially. If Russell Wilson gets there.
I think the year even is people are saying Luck RG3. I'm saying, well, look at what Russell Wilson has done. I mean, I think that, Luck's interceptions is a little bit of a blight on his record. But Russell Wilson, I think, has potentially done just as much as, RG3 or Luck has for his team. And he's 5'10", and he didn't have any support going in there. People were questioning the choice to start him. So we'll see what happens. By the way, the Jets could also maybe make a go. We'll see what happens at maybe a trade or something for Matt Flynn. You never know if they could try and go that way next year. I don't know. I don't see it. They have him signed to a long-term contract, but he's sitting on the bench there. Jets wish they had a problem like that.
Yeah.
But MVP, Rookie of the Year, it's going to be hard to say. Comeback Player of the Year is another award. That, I think, for sure goes either Peyton or Adrian Peterson. I don't think there's anyone else even in contesting for that. These guys had two, major surgeries. So comeback player of the year is going to go to one of those guys.
I would say this. Well, talk about MVP because who's more valuable to the team. If the Broncos win this weekend, that's 5 more wins than last season because last season they were 8-8. If you take Adrian Peterson, the Vikings win, it's 10 wins. If Adrian Peterson's not on the team, I don't know if they win 3 games or 4. I mean, if you talk about amount of games more that the player wins, I think it goes to Adrian Peterson.
Because last year Denver had the defense, and
you still had Von Miller and everybody.
Games. Exactly.
And
Minnesota had no one with a rookie quarterback who Ponder hasn't progressed that much. He's a good quarterback. I think he is their quarterback of the future, but it's been all Peterson. And right, if you're talking about most valuable to a team, I think the tendency is to go quarterback just because it makes sense that the quarterback is going to be the most important player. But, I don't know. Peterson, Minnesota, like you said, Ari, is nothing without Peterson. Denver isn't the top seed in the AFC without Peyton, but they're still a playoff team.
My question for you guys is, if you're say most valuable player and the team has 3, 4, 5, 6 wins, what was their value? Saying they only would have had 3 wins without that person, fine, but it didn't translate to anything. The point of the NFL is to win games. So Peterson's stats are amazing, and indeed they probably would not have as many wins as they have now. But I just think it's a hard argument to make for a guy who gets, 20 to 25 touches a game. If I'm right on that average, I don't know. Whereas the guy who's holding the ball in his hands for essentially every offensive play. And where would the Broncos be without Peyton Manning? I'm saying, they weren't going to keep Tebow. They wanted to get rid of him. So I'm saying, would the Broncos, if they had let Tebow go.
Okay, yeah, I hear you saying.
They had a guy like, let's say, Chad Hand or some journeyman come in, or they signed, Charlie Whitehurst. They took him from Seattle. I don't know. I'm just saying, where would the Broncos be? The Broncos could potentially be one of the worst teams in the league without Peyton Manning. I mean, literally. I mean, Peyton Manning has upped the caliber of that team. Adrian Peterson has upped the caliber in terms of wins. But I don't know if everyone necessarily plays better because of him. Christian Ponder is not playing better because of Adrian Peterson, which you would think he would. Again, I'm not putting the MVP on the fact that Ponder's played bad. By the way, there's an idea. What if the Vikings decide, Ponder's not our guy, let's sign Tebow? Tebow and Adrian Peterson there? That would be pretty interesting.
That would be. That'd be a good thing to see.
Doubtful.
All right, Broncos, Mike, last thing before I'm going to ask you before let's go. Here's one thing I'd be worried about. And by the way, great point about Peyton Manning. And look, I think if the Vikings win, I think that seals the deal. If they lose and miss the playoffs, there is going to be a lot of argument either way. Last thing before we let you go, one thing to be concerned about if I was a Broncos fan like you are, they only have 3 losses, but the 3 losses are Patriots, Texans, Falcons, the upper echelon of the NFL. Does that worry you going into the postseason?
No. Because I'll tell you, the Falcons' loss was Peyton's, I think, first game. It was either game
second,
1 or 2.
Houston was third.
Still learning the offense, still a little bit raw. He said he wasn't 100%. The Falcons gave him some great looks. And listen, let's be honest. The Falcons are an amazing team. They look like they're hitting on all cylinders right now. And they're threats. I mean, Julio Jones, and then on the other side, their running game, with Turner. They are a beastly team. I'm not so sure about their defense, even though what they did. The team that scares me the most is definitely the Patriots. The Texans, I think, are often overrated, aside from, their running back is amazing and they defensive line, but they don't concern me. They don't concern me as much. I think that their secondary can be picked apart, and which is what Peyton has the potential to do. That's it. think the Patriots are the scariest team out of all of those, just due to their coach, their quarterback, and their experience. So I really see this as no matter if the Broncos get home field advantage or not, I see the AFC Championship being Broncos Patriots, and we'll see what happens. From the NFC, it's hard to argue against the Packers getting back to the championship again too. It could be the Falcons. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, hey, look, I think everyone wants to say Manny Brady. That'd be a lot of fun, and it very well could come out of that. You're right about Bill Belichick being scary because he's probably the devil. And I think the Patriots, people forget, the Patriots should be Super Bowl champions. Wes Welker should have caught that ball. I think they're very angry that the wrong team won Super Bowl. So that'll be a little bit of a driving force in the postseason. Broncos, Mike, we got to run, but baby, enjoy the games this weekend. We'll speak with you soon.
Thanks very much. All the best, guys.
All right.
You too.
All right, that concludes our show for tonight. I want to thank everyone who was involved. Let's start right at the beginning. We had, of course, Abe Katzman, who's generally the political man. He goes on all the political radio shows in the United States, works with Republicans abroad here in Israel, and is the number one Seahawks fan in Israel. According to his calculations, probably accurate. So he likes what Russell Wilson is doing, did not like the suspension of the Seahawks, and thinks that they're going to go far in the postseason. Then at 7:30 p.m., we had Amron Tank Sherby of the Busted Tank Football Show right here in Israel Sports Radio. So good to get Tank's thoughts on what's going on with his Philadelphia Eagles and company. 8 p.m., Dr. Keith Noble, who plays with the Ramat Sharon Hammers. He works with the embassies here in the United States and talks about how he's very happy to have his football career continue here in Israel. Then at 8:30 p.m., Israel Sports Radio Southern correspondent Clanari Carter, who says, speaking of all this MVP talk, Adrian Peterson is not the MVP if the Vikings miss the postseason, even if he gets 2,000 yards. That's Clanari's thoughts. 9 p.m., the father of the IFL, Ofri Becker, a big Michigan fan, who had the great comeback that Ohio State's not going to any bowl game this season, so it doesn't really matter. 9:30 p.m., seven-time Emmy Award winner Jim Williams says the Redskins will beat the Cowboys. 10 p.m., Andy Gershman says the Cowboys will beat the Redskins because two Jews, two opinions. Andy Gerson's book, by the way, Modern Day Maccabees, can be purchased on Amazon.com or Kindle, and you can find him on Twitter at Jews in Sports. They're right there. Deep voice Brian Hoffman was not able to take care of his Skype, but Joe Robbins made some great points about Larry Merchant and boxing, how entertaining that was. 11 p.m., David Dobin of the David Dobin Show, killing my argument that you don't need a elite quarterback to win a Super Bowl, hence Ben Roethlisberger. Ari Bluestein at 11:30 p.m., says that the game could go either way with the Eagles and the Giants, and it will be interesting to see Michael Vick audition for another spot. And Broncos Mike, not happy what happened to Tim Tebow, but happy about his Broncos going 12-3 at this point, could go to 13-3 if they win this weekend. And special thanks to our in-guest co-host, Joel Moss, and, of course, Joe Robbins. Joe, I hope you had a good time.
Great to be here. Thanks, Ari.
Originally, you're just scheduled here for 2 hours, and 3.5 hours just kind of flew by.
Definitely. Awesome being in studio, getting to talk sports with the best Israel has to offer.
Oh, thank you very much. And, of course, Joe Robbins, you can find him on Facebook, OMG Poetry. And anywhere else they can find more about the OMG Poetry?
Yeah, youtube.com/Joseph D. Robbins. Is where the videos are, and that's linked on facebook.com/OMG Poetry. It has the link to YouTube as well.
Wow, this is great. So I've just seen your Facebook page, and you have 705 likes, so congrats on that. That's over 300 more than what we're doing, so that's very good stuff. And on that page is the video of your poem here on Louis Live a couple weeks ago. So that was on December 12th, so everyone should check that out and get the likes up there on the YouTube page. Programming notes again, as I mentioned, Sunday night, 7:30 p.m. Maccabi Haifa goes on the road to take on Maccabi Rishon LeZion at 7:30 p.m. Play-by-play brought to you by Raphael Geller and Sports 5's Nitzan Ferraro. So everyone should check that game out. That is Sunday night, so make sure everyone tunes in. And also, very special Sunday edition at 5 p.m., the wrestling show is back on with Mr. Akiva Murgia and Yes the Boss Freeman. So check out those programs Sunday. That's what's going on over the weekend. But that's it for tonight. God bless and good night.